All right, 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Good time gang settling in for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Got a busy one on tap. Not only will we dive into our personal lives, we'll look at this crazy world we got. RBU this week is with Vince Everett Ellison. He has got a new book out, his third of a couple of bestsellers that he's gotten out, I think in 2019, 2020 time frame, and then 2022. His new release comes out on October the 3rd, and we'll have him on Crime Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster-Style Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. He is a premier speaker as well, and so we have a lot in common, and can't wait to talk to Vince this week as we have him on as a featured guest on RBU, and that will drop Saturday morning, so make sure that you are liking and subscribing Rick and Bubba University, wherever you get your podcast, as well as Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook, YouTube. It's all there, and we hope that that's part of your week every week. All right, so as we get in, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. Let me hit this one instead. What's up, boys?
Hey.
You know, as you were running the list there of the author for RBU this week, I was sitting here thinking, never say never, but I don't ever see me writing a book of any kind.
No. It's a talent, sure.
I know there's
it's a gift.
I know there's more resources and self-publications. It's easier than ever to do it, but I just don't. I don't think I'll ever write a book about anything.
I can't see me doing that. It's not my gift.
Me either.
No, and it takes one. It does. Even when the guys
first of all, you got to have
number.
some knowledge about something.
Well, I need to be an expert on something.
So I'm out there.
Yeah, maybe I need to be.
Yeah. That's step one.
Yeah, let's start with the subject.
Something to write about.
What do I write about?
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious, that's so good. All right, well, we want
80s hair metal.
Yeah. How to shave your head in the shower.
There you go. That's a good one.
How-to book.
How to. A little quick
how to get lunch for free. No, I'm kidding.
No,
that's a joke. That's
art.
Exaggerated.
That is an art.
That's exaggerated. And I'll just go along with it. I get it.
You're frugal.
How to get
and
through
that's
life
important.
and never pay for a lunch. That'd be good.
Yeah, and it's exaggerated, but we have exaggerated humor on the show every day.
We have
Greg doesn't. He's not an alcoholic or a drinker.
No,
but we claim he is.
Well,
you know, to those of you that are struggling with that, we're not making light of it. It's just that's what we do here. You were a little bit of a hothead, but not much of one.
Right.
We tend to turn the volume.
We do.
We do.
But we're going to continue to do that. So.
Adler does not look like a dwarf. We act like he's some tiny little person, and he's smaller than we are, but he's not tiny.
I would say this about the hothead. We'll
do that.
Hey, a couple years ago, it was pretty bad. The hothead.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As we age,
dialed
age,
back so much.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, I used to go off like a stick of dynamite.
Oh yeah. You kidding me? You looking at me? Oh yeah.
I can't tell you how many hammers at work I threw up in the woods and stuff like that. Just mad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I still got a door at the house has a dent in it.
I don't know. Were y'all outside a little after dark, right at dark last night?
No, I was not. I was actually
what happened?
Sitting on the couch trying
you
to
see a UFO?
No, but where we live, it felt it was like low 60s.
Now, I did.
Hey, and man, it's just a slight breeze, and I'm like, man, this feels great.
I did fill the dog bowl up with the water. I got out, and it was right at dark.
Yeah. Well, I know you've been running at dark, getting ready for the crap run.
I know. I did.
And I didn't know if you were out there a little bit.
Climate.
Mm-hmm.
That's the time. Well,
climate helps.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to wear myself out. I ran the full length the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
So yesterday I took off.
I talked to Venice's Foundation yesterday,
I was so sore,
and they said the numbers are unbelievable.
See, and they use that, mate.
And they are, so because some people are asking, most that want to run behind you, they don't care when they finish. They're just there to support you and the foundation.
We got you.
And she said there's a lot of doing that, but there's a number of other people that are signing up, and they really want to try to get their own little PR, but they are going to swing around and follow you for the last block or so.
Thank you, Speedy.
I mean, it's not going to be much. You can just you do your own thing. You do Greg, and then everybody else will be behind you.
They have to wait on me as I lay down beside the track and rest. It's about a quarter through.
Right.
Speaking of running, do y'all know who ran the first mile under 4 minutes?
No, I don't, but I know it was monumental.
4 minute mile.
Think about that.
His name. Well, so listen to this. This is very interesting.
We can't run that fast to that door right there.
I can't go peeing back. In 4 minutes.
No.
This was a story based off of how we question what our bodies will actually do, and it's more mental kind of thing.
Sure.
Okay.
And you can always do more than you think you can. Those type
That's
of things.
right.
But the story was that for thousands of years, people were told no one will ever run a mile in 4 minutes. It's completely impossible.
Right.
Can't be done.
And Roger Bannister, who was,
Raj.
I guess from the UK or London or that area, whatever,
He set
out to break this.
Yeah.
And he was not a runner. He was a skinny white guy. He was.
I didn't know that he was.
Yeah, he was like I don't know, some kind of doctor or something, but he set out to do this.
He said,
and everybody thought he was crazy. He thought, I can mentally get through this. So he goes through it and does it, trains and he gets it. He does it. Well, here's the interesting part about this. Thousands of years, everybody had been told it was impossible. And 46 days later, the next person did it. And then the next person did it. And then the next person did it. And
people who are actually more talented than him
actually got their mind right.
They're
and
like,
got it done.
if Roger can do it,
I think
that,
and I think
Roger Bannister.
as time has evolved too. I mean, everything that's now so individualized, and the training is so much superior than what it was. I think you have a little bit of that too. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I mean, because the way people train now is not to say.
Yeah, but
I think the basics are the same. But I mean, through the years, training is extremely advanced.
But in 1954, that wasn't going on.
It's not.
And the fact that he set out and did this,
it's really amazing.
And then days after, somebody else did it, and we hadn't done it for. You were told for thousands of years. It's impossible.
Nobody's done it since at all.
No. What I'm saying,
the first to ever break 4 minutes, he was told that the human body could physically not do it. And once he showed it could, other people said, "Well, I'll try it." And they
started.
Everybody
doing it.
was going. The fact that they were saying that it can't be done.
It was
people
a mind
weren't
thing.
Trying it.
It wasn't a body thing. It was a mind thing.
They were like, "Well, I can't do it. I've always heard the human body can't run a mile under 4 minutes." And once he said he did, well, then all of a sudden everybody, a lot of people did.
Do you think runners like that think or feel the way we do when we're running when we want to stop? Do you think when they're running, they want to stop too?
I know. Do they really enjoy it?
Or is it just me?
Do they get joy out of it? Because I don't.
Guys, he would be running so fast right now. If he ran by that window, it'd be a blur. And he's running that for a mile.
What is the record?
I don't know what it is now. I don't know. That's what I was wondering, but I have no idea. But that is amazing how your mind can break that barrier.
Yeah,
and if somebody goes, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, once they said, "Well, he can do it." Well, let me see if I can
this guy can do it. Certainly I can do it,
Yeah.
But, I mean, it wasn't like thousands of years you were told this is humanly impossible to do. And he set out to break it.
And once he did, everybody said,
okay, it is possible. I just like that story. Just thought y'all would, too.
That's really cool.
What is the fastest?
The 1999
fastest mile. Good night. 3 minutes
and
43.13 seconds.
Which is
1999.
Not that far off from what Bannister did.
And it looks like it was
I want
from
you
an
to
Olympian.
look at what 3 minutes is.
That's
Imagine
crazy.
running a mile in 3 minutes.
Good gracious, man.
Gosh. Seriously, all kidding aside, it takes me at least that to go to the bathroom and back.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Me too.
Guys, that doesn't even make sense. 3 minutes, 43 seconds. Two-time Olympic medalist Hashim
Yeah.
representing Morocco.
I know a lot of coaches on the men.
And like you say, that was in 99.
Yeah.
Still stands.
A lot of coaches on the men's side of college tennis will have their guys, in order for them to get their gear, get their clothes, apparel, they'll make them run a 5-minute mile. And most of the time they don't do it the first time. It usually takes them. And they're told all summer, you need to be working, whatever, because that's probably what we're going to have to do to get our stuff.
Yeah.
And
fastest mile by a female is 4 minutes, 12 seconds. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
She was representing the Netherlands and ran that in 2019.
That's my goal. In the crap run, I'm going to try to get 1 4-minute mile.
Yeah. Good gracious. All right, so just a little
Mine
motivation
are like
for
10
you.
minutes.
That's good stuff there.
And that's a good one. If I run a good one, it's 10 minutes.
For the last 2 days, you brought a fact to the show to start this hour. I'd like for you to continue that.
It's tough to keep up that pace.
Keep it up. It's 2 in a row so far.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 23 minutes past the hour. It's the Good Time Gang here on the Kickoff Hour. We're off and running. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Couple of things here if you're listening live, and it is Thursday, the 28th of September. Yes, it's almost October, I should say. It's hard to believe. Felt like we were in January, and I won't sound like an old man, but I do feel like we just started the year, and here we are.
Oh, this year, that's not how I say it every year.
Yeah,
I
know.
You, I know I say it, but it's really
it's something
at an
else.
all-time high.
Yeah, it really is. So anyway, just tonight, if you're listening live, that's the reason I said that, is because Alabama high school football will be featured on ESPN2 tonight, and it is the best of 6A versus the best of 7A. 7A, the highest classification in the state of Alabama. Clay Chalkville in the Birmingham Metro at Thompson in Alabaster, Alabama, 7 p.m. Central Time on ESPN2. The main reason why I bring this up is because those of you nationally outside of our flagship market, you hear us talk about Thompson a lot because of Coach Taylor Burgess coaching there and Greg's connection and all that. But you might have never seen them, and tonight's an opportunity for the nation to see them. And it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I had this on Thursday night. That messed me. I'm just going to go home and watch it on TV.
Yeah, why not?
Because I got to get up real early in the morning.
Sure. ESPN, HD.
But yeah, it ought to be a really good game. That's like I say, Clay or Chalkville, they're huge.
Yeah, these are two programs. If other programs were being honest, that they would love to be like. Emulate. Yeah, Clay Chalkville, top of the 6A.
Yep.
And then Thompson, top of 7A. Two really good programs, and so just wanted to bring that up for you in case some of you are going to be around the TV tonight and you want to go, hey, let's see what Thompson's all about.
ESPN2.
Yeah. 7 p.m. Central on ESPN2.
There
Is that what time?
Yep.
I asked you.
7, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, 7's right.
College football, Jack State. You hear us talk about that and Coach Bullethead. But Jack State will be at Sam Houston, 7 p.m. Central on ESPNU. So
everybody in the whole show went to school there.
Yeah, if you have
Adler.
If you have ESPN Plus or something, you could actually split screen those games and watch both of them.
Because you know me, I get confused when I do that.
You do?
Yeah, so what I do is I just flip during commercials back and forth.
Buddy, it could be so much simpler.
I can't do the split screen.
You can't, because you can do the split screen and just listen to the audio of one, and then every now and then look over at the other one. And then you could click over to the other one. And matter of fact, you could actually press down on whichever box you're highlighting and go full screen on that.
But see, I feel like I'm halfway watching all of them instead of really
that's
watching
on you.
one.
Well, I know you'll be locked into Thompson, and I don't blame you there.
Yeah, and what I'll do is during commercials, I'll check the Jacksonville score.
Right. And then on Prime Video tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time, the NFL is going to be on Lions at Packers. That should be actually a pretty good game.
The Lions are decent this year, aren't they?
Yeah.
My order of viewing will not include the NFL tonight, unfortunately.
Me either.
It'll be. I'll forget it's even on.
Yeah.
I will watch Jacksonville State, and I'll probably do the split screen deal with the high school just for Speedy, so I can come in and tell him that I did it and Greg didn't.
Yeah, I don't like that feature.
And look, I know it's football. I know it's football
it.
season, but just give me this little bit of maybe 30 seconds.
45.
What's happening in Atlanta
I'm a huge
special.
Braves fan, so I'm all over this.
Braves Ronald Acuna Jr. He became the founding member of the 40-70 Club, the first player to ever reach that. He has stole 40 bases, he had hit 40 home runs and stole 70 bases, and he did it last night. He stole 2 bases last night, and it was the 70th of the season. So he got up and
I saw him
took the base and all this kind of stuff. But they also in the 9th inning hit a home run to tie it with the Cubs, and then walked it off in the 10th inning. And won. So now they've clinched home field advantage.
Had a phenomenal year.
Yeah, they really have. But what is happening in Atlanta is pretty special. And I know we all get busy, and especially when football starts, we forget. The average viewers of baseball forget about it. But they last night they were down. Night before last they were down 6-1, 1-7-6, and then last night they win in 10.
They've just had
so they clinched last night.
They need to finish it off.
Yep.
They've had a great year.
They have secured the number 1 seed in the National League playoffs, and then Acuna is in the 40-70 Club by himself. No other player's ever done that.
How about that?
It is amazing, and
he's not.
You know,
he's just getting started good.
Yeah.
You know, well, if he can avoid injury, they don't tell him what he'll do.
Right.
Think about that a minute. 70 bases he stole, and I know some of them he stole third. Okay, but it's almost like he's hitting 60 extra doubles.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, because when he gets on first, he's going to second.
That's true.
Yeah. He's the first player, y'all. Again, I'm going to say it again. He's the first player in Major League Baseball history to hit at least 40 home runs and steal 70 bases.
Well, and
it happened last night, and a lot of folks aren't even talking about it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, you're mad. I get it.
No, let's give him his due, man. Good night.
Let's clap. You know what I'm going to do when he holds that base up? I'm going to give him this.
Yeah.
Boy, Ronald.
And they clinched the number 1 seed, too, so that's big.
Well, listen, it's been Major League Baseball's been around for 140,
a long time.
150 years, 147 years.
Yeah,
and we're doing something in the game that's never been done.
That's a big
goodness
pretty
gracious.
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah,
wow,
a lot of baseball.
Yeah, so now they just have to finish out. There's a lot of I know wild card slots that everybody's fighting for, and the poor old Cubs. And I had a touch of secondhand for Dansby last night because they were celebrating, and he had to run through the celebration to get back to the Cubs dugout.
You talking about his old home?
Yeah.
You know what he did? He immediately pulled up his bank account and looked at it.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, shredded lettuce on those fast food burgers and the fruit filling in a donut are awesome, but they don't count against the 5 servings of fruits and vegetables per day. Now, here to nag you about this because I don't always eat healthier either, but I will share that the Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, then eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I love it. Unlike others, each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and the immune system. You're going to feel better, you're going to have more energy, and you're going to notice your skin, hair, and nails will look healthier too. If you don't always eat right and exercise like you should, join me and take Field of Greens. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA for 15% off the first order, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Hey folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on that.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And let's see what we got here. As we roll on, yesterday something happened to me, and it's not a new discussion here on the show because we've talked about how awkward this is, and you know how I am with awkward situations. I have the last couple of days, ever since going down to Lenore Farms for a work day, just been suffering from just sinus congestion.
Me too.
And Reese was experiencing the same thing. Reese is really allergic to like grass and trees and all this, and when he's at work, he's off sometimes in the dust because he just finished his first year and passed his first year of apprenticeship, and now he's second year, but now still a second year guy, still the lowest one on totem pole. So you're still crawling through holes and going up in attics, and you're on ladders,
Dusty.
and you're digging trenches and all that. Well, he had been assigned to dig a trench, and a deep one, and so he was out in the dust and just ugh. So anyway, the day before yesterday, he said, "Let's get down. I'm going to the dock in the box." And I said, "Okay, man, head on that way." And he goes, "I know what I've got. I've just got this just sinus crud or whatever." They went and confirmed you don't have anything major. It's just you just got the crud, just sinus infection kind of thing, and let's just go ahead and give you a steroid shot, and that should really open you up. And within, you see, he went mid-afternoon when he got off work, maybe. By that night, he was like breathing.
Better.
He was, oh my goodness. Well, yesterday, about halfway through the afternoon, as we get older, I think we make sometimes better decisions than we did when we were younger. And a lot of times when I was younger, I would fight being sick or not feeling well instead of just going and getting some relief. And so yesterday I decided I had finished up, and Terry hadn't come home from work. Reese, I was just at the house by myself, so I'm like, I'm gonna check the schedule of some close Doc in the Box, Urgent Cares, and see if there's some availability. I'm just going to run and get a steroid shot, so I just feel better. And plus, I think River's coming over for the good part of the weekend, so I just wanted to make sure I was good. Didn't want to get little man sick or anything, and so went, and I'm totally fine. Just had some sinus congestion. She said, we'll open you up though with a steroid shot. And very nice lady. She said the nurse will be in here shortly to give you that steroid shot. So then you sit there, and
it's never as quick as you want.
No, it's never. And you start reading the posters, and
because you think you're done.
Yeah. And then you surf a little bit, on the internet. You check your email, and then you're like, okay, they'll be in here. And then you hear them coming outside the door, and you're like, okay, here they go. Put the phone down. They're going to the door next to you, and you're like, gosh almighty. So finally, I'm sitting there, and all you hear. And I was at home, I said, "Come in." I think she was just she was coming on in, but
right.
you didn't
I do that too.
Yeah, you didn't have to say "come in."
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that before.
Considering it's their bill.
Yeah, and she said, "Hey, I need to verify who you are." And I'm thinking to myself, "Y'all just walked out of here, but okay." Policy is give me your name and your birthday and all that. Okay, yeah, I do have a steroid shot here, and I'll be giving that to you in your upper butt cheek, just below your hip. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good. She said, so if you could just get that ready for me, that'd be good. So then you turn to the little patient bed thing that they got, sitting there, and so I, unbuckle my pants, and I'm like, okay, this is awkward for me, you're not sure, and so then you try to slide one hip down and be cool, and kind of sit there a little bit, and I can hear, and she's getting her like little rubber gloves on. You can hear, and I'm trying to small talk when all she wants to do is just give me a shot and get out of there.
Yeah. Listen, butt crack.
Well, at that point I had saved it. I was trying to give one cheek, but I had my shirt tucked out, so I was trying to hold my shirt up and everything. And about the time she's ready, I lose my grip on my pants.
No.
And they go straight to my ankles.
No.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm mooning her right now, And they got about to my knees.
Goes, that's a little much. I don't need that.
Right. And they got about to my knees, and I did the wide leg, trying to like catch them. So now I've got my legs wide,
up,
and
like you're hog-tied.
And she giggled a little bit, and she said, "It's okay." And I'm like, I was so uncomfortable. And so now I'm trying to go down with one arm and grab the side that doesn't need to be down.
Knowing him.
So now I'm bending.
If he'd left it alone.
I know. And now I'm bending over in front of her. Okay. And she's standing there waiting to give me a little steroid shot.
So she can't even give the shot.
No. And I'm trying to hold. I'm trying to pull my shirt in the front, and I've got it all, just all weird and stuff. And she finally gives me, and I got to give her this. A lot of times when you get a steroid shot, you can feel it going down your leg pretty good. Once you get the shot,
you were so preoccupied.
Yeah. But she was a good shot giver. You run across some that are better than others.
Nowadays it's unreal. Yeah. I don't even feel them.
Nuh-uh.
When I was a kid, I thought it was hard.
Yeah. So we get through it.
Has to do with us getting older too.
Could be.
We get through it, and
do you ever pull your pants back up?
Yeah. I probably didn't have to ask her if I could. She was done. She gave me a little slap on the booty. No, I'm kidding. But she did.
There you go.
There you go, big guy. And she left, and I just stood there, and I went, that was so awkward. and I'm thinking,
scrambling for your pants.
I'm thinking, did I make it more awkward,
or
is it just?
I know you.
Or is it just the situation is awkward?
You could have probably just kind of spread your legs and helped yourself, but you probably bent over. And
well,
pull it up.
Probably made a noise.
They got tickled himself.
Yeah. I did get tickled myself because I pictured y'all in there.
Oh yeah,
and
which would have been weird.
It would have been maybe over in the side chair, just sitting there. But I was just so taken back by how awkward it was.
Oh yeah.
But she started giggling a little bit because I'm thinking, how many? I didn't do how many of these do you give a day? I didn't do all that.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's just I lost the grip of my pants, and they went all the way down to my ankles.
She goes,
now I got
we're
wide.
Not doing all that.
I got wide leg, trying to hold them, and now I'm trying to pull down. So I'm bending over.
Now your whole butt's out.
Yeah, I'm like, that's it. Just there's my butt. There it is. I know you only need one cheek, but there's two.
There's pick your spot.
But I lost grip, and when I did, I felt them. It's almost like it was in slow motion.
You're like, oh, no, man.
Yeah. I don't know. I know, ladies, y'all might not go through, but yeah, y'all get steroid shots like that probably. Yeah, but us guys, it's just so. I try to do that. Yeah. But I tried to give her much, and I asked, "Is that enough?" Before they fail. Because
I would never ask, is that enough? That was your first mistake.
Well, because you can't leave your belt buckle and all that, and then just kind of pull down with your thumb. You got to give her a little more.
You do,
And so I did
the overthink.
I did the unbuckle and I did the half unzip, and I think what got me. Because I went down and I was like, okay, that's some skin there.
He thought too much, he ended up dropping his pants.
And then she cleaned. She even cleaned the spot with alcohol
before it dropped.
So yeah, because she got it dialed in where she wanted it.
That'll let you know right there they got all they needed.
Yeah, and then the rest of my zipper gave way.
Down they
went.
Hey, but
yeah, after she had already cleaned the area, I couldn't believe it.
She thought she was some sicko trying to get some kind of jolly out of it.
Anyway, I just wanted to tell y'all that it's nothing that nobody else has gone through. It's just awkward.
I haven't gone through that.
I haven't either.
And it was one of those things. I just rode home with the radio wasn't even on.
Yeah,
you ever done that?
Look, I could have handled that better.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, that didn't go as like I thought it would.
Yeah. So I'm walking out now. And she says, I think that's good. Let's sit here. How you feeling? Because, they always want to make sure you don't have any kind of reaction.
Have you ever faked it and fell out on the floor?
She didn't know. She, how you feeling? Everything good? Okay, we're staying here, and let's give it a little bit of time.
Longest 10 minutes of your life.
Yeah. And then I'm going to come back, make sure you're good to go. But I think you're good to go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
Once we got this pants thing.
So she comes back in, and she says, okay, do you still feel okay? Yeah. Okay, well, it's good. It's time to go. Well, when I walked out, the nurse's station, they all were looking at me and turning around grinning. And I'm thinking, she's been out here telling stories.
Probably has. What if when she
Because they have stories.
What if when she walked in there to tell you could leave, you had your pants down again?
I was walking like Tim Conway did. Oh, y'all don't care about me.
No, but I know you, and I guarantee you it snowballed into something that didn't have to.
Yeah. And I asked, I went home. And
I'm surprised he didn't ask him on his way out if they had talked about it.
I have to self-evaluate sometimes, and we all do it.
I know y'all talking about me. They're like, what?
And see, I didn't say that. She's like, one of the ladies that I hadn't even seen was grinning, going, I hope you feel better. I did have a conversation with Terry, though. Just, look, you can tell me. I'm like, honey, did I make this awkward? And she's like, well, I think when your zipper finished coming down and you lost your pants, it became awkward then.
Yeah,
But up to that point, I was okay.
Do you feel better?
Yes, like a different person.
So it's worth that humiliation.
Yeah. It did open me up.
I don't know if it's worth it for her.
Did it keep you up at all?
No, I slept like a baby. It was nice.
That's good.
And there was concern of that, but it was mid-afternoon, so she's like, you should be okay.
We say slept like a baby, like we slept.
But
know, most babies I know
they don't sleep good.
Every couple hours.
I've used that myself.
Reese slept real good. He slept all night.
Yeah, most babies I've met don't sleep that
I think
great.
maybe it's we see them sleeping, and when they're sleeping, they just look so comfortable.
Look so relaxed.
Maybe that's it.
I guess it is.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankism of Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotics assessment in Walmart today, now in the foot care aisle.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. I know that we hear from a lot of you, and we appreciate it that you start your day with us. And we don't take that lightly. We just get in here and have a good old time, and we appreciate it.
He mad about it.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our
cheek.
number. Yeah, it was just an awkward moment. And I know we all have awkward moments.
Did you leave the Band-Aid on
some
there?
Some of us deal with awkward moments better than others. I have a tough time with it.
You do.
I've told y'all about this. I can have secondhand on myself.
Oh yeah, me too.
And that's a tough one.
Not an awkward moment, but email etiquette. Brady needs advice from us.
Okay, come on with it,
He
Brady.
reached out. I don't think this is that big a deal, but I just thought,
He's in
you know
trouble
what?
if he's asking it from us.
He said, well, hey, guys, when y'all are sending emails, do you open with hey, hi, hello as a greeting, or do you just open with the person's name and omit the greeting altogether?
I say hey a lot.
Do you really?
Hey, ...
It depends on who I'm emailing. If it's
me too.
If it's a guest or something somebody I've never
You wanna
met,
sound official.
it's a publicist or whatever, I try to be a little bit more formal. But if it's somebody I've interacted with a bunch, I just respond.
You ever start with like dude, something like that?
Hey man,
I always include.
Hey, sorry to
What's
bother
up?
you. Hey, sorry to bother you.
I always include
Hey,
their
cop.
name, but I don't always include the greeting.
I'll sometimes try hey, especially with somebody I know.
Okay.
I'll also try to mimic how they approached me. Like if they put my name or whatever, then I'll sometimes respond the same way. But if they just send an email and hey, I know it's to me. You sent me an email. Then I'll just respond.
That's a good point.
Do y'all want a couple more? Do y'all need just a couple questions?
Yeah,
or y'all
sure.
got something
No,
else?
go ahead. Go ahead, Coach.
This is a strange question.
Okay.
This guy's wanting to know: do we currently own more shorts or pants?
Pants. It ain't even close.
Mine's shorts at the moment.
I probably own more shorts.
Now, I'm not talking about old.
You talking about gym shorts or
That's
like
what I
khaki
Just
was
talking
shorts?
about any kind of shorts. Shorts or pants?
Now I brought gym
shorts or
in.
pants.
If I brought gym shorts in, they're neck and neck.
Yeah.
They're about equal.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you got a free sample at the grocery store?
Mm.
Did they even do that
think
anymore?
what it was.
It was Costco, and it was about a month ago, and it was some teriyaki chicken.
Boy, it's been
I wish I had some of that right now.
She had some squares cut at the end of, and she was handing out toothpicks of chicken, and I grabbed one.
I got a question.
I was real hungry.
I can't remember the last time I did that. It's been a few years. But do you always partake in it if you see it?
No.
No.
Most of the time I don't actually.
I kind of do.
Do you?
You do?
Depending on what it is. But
that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Well, I mean, especially if they're cooking it, like sausage or something.
Right.
Well, the problem with
You
that.
ever ask them if you can have another one?
Well, see, that's the problem because I always want another one.
Yeah, they'll give you another.
Mm-hmm. Is it you or is it your brother, Greg, that has a tough time with like potluck dinners and stuff like that, where there's just a bunch of food on the table?
Well, I'm kind of that way.
You are. You don't like to. You can tell other people have been rummaging through it.
Yeah, the trough I call it.
Yeah. So
I mean, I'll do
you
it,
don't
but
like that, but
I'd rather
you'll
not.
do this.
Yeah, it's a little more organized.
Okay.
You talking about somebody just walks up with something and sets it down and takes the lid off of it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh?
Not big on it.
Have y'all ever taken the floor item at a store to get a discount?
Yes, I have. A television one time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what always comes to mind with me is the TV.
It's when me and Lisa first got married, our first TV.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Circuit City in Birmingham.
Speedy. By the way, that's not open anymore, I don't think.
No, it's not. Long gone.
I will go box if it's electronics, just because I want to make sure it hadn't been messed with. I don't know how many times it's been fooled with. There has been a couple of times I took the floor item, one lawnmower, because it was already put together, and I'm like, how much for that right there?
What about scratch and dent?
I've done that before. If it's like a piece of outdoor equipment and it's got a scratch on, I'm like, heck, I'm gonna scratch that with
machine
2
or a
days.
dryer. Who cares if it's got a scratch?
Right.
On it? Scratch and dent. Bring it on.
Do y'all know that I did something the other day that I've never done before at a big, huge home improvement store? I have a backpack blower when I mean business. So I'm doing yard work. I mean business. I have a small battery handheld blower for just like blowing off the back deck or the back porch or the front area. Well, the other day I went and I hit the power button and there was nothing there. I had my battery in. The battery said it was charged.
Oh, don't
I'm
you
like,
hate
well, this
that?
is where. So now you go. Like, was the
I got no
battery
fire.
Is the battery lying to me, or do I have a problem with the blower? So
I start with battery.
So I took the battery to the home improvement store, and when I walked in, I said, "Hey, I got this battery. I'm trying to figure out if it's good or not." And so she put like a little something on it. She said, "You're fine." So I went in there to the blower aisle. And I actually put the battery in one of their displays, and it just and I'm like, okay, so it's the blower.
It is. So you went ahead and helped yourself to one of theirs?
No, so I had to buy a new blower, but at least I had an extra battery with me that worked. But you know what's weird is that it's like overnight it just stopped. I'm like, how did this happen? I don't know.
Do you think you left it?
But I've never done anything like that. So if you were on that aisle, you could hear a blower going, and I was like, all right,
pretty
let's see
good
what we
idea. You
got.
got to test it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Good battery.
Yeah.
Really strange.
She told you it was good. You didn't buy it.
Really strange one here. How old were you when you learned how to boil water?
Oh, I don't even remember.
I have no idea. I've been boiling water my whole life.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a weird.
Probably the first time I needed a mouthpiece. And I boiled water with my mom.
Probably
that is a fact.
That may be it.
Little league.
That
football.
actually may be it.
Yeah.
You ever boil it too long, and when you bit into it, it just fell apart?
Yeah, real flimsy.
Mm-hmm. Ruined it.
Yeah. And you try to form it. You ever forget to dip it in the cold water and you burn your mouth. Oh yeah, it's not good.
But I will. That's got to be it because I can remember in Little League sitting there boiling the mouthpiece.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. I don't know why we would think that.
Trying to get it to where it doesn't float back up to the top. No, stay under there.
Stay under. And then looking at it start doing this.
Yeah, folding in. Got to get it out.
I never did get it perfect. Never.
I know.
You know, I got a feeling y'all are going to try to force this fact, bringing in a fact every day.
Yeah. Well, you've done 2 days in a row.
And that's going to be tough.
Well, that's okay.
That's the fact, Jack.
I don't want to do like, Greg got tired of doing that thing he always did.
You're talking about
I
sound
don't like
off.
anything that you have to do every day.
And now I know what you're talking about. When he said that a minute, I thought, well, those two things were things I heard and thought I don't want it to be forced.
Right? Yeah. Well, we won't do it. We'll just ask.
I say just every now and then bring one up.
Did you hear?
And don't let him give you a theme song either.
We won't force you to do it. Like, no, you have to do one. We'll just say, hey, well, you got one.
You'll just ask me.
What you got? You got anything? No, I don't. We played late. Okay.
We can.
So no pressure. I guess
the fact, it's not necessarily bringing a fact to the table. It's a story about a fact, because the Lars Ulrich with the tennis and Metallica.
What is funny,
that was really good.
What is funny is I was going to bring that up to you, and you brought it up before I did.
That is weird. That happened. Matter of fact, Hobie didn't. Him, being in the tennis world, he goes, I didn't even know that. That was a pretty cool fact.
About that.
Yeah. No idea.
I wonder if he knows about Roger Bannister.
Do you know that what I want to know when it comes to the Smartless podcast? The new iPhone ad for one of the it's Verizon or AT&T. 2 of the Smartless guys are in it, but Will's not.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, because Will does every other commercial on the planet.
I guess so. I'm like, why do they exclude Will?
Rick and Bubba.
In Ohio, the morning of May the 6th, authorities received a call around 9 reporting a burglary at the residence. When deputies arrived, the victim said the woman had entered the home from in the back door, sat on the couch, petted the dog, washed the dishes, then left.
Why didn't she just get a job like at a restaurant?
That was burglary.
Yeah.
I wrote,
you know what I would do right now to help
this dog sitter?
How about this? Yep, to help this woman out. We now say we're going to get you a job. We take the security video,
right,
and we show a restaurant. Look at this.
Look at this.
Or we go to
look at her getting after
our dog sitting place. Say, well, look at there.
She broke in.
The dogs love her. By the way, if your dog is there for security, this is not a good sign.
No. Of course, deputies said that once they located the woman, she appeared to be under the influence of narcotics, and other homes around the neighborhood reported someone trying to knock on doors and get in the house. So she wasn't only trying to clean that house, she was trying to get in some other ones.
I know you have dishes dirty in there. I know.
Well, you know what else? See, because drug addicts will wander around like this.
Yeah.
And they said they traced back that she'd bought the drugs from a 900-pound man.
Right. That's good. Shocking, isn't it?
I was thinking this since he's a cocaine dealer. You think he's like Jabba the Hutt? He sits there. And you come before him.
He's definitely not.
That's kind of how Dale the Whale was.
I understand you were cocaine.
And
can you even understand him now? Yeah. You have to have a decoder.
I don't know where I got that voice, but it seems to work. It seems to work.
Guys, the woman said she had been awake for 2 days.
Okay.
Hadn't slept.
Well,
meth to you.
But I mean, look, she should certainly. We need to take care of her drug problem, but she was being productive.
At least she was getting some things done.
She was being productive. Other things.
She had a big heart towards animals.
Yeah. Well, yes, and undoubtedly has no tolerance whatsoever for dirty dishes.
No, will not have them. Right? Don't want them. Don't want to be near them.
Don't want to be near them.
Won't have it.
That's the only downer about cooking at home a lot. All these dishes, they're everywhere. Always having to get dishes together. And I like a good home cooked meal and love having
cleanups.
It's almost like the dishes are birthing other dishes.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Because think about how many little things you pulled out to prepare the dinner.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden you look back, I forgot about that. And I got that over there. And this, that, and the other.
All right, so straight up, if you're at the house and somebody knocks on the back door.
Okay.
I want to wash your dishes.
I'll let them in.
Let them in?
Yes.
I will.
You would.
And then after the dishes are put up in the dishwasher and we press start, I'm calling somebody.
Yeah. Maybe have them on the way as she's finishing up.
Hello, 911. Hello, 911. It's just not like, let's not get too fast. Could you have an officer come here and say 15 minutes, 20 minutes, somewhere in there? Sir, what's going on? This woman's washing dishes, but right now I got to tell you something. She is extremely efficient. Probably not good, though. She's wandering around, and once she gets into the dishwasher and presses start, I need her to go.
She's been awake for 2 days.
Right.
2 days. Weighs about 90 pounds, it looks like.
Well, and she's probably got serious problems, but she is being. I know a lot of druggies that are not very productive. At least she's getting something done.
Right. You got to look to the positive, Rick.
Also, this Alyssa Milano story.
Oh, boy. How you going to talk about that?
No, I'm not going to say anything, off color. It's just Alyssa Milano is really, who would have thought that the crazy Hollywood left wouldn't think things through? Alyssa Milano is coming out telling the world, screaming that women should have the right to do whatever they want to do if they find themselves with child, and none of these rights should be limited. And then she says to make sure that no woman gets in this situation, the best thing to do is not to be intimate with anybody. Well, there's a concept. So what?
I'll show you.
I'll
abstinence.
Yeah, isn't she making the case for all the people she makes fun of?
Well, I think in her mind she thinks that it's a boycott of type of sorts to get their way on this issue, but really what she's doing is making the broader point to being responsible to begin with.
She's also she probably won't have as many male friends going forward.
Right.
Because she's,
her husband's got to be a little perturbed at this. What do you think?
Does she have one?
I think she's married.
Does she have a husband?
Yeah, I thought she was married. She may not be. I may have took a step out there. I thought she was married.
I didn't know she had a husband. Now, that doesn't mean she doesn't. Maybe she does. But this is this to me is just like the emotional left always. It's not thought through very well.
No.
And I heard, and I can't take credit for this, I actually heard one of our colleagues yesterday doing this story, and he took a different angle on it, which I thought was fantastic. He said, how many of you right now that are happily married, how happy are you right now? He said, how would you like to be out there in the world dealing with these kind of women right now?
No.
He said, these women are crazy, and you got to go out there and try to find somebody to date through all the loons that are out there right now. I mean, we need to be so thankful that we're not out there in that game. I wouldn't want anything to do with that. There's some weird strangos out there right now. So she is married?
She is married. It's her second marriage. The first one lasted a little under 2 years, and now she's been married since 2009, according to Wikipedia.
I got news for her. If she wants to hang on to this one, this protest is going to be problematic.
Mm-hmm. Well, he probably agrees with her, so... why should he be punished?
Y'all don't really think she's doing what she says,
No,
right?
of course she's not. But you know what she said? No. She's saying if you are not intimate with people, you won't get pregnant.
Oh, there's a thought. I've kind of heard that talked about before.
Yeah. How about that?
Wow.
Well, isn't that a concept? And so she's
used to teach it in school.
Right. I got news for her.
Yeah.
I got news for her, though. This one. This is like trying to get the gay people. 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? A brand new hour. We sure are thankful that you are here and ready to roll with us today. We got a lot to unpack, as you can imagine. 24 hours, a lot can happen. Here's our national anthem. Get it started. 7.5 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour starting right now. Let's go, fellas. Thank you for being with us as we come to you from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. 30 years. We'll celebrate our birthday, Lord willing, in January that we've been at it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. They've given you the kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, live and or archived. Eddie Van Adler takes one of those platforms, YouTube, and gives you the YouTube experience, live, archived, a best of hour that you can watch on Blaze TV. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, also there's TV stations across the country carry that as well. We'll do a brand new version of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That's another Rick and Bubba option every week, a unique 45-minute podcast. You can get it wherever you get podcasts. We'll tell you a little bit about our guests coming up this weekend. You can also watch that on Pluto TV when it releases over the weekend, so make a note of that. All these things can be found at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Bury me in Georgia. Let me rest in peace. There we go. Where you want to be buried? Bury me in Georgia. Come on. There it is. Bury me in Georgia.
That's a catchy little tune, isn't it?
It is. Those kind of songs are funny to me.
Yeah, I love it.
I love it. I ain't saying I'm ready to go yet, but when I go, bury me in Georgia.
It's an old toe tapper if you're out there on the highway.
There. So that's a little something. Yeah, I'll throw a little bit of that in there from time to time. You think you know what pitch I'm going to throw, and I catch you looking.
Well, that's the key.
You know what that was, don't you? Hey!
You could throw 200. Eventually, somebody will catch up with you.
Sure. So we have a lot to unpack. I mentioned Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, and an interesting conversation. It's something we talked about a lot on the program. We're going to interview author Vince Everett Ellison. His latest book, and he's written a lot of books about the tactics of the modern-day Democratic Party. This one's called Crime Incorporated, how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. We talk about that a lot on the program. But he has taken the time to document it in great detail in this book that releases on my birthday, by the way, October the 3rd. And so we'll talk to him about that. And I look forward to hearing, because, he's done a lot of the homework that, frankly, I'm just not willing to do. Yeah. But the stories that we do here, we've made this assumption that, we're living in a time now where the central government has become so powerful that if a certain political party or a political candidate or someone holding a political position doesn't like you and they think you're a problem, they'll use these government agencies just like the mafia and the gangsters.
Yeah, weaponize them.
Yeah, and weaponize them and use them against you. So we'll talk about that. And he's written some pretty controversial books before, about how they they've kind of restructured their image on some things, but they're still the people they've always been.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that. That'll be an interesting conversation. So look for that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Now,
a lot of topics out there we're going to cover today, Rick. We have a national EAS test coming up, the Emergency Alert System, October the 4th.
Do we?
And I got some emails. Some people are worried about this. I'm going to share that with you. We got to break that down a little bit. The old EBS system, they call it EAS now.
Right. Yeah.
I had a kind of a strange drive-through encounter yesterday. I'll tell you about. It was
I
fun.
heard y'all talking about that. Yeah.
And the dress code in the Senate has been reinstated.
Wow.
Led by a Democrat, Joe Manchin. We'll talk about that too. What does that mean? What does that mean for Fetterman? Is he going to have to put his coat and tie on, or just stay in his office?
I don't know. It also is going to hurt whoever sells hoodies in that area.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. I don't know if anybody saw the GOP debate last night.
Did not.
Trump is declaring, "Hey, the race is over. Let's move on to beating Joe Biden."
So,
and he may have a point.
Did Trump participate in this?
No.
Yeah,
he just he put his own issues out.
Okay. So he hasn't participated in either one of them. Then.
No, he said going and speaking to union workers was much more important than to be in a debate that he's already won.
and most of the people,
you look at the numbers, he's actually right.
He's right. I mean, you can't argue it.
Well, the people who were polled after it still said he won. When they asked who won the debate, they said Trump won.
Trump obviously won.
So,
well,
and there was some good points. They claimed, let's see, what was it? They said DeSantis looked presidential. They said that I forgot how they used different words for Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy and all that. But do you remember what they did?
I think they said Nikki was not quite where she was in the first one. Ramaswamy, they said, wasn't as much of a bip. Now, I'm putting that in our language. That Tim Scott actually showed up, and that Vice President Pence, some of his one-liners kind of fell quiet.
Yeah, they said
didn't have a whole lot.
On a few of them.
And I think everybody else just needs to drop out, they said.
Okay. There you go.
And I think Chris Christie will have it. He had one little line about Trump, because they despise each other.
Oh, Christie needs to drop out.
I'd like to
save grace as much as he can.
I'm going to play the role of the real Greg Burgess here, and I don't know why I would do this, but Bubba made me aware that Nikki Haley's campaign apparently has decided to go with the slogan "Pick Nikki."
Yes.
Good night.
I'm trying to hip it up a little bit.
I think I'd count.
I'd be a little more formal.
That sounds like a decision they're asking men to make at a gentleman's club.
Right.
So I just
$40.
I don't think that's a great slogan.
No.
Yeah. I mean.
Probably not.
It doesn't conjure up presidential.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and
prestige.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Formal.
Right. Sounds like something maybe Fetterman would have come up with.
There you go.
But anyway, so
Big Fetter.
We'll be back. So we'll jump into that. We'll get your phone calls today and all that kind of stuff.
Fetterman's there for 6 years, guys.
6 years. Wow.
6 years.
Wow.
Thank you, Pennsylvania.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
Chick-fil-A, this ain't gonna happen.
No, not even close, Rick.
No, that's.
We heard a video. We watched a video this morning together, the Good Time Gang, of someone actually explaining themselves on this, and it was very bizarre.
Wasn't it though?
It was very AOC-like.
If she was real, that's
very AOC-like.
Do you think it's maybe a bit?
I don't know.
Well, you can't tell
really
anymore
good.
because we have people out there like AOC.
Yeah, she's faking. She's really good. I mean, if she's making the story up, she's a heck of an actress.
So thankful, so very thankful.
Yeah.
That I'm a happily married man with a fantastic, God-fearing woman.
Amen to that.
I pity all y'all that are out there with these crazy people, man. Well, Wheel of Meat hasn't spun. That's out there today, tomorrow, and Friday, so could happen at any time. Pay attention for that. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for that live on YouTube at noon Central Time, and then out archived a few hours later on all our social media platforms, podcasts, and including the YouTube channel. So that's going on. That's stuff that could happen today. We'll see. Big stories out there we have to unwind. We'll look back on some things that happened yesterday. And Bubba, like I say with you, I saw you back in your hometown, back in our county, watching a little baseball.
That's right. Watching a little Jacksonville State baseball last night.
Hanging out with Helmsy Daddy.
I know. Got to see the Mac Daddy there for a minute.
Mac Daddy's there. Had a seat just like he liked it.
Got the best seat in the house.
There he is.
He does.
And I saw you and your son Hunter and Cocky at one point, the mascot.
Yeah.
Fear the Beak and all that.
You know, that, which is funny you mentioned that, because I was just looking at an online post, and I had a picture. We had a picture made with Cocky, which is pretty normal.
Yeah.
And
that's the Jacksonville State mascot, by the way.
Yeah, it said, I said, how about some JSU baseball, go Cox? And then, you get the normal replies and loves, fear the beak, hashtag stay cocky. And then I have one that says, hey, Bubba, don't you know that that's the new signal for white power? Now, I'm doing the Gamecock chop here with the thing in my right hand, you see.
Yep.
And Rick, I had to reply, surely adults can clearly see I have my arm around a giant chicken.
Right, that's what
I just don't know. I just don't know what else you can do with that. You see the Gamecock is Cocky's doing the same thing, and I'm doing it back to him. Y'all,
I'd like to ask, can we document
words and symbols? I tell you, people live in fear. I'm gonna tell you, I live in no fear of words and symbols. I just don't do it.
Let me
just ain't gonna be a part of that game, guys. I'm not in that game.
If Bubba's making a hand gesture while posing with, like you said, a giant chicken,
right?
That's different than a guy that has a swastika on his forehead making some kind of hand signal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's look for intent.
You got to have context and intent and everything.
Let's look at the whole picture.
Because there's only so many things you can do with one hand and 5 fingers, right?
And I'm like, y'all, I never knew this was. But when did this become a white?
Well, that was my question. I was trying to get in. Can we document that anybody's ever used that as white power?
It's also been. I've been told it's an Illuminati sign.
But I'm talking about, can we document, is there a picture somewhere, like you just described?
I don't know.
A guy with a swastika on his forehead.
I'm sure they
and
have.
a rebel flag or something, and he's holding that up.
Maybe.
I'm not saying, I've never seen it. Is this one of those things where somebody
I'm
told
not
us
surrendering that to some evil group who has hate on their heart.
Yeah.
I'm not in that. I'm not playing that game. Again, 5 fingers, 1 hand. There's only so many symbols you can make. Now, I can't do the language, the alphabet for the deaf. So I don't know how many you can do with 1 hand, but there's a limit what you can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm just not going to give that one up.
When you used to say like, okay,
OT.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah. So that's what.
You can't do that now. What if you're at a basketball game and you're doing that? That probably means a 3.
We've had people accused of it. Now, the other day, where was it at? We had a story, and there was a reporter down there, and a fan behind him. What game was that at? And a fan was doing that, and it looked to me like they were
Cubs
games.
He's banned for Cubs games.
They banned
forward,
them. I thought it looked like he was circle dodging.
That's what I thought he was
behind
doing too.
But they said it was a white power sign. I didn't even know that.
When did this become a white power sign? When did this happen? I mean, what I'm saying is, this one of those things that.
It is 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for being with us today. Help it. You had to give him a smile. It's good to get high and never come down. It's good to be king of your own little town. All right, so as we come back, things you need to know tonight. If you are catching this on September the 28th, a couple of man churches tonight. We got one in Northside Baptist Church tonight. Jasper, Alabama, Andy Blanks. That's an opportunity for you to hear from one of our speakers and teachers and plug in to one of our curriculum. And then the same thing in Winfield, Alabama tonight. The Home of Mule Day, Tony Cooper. Winfield First Baptist Church tonight. So there's 2 man churches going on this evening. Tickets to the man church conferences next year, 2 locations, Birmingham and Starkville.
Went on sale yesterday. Huge response. And you can go to themanchurch.com. You'll see the logo there. Click on that and get your tickets. You certainly don't want to be left next year saying, hey, we'd like to go, and then there'll be no tickets available. So now, Bubba, a couple things we need to cover. I did bring Greg's peanuts to him today, so everybody stop asking me about that. It's good. I got his peanuts.
A few handfuls.
Yeah, and I came home.
You better, or I'll eat the whole bag, and that's not good.
Well, you know how we are now. We talked about this. You have to know your own deficits. If I don't sit everything I'm going to take to work in a certain spot, it's left at home. Yep. So I noticed Sherry had moved your peanuts to where all my other stuff was, so that's why I didn't forget them today. Yep. So Greg did get his peanuts.
On the bag?
Yeah, Don Day, Greg's got his
peanuts.
Thank
you, Don. Those are really good.
Attaboy, Don.
Yeah,
I can tell you
really
when
good.
I can tell you when he had them. By gosh,
See, my peanuts bother Speedy for some reason.
I know.
No,
he hates them.
No,
Don, don't take it personal. But he did say something bad about you.
There's no moderation. He's in it, and he's going to go to the bottom of the bag.
Oh yeah,
I feel bad for Bubba because he just like a few, but boy, he looks and just waits to see if Greg will ever give up. I mean, it's hard to get in there.
I'm like the hyena after the lion has eaten. I'm just there to get a few scraps.
Bubba, you go ahead and finish it off.
All right, so Bubba, you said there's some panic out there about this upcoming EAS test.
Who's panicking?
Yeah,
who's scared?
Said this is from Julia Page. She says, please read and talk about on the show. Bubba, conspiracy theorists are saying on October the 4th, when FEMA and the FCC does a test on all the cell phones, that it's going to emit a signal that will cause those who took the jab to go crazy.
Oh, my God.
Of course, I say that this is a bogus conspiracy theory, and it stems from people's mistrust of the government, but conspiracy theorists are adding fuel to the fire. And as I said, this comes from Julie Page. Julie, I feel fairly confident that on October the 4th, we're not going to turn the country into zombies with an EAS test.
Rick, I'm going to wish you happy birthday on the 3rd, your birthday. And then I got the jab, so I guess I'll be going insane the next day.
Greg, I think you'll be one of those people, if they even do it, we won't know the difference.
Now,
what's the big deal?
They change Greg again.
Yeah. you do need to be aware that this test is going to happen because sometime during that day they're going to literally test the system from the White House, and it's going to transmit and interrupt every TV signal, every radio signal, every cell phone. All of them's going to go off at one time, and it would be a test like if the White House had to let us know we're under attack. Now, this doesn't mean that we're under attack. They're anticipating one, but they test it like every year. Or every couple of years, and it's time to test it again, and that's a good thing. They do need to test it.
But, this is another example of the times we're living in. The things that we know, it's not enough to concern us.
Right.
We have to go to a place that really we shouldn't be concerned and spend time there while ignoring some things that we legitimately should be concerned about.
Right.
And even involving, the pandemic and, some of the underhanded stuff that went on, some of the misinformation, some of the power plays, some of the lies and deceptions, and those are legitimate things to look into and be concerned about. But I'm going to go with Bubba here. I'm going to say that I don't think anybody should spend any time being concerned that on October 4th that we're going to flip a switch and everybody who took the vaccine will turn into zombies. That I wouldn't be concerned about.
Yeah, I think we're safe from that.
But there.
Look, it may scare you when it goes off. It did before. We had a lot of people panic because they obviously didn't know that a test was coming. And, these EAS, it replaced the old EBS system that can be activated locally by a broadcast outlet or statewide or even nationally. And when we tested it a few years ago, I think it was the first time we'd ever tried the national test. So it's good to test that and be sure, they'll find problems and things that didn't work and need to be fixed. But that's a good system to have in case of an emergency.
You also have to look at what gain would the government have. Right now, the government, there's a lot of us that cannot believe that our southern border is standing wide open, but there's not a thing we can do to make them shut it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk,
you don't have to turn me into a zombie.
Walking in,
Here I am saying I wish our southern border was closed, and a lot of people agree with me, and the government just looks at me and says, "That's too bad." So I don't have to be turned into a zombie to not get my border the way I want it, right? The government has quite a bit of power. I don't know what they gain by turning a lot of us into zombies.
They really need us to hang around and pay tax because they're way behind.
Right. Yeah. So I wouldn't be concerned about that. Now, the fact they want to give you a flu shot and a new COVID shot at the same time, you might just want from your health standpoint, kind of be leery of that. But, and
it's good to ask questions.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
No, probably don't want to take booster number 11. And you probably don't want to do that. But
we've got vaccine 2.0 coming, Rick. Don't forget that.
Sure we do. Well, they're claiming that they've updated it now, and then still keep claiming something's coming. I'm confused on that. If it's already been a new one, if it's already been updated, then what else are we waiting on? Because I just heard a commercial running on one of our stations that it's been updated and you're good. Go get it and the flu shot at the same time.
Yeah, that's what.
Is that 2.0?
Travis Kelce's telling us.
Yeah, I think that's
commercial
2.0.
We also have, I believe, President Obama in his video encouraging people to go get the shot.
Well, go right ahead. Knock yourself out, Big O.
Standing there with Fauci.
Hey, y'all knock yourself out. Go, Big O.
What I researched is that looks new. It could be old, but it looks new to me the way it hit yesterday.
Well, I'll say this about Obama. If he tells me that the sea levels are going to overwhelm us while buying his house and building it on the very place it's supposed to be underwater, I don't really trust what he's telling me that he really believes in.
Yeah, I think he kind of lost credibility on that one.
Lost a lot of credibility there.
I think his focus was this latest vaccine is designed for kids.
Yeah, great. Yeah,
you mean the one group that was the least affected by COVID?
Right.
Yeah.
That's smart, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't
It
that
seems
smart?
strange that's the group we want to vaccinate.
Yeah. Some of this just use your minds, guys, before they fill it full of spike protein.
Sure.
Before your body's riddled with tiny blood clots.
You talk about funny things, and I assume she's okay, but you saw the clip of the lady who was the comedian talking about getting all the vaccines and the boosters and the shingle shot and how she wanted to go and do this and go to Mexico and do that, and as she walks across stage, she passes out.
Yeah.
You got to admit that sure. I know she didn't mean for it to be funny, but that was funny.
Yeah. Now look, you tell me the bubonic plague is back, and everybody who gets it's going to die. You can talk me into trying something.
Yeah.
But if I've got if that 1% chance of having a problem just versus experimental drugs.
Look, everybody needs to make their own decision based on their doctors and their opinion and what they're dealing with personally.
You want to take
there
shot?
She goes down, Rick.
Heather
McDonald.
Yeah. If you want
like a tree.
Just don't make me take a shot against my will. And if you want to wear a mask, just don't make me wear a mask.
And if you want to be a vegan, be a vegan. Leave my steak alone.
All that, yeah, man. You do you and I'll do me. How about that?
That's a great arrangement, Rick.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And circle dodge a lot too, guys.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it didn't happen and there's not a picture like this. I just would like to see it because I'm wondering, is it been deemed a white power sign by people who say it's a white power sign, but it never really has been? Because you don't think we're not living in those times.
Rick,
somebody creates that it's a power sign.
I'm sure. Somebody has used it somewhere, sometime.
So. Maybe so.
But I'm not in that game. I'm not into symbols and words that are going to destroy my life today. Just ain't going to play that game.
Well, here's the point. Here's the world that I want us to return to. Hey, Bubba, I see you're doing something that some people say is the white power sign. Yeah, but that's not what I'm doing. It's also the fear the beat sign. I've got a giant chicken next to me at a college baseball game. So probably, likely, since I've got my arm around the mascot, that is the signal for the mascot.
Right. Yeah. If you see the mascot is doing it on one side, I am doing it back to
the We have shirts and hats that have it on.
It is very likely. It's very likely that what you're seeing is tied to Jacksonville State, since that's where I am and that's what I'm doing. That's likely the reason.
Adler, put it back up. One more. Just put it back up for just a second. That's a giant chicken standing next to me.
There he is.
Okay. Granted, it has a jersey on.
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk to me about the fact that I kind of yearned for the way Cocky looked when we were there.
Look,
you talking about when he had football pants?
I kind of miss that Cocky.
Cocky always evolves, Rick.
Yeah,
he does.
Nice gloves Cocky's got on that. I'd like to have some of those.
Rick, I'm going to be forced to go to the hand signal that everybody knows what it means in pictures if we keep acting like this.
Right.
That's Eric Gregg's hand signal. And he means exactly what he said.
Right. Is there a hand signal for blow it out?
15 minutes past.
Yeah.
What do y'all think that means?
Come on.
There's no discussion on this one. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick. Glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Well, we have an update on the story we've already brought you. Here we go.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, it is historic. It officially passed last night. It has been quite a journey, and buddy, it was on the BBC, New York Times, Washington Post. Reporters even standing in the state of Alabama. Of course, one reporter for CBS, not knowing that our governor is a female, looked into the camera and says, now it goes to the governor, and we'll see if he signs it. I'm like, well, bless her heart, she didn't do her background work. Governor of Alabama currently is a woman.
Yeah, and doesn't have a gender bender name, so obviously didn't know her name.
Yeah, not many men named Kay so far. But anyway, so here's what happened. It went through the House, and now the question was, would it go through the Alabama Senate with no amendments, meaning it will go now to the governor clean, and this is the most powerful abortion bill in the history of our country, and this is designed, and it has been intended from the beginning, to find its way to the Supreme Court, where we as a country will ask the question that we had to correct in the past dealing with our bigotry and racism, when we at one time in our history declared that African-American people were non-persons. We had to correct that because it was immoral and it was wicked and it was evil. And now the people who have put together this bill says it's time for our country again, based on all the things that we now know through science, through sonograms and ultrasounds, that we know that when this child attaches to the uterine wall, that it is life. And so now this is going to go before the Supreme Court. If the governor signs it, it'll find its way to the Supreme Court, and then we as a country will once again decide on whether this is a person or not. And right now the bill has no exemptions. It will, other than the life of the mother, and this will, because that's still life versus life, a life decision. And what the folks of Alabama and the rest of the country needs to pray about is that the governor will sign it, because then we'll, now I must, Bubba, I've been talking about this, and because you've been seeing some things, and we certainly want God's will to be done. We certainly, no matter how it goes, where we stood on this, we'll answer for, no matter what governments do. But I'm getting, first of all, we need to make sure the governor of Alabama knows that this is what the people want. That her office needs to hear from us loud and clear. And I have confidence that she will sign it. But nothing is done till it's done. But when I look at the Supreme Court right now, I got to tell you something. I know we all fought hard for Kavanaugh, but I don't know if he's trying to be liked by the left right now. But some of his rulings lately, he's gone with the left.
And you can't count on Roberts either. He'll go AWOL on you on a biggie.
But we can't. That's another day. Today we need to concentrate on this bill being signed by the governor of Alabama. That's the next step. Everything else, and it was quite a little.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us on another day, another hour, and your phone calls will be part of it today. We'll get to those a couple times throughout the day. I do want to point you, and if you got them on right now, you're hearing the show on those Raycon earbuds, baby. Look, take premium audio with you wherever you go. The fall is here. I love fall. I heard Speedy talking about even where we live in the deep south where it stays hot all the way through September, we're still getting less humidity. And when the sun is a little less in the late afternoon and in the early mornings, it feels good right now. So anyway, Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look and feel and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to. They feature noise isolation and awareness mode. Hey, I just want to get in my own world right here. I'm listening to something, or I need to be aware of what's going on around me. You can do either one. It's totally up to you. The optimized gel tips is one of my favorite things about them because
I have weird shaped ears or something. I have a hard time getting earbuds to fit, but these fit very comfortably, and they also they don't budge. So if you're doing a little better, moving around, they won't fall out. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and boy, are they durable. We've had some great stories about that. 78,000 5-star reviews right now, and they give you the 30-day happiness guarantee. That means you got to be happy with your Raycons, and if you're not, they'll replace them and refund your money. 20% off site-wide right now, plus free shipping if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 20% off site-wide and take those Raycon earbuds and join the rest of the Rick and Bubba family and start bragging on them. All right, so you mentioned it as we started the hour. It looks like Fetterman, he had his glorious run in his hoodies and his short pants, sweat shorts, which always look fantastic. And it looks like that Joe Manchin said, I'm sorry, I still have an ounce of class in me.
Joe Manchin for the Democrats, Mitt Romney for the Republicans joined together to start this. It requires a member abide by a dress code when on the Senate floor. The new written rules include a coat, tie, and slacks for men. The resolution does not detail dress code for women members. Showing, again, they're scared to tell them what they're going to do.
Absolutely.
Senator Schumer said in his remarks Wednesday that an official dress code was the right path forward.
Okay.
He said, even though we've never had an official dress code, the events over the past week have made us all feel as though formalizing one is the right path forward.
You know what Chuck Schumer's saying, and I can't believe this. I'm about to say I agree with Chuck Schumer.
I don't have much.
Maybe the first time in my entire life I've said that. What he's saying is, didn't know we'd have to have an official dress code, thought this was just logical and common sense.
Thought it was a given.
Well, what's appropriate dress when serving the country in the Senate? Now, Fetterman made a comment, but we could not understand it, so we don't know. We don't know what he said.
He just shrugged his
shoulders.
shoulders.
Yeah, he just kind of did this. Like Bubba said,
put a meme out.
Yeah, but you realize that even Manchin and, which is not as surprising as Schumer, they're all saying, we just kind of thought this was understood. Do you need to be told this?
You know, this is one of those things that I've always thought dress codes were a little silly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like why do Major League Baseball coaches wear uniforms?
That is odd. That is odd.
And so I think that's something that probably should have changed along the way. Coach Abbott, by the way, hardly wore a uniform. He didn't like that.
Right.
And so he was he was different on that front. But I almost wish we would have. Now, listen, I think politics are ridiculous and politicians are ridiculous, and that side frustrates me, and I stay out of it. But I think we're missing an opportunity here to let Fetterman be the reason we change this, and then we embrace it. Nobody in the room likes to wear a tie.
No.
Nobody.
No.
I mean, I don't look at somebody. I respect Manchin, but I don't look at somebody by the way they're dressed and think classy or not. Okay.
All right, now let's go to a funeral. And I'm up there officiating the funeral, and I've got a hoodie on and sweatshorts.
Let me finish.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
let me finish.
Right. You probably would think differently of me.
The marketing side of me is coming out.
Okay, yeah.
What if we saw Palmer in there with a Rick and Bubba hoodie?
Well, there you go. Okay, now
okay.
I see where you're going.
And I think we could benefit from this.
Yeah.
Because
I just pictured that, by the way,
Yeah.
and that's a hilarious visual.
And so
Gary Palmer with a Rick and Bubba hoodie on, please picture.
Yes. And
Golly,
so
that's funny.
That's where I'm going with this.
Right.
And I get that you can stack two people beside each other in the way they're dressed and in the way we react to the way people look and go, he's classier than him because of the way he's dressed. Get that.
Yeah.
And I understand the respect of funerals and stuff like that. We've talked about that. Yeah. But I'm thinking bigger picture here. Yeah. I mean, look, these guys wore wigs at one point when they went into these situations, and we changed that.
Yeah. If you want to talk about why do we care that politicians would even attempt to be classy, since it's really impossible for them to be classy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get you.
That's
there.
kind of where I'm going.
I
with
hear
it.
you. I do.
Yeah, but
I
if you don't go with a suit, you can't wear what he wears.
Well, and that's what I was going to say.
Unless it has a Rick and Bubba logo.
Business casual is probably
What
the
about
best
tennis
way to land,
casual?
but a hoodie and gym shorts like you're walking into Planet
I'm a
Fitness
big
is
old
a little different.
goofy slob anyway.
Fetterman made me look like I dressed up every day.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I mean, and you got to go a long way to do
That's
that.
hard to do.
Look,
I would like to see us lose the tie part of it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, the coat and whatever would be fine.
I got a joke on why they wear it. I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, no. I know that one, by the way. I know that
He's
one.
not going to be able to do it, y'all.
All right, so
Talking about weight.
He's
Yeah.
about to die to tell
he
us
wants
right
to
now.
say it so
Yeah.
bad. Quick,
right now.
show him where his peanuts are. Oh my goodness. So, but the that was Greg when I said peanuts. But when you know what I think about all that, and I agree with the funny part of these are politicians. Let's just use it for marketing. That's all funny, but there are some common sense things we have. But let me tell you, when you really have to assess yourself, and this has happened. When you have dressed so inappropriately that people think what you have on isn't appropriate for Walmart.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
Sure.
Boy, you've really,
Yeah.
you really have to examine yourself when you've offended people at Walmart. You know it when you think, I tell you what, that's inappropriate at Walmart.
When it goes to
Because I've
bigger-
seen things in Walmart that
Barefooted people that are just amazing.
I can't even.
Well, it goes to a bigger point. These people that are doing this, and our president is one. I mean, he's not dressing. He doesn't even know what he's wearing.
No.
But that's the point. Our mind's not right. But we're electing these people. These people are running our country. They're changing laws, and we're just allowing it.
Right. What we're doing now is we're just saying these people are repulsive, whether they have a suit on or a sweatsuit.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Fetterman's going to do. And again, I don't know.
Well, again, I'm not
familiar,
capable
of dressing
Rick, I'm not
appropriately?
familiar with a medical disease or issue. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody help me out. Where you can go, you can do your job, but you can't come out of wearing shorts, cut off sweatpants, and a hoodie.
Right.
That you can't wear more clothes, different clothes.
No. Well, and the thing that worries me about that.
Please look on our
Oh,
screen
my
right
God.
now.
The thing, there you go.
There you go. Why not?
The thing that worries me about that, Bubba, honestly, and we already have the situation with Biden, and I don't know what some of the medical difficulties that Fetterman has. They're clearly there, but sometimes a more casual wear is not because the person is trying to be hip to the groove and connect with people and not come across as stuffy. It's because this type of clothing, because of their challenges, is an easier task for them. They have to dress that kind of clothes because it's easy to get on. You don't have fasteners. You don't have buttons. You don't have, you know what I mean? I think there's some of that there with him, which should concern us.
But if you're at that stage, should you be on the
That's
Senate
my point.
floor
That's what I'm
voting
saying.
and spending billions of dollars?
Exactly.
Yeah. I think he said something. I think it's the first time I've ever agreed with him. He called
Fetterman?
he called out China for buying up farmland in the U.S., especially around military bases. But then he went off on a tangent about pandas. And China's taking their pandas back. They've been on lease
from the Washington
different zoos are having to send their pandas
Ching
back.
Ching's got to go back.
And this is him. Now look at everybody how dressed they are. He is in a hoodie.
He's wearing. It looks like he's got the hoodie I'm wearing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think
I'm sorry, it's ridiculous.
I think he's dressed that way, like I say, because of necessity.
Yeah. See, and to
And
my
so
point
he should
goes
not be
on.
serving.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
And let me say, I hope many of our colleagues agree the Chinese government and other U.S. adversaries should own zero agricultural land in our country. I believe that. I mean, they're taking back our pandas. You know, we should take back all of their farmland.
Okay, I see.
Has he got his own teleprompter?
He has shown that before of what he has to deal with.
He has to have.
Welcome the dude from
Bubba,
the Big Lebowski.
he has to
That's
wear.
what it looks like.
He has to wear.
Well, I thought he had to have it to
What do you mean he has
understand
to?
what people. Does he have to have it to talk to?
Probably so.
Yes.
Yeah.
It shows him
But
what
he
he's saying.
has to wear a
too.
sweatsuit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's transcribing all the audio all around him all the time.
Yeah.
So if he says something, it writes it down. If other people say something.
Okay. Wow.
There's a lot of reasons he don't need to be sitting there.
Thank you, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
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 Yeah. That's all we can say is wow.
Well, that's it. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Battle yesterday because, and it wasn't a battle that there was going to be an abortion bill passed. The Republicans rule in Alabama, Senate, and the House. However, there were some Republicans that wanted to add some amendments that would have killed the bill for it to do what it is intended to do, and that is to take on the question of personhood. And they fought and they went back and forth, and finally, on the final vote, it passed 25 votes in favor, 6 against. So now it goes to the governor. So there's the update. And so all of you that have been following this, because this affects the whole country, it doesn't just affect Alabama.
And Rick, too, here's the thing. So many times in politics, and you see this with a lot going on now, there's people with hidden agendas, and they're trying to do this, trying to do that. One thing I like about this, it's been very open.
Yeah.
Everybody's been very clear about what we're trying to do, why we're trying to do it. And, the Dred Scott case was historic. It was a miscarriage of justice. It went on for a while. Some people would even have said it's settled law. But we went back and changed it because it was wrong. It was evil, and it was wrong, and it had to be corrected. And the same thing with Roe v. Wade. We must correct that. It was a bad decision. It was misplaced, and it is not settled. It is bad law. It needs to be changed. Now, when they do away with that, the states will have the option then to go back and to set up guidelines and regulate this process, which is where I think it should have been all along anyway. Then we can debate what these amendments were going to be and all that. But we've got to get it out of the federal jurisdiction back to the states. Obviously, that's where it needs to be covered.
Right. Scripture is clear, and now science is clear. And that's the thing. Like I had some, and some of the debating. Can we not have a level-headed discussion about this? This is not, like I said, it's not the time to browbeat people, like myself, that at one time felt different about this. I actually was able to look at the facts that were presented to me biblically and scientifically, and I realized that my view on this in the past was wrong. So that's all this is everybody say, look, don't ever take something and lock it up, throw it away, and go, well, I'll never. Look, I got news for you. It's okay for you to, at some point in your life, see something one way, and then as you get older, wiser,
hopefully wiser,
and spiritually, you make a change in your life, and you go, you know what? I was on the wrong side of this, and I'm going to correct that before I'm dead or before the Lord returns. I would fall into that category, and just because you once felt one way, that doesn't mean you don't have credibility to be part of trying to do it right this time. And certainly we want to have compassion for those that may have made decisions that maybe they look back on and say, I didn't have all the information, I didn't fully understand it. But this thing of we don't need to be human beings on something so delicate to be behaving the way some of you are behaving on both sides. Mm-hmm. This is about us trying to be humane and for us to not be barbaric, because here was the problem. We started out in Roe v. Wade with the intentions of saying that people were saying the woman should have a right to terminate a pregnancy. Well, then look where we've landed. Look at the things we now had a Virginia governor talking about what we're doing with the baby that we were trying to abort late term, but mistakenly was born. And then now we went from thinking that life did not start till birth. Now we're saying we don't even know if it starts at birth.
Rick, I think what he said.
So we just got carried away with it.
And paraphrasing is, we'll keep the baby comfortable till we decide what to do with it.
Right. That was exact words.
Yeah, we cannot, as a country, look at ourselves in a mirror and allow that to go on.
I don't know if you've heard the doctor, Find It, who's talking to one of our committees about even second-term abortions, what that really means. And what really takes place, the Planned Parenthood videos, which, goodness, talk about the Dred Scott ruling. Look at the woman that started Planned Parenthood. Look at what her agenda was. Right. It was bigotry. And we keep using words like women's health to try to not talk about. If we're going to make a decision one way or the other, again, let's talk about what's really happening. And if you're a person that says, I think that a person has the right to kill another person that they don't want to deal with, then you be on that side. And then if you're somebody that says, I don't think anyone has the right to deny a person life, we were taking, with Dred Scott, talking about people who are already alive and saying we're going to deny them rights.
Right.
Now we're saying not only are we going to take certain people and deny them rights, we're going to not deny them life at all. And so that's what we're discussing. And just like, some guy already today, well, I'll tell you one thing, all you about, y'all need a woman's body. Hey, sir, with all due respect, and I'm not trying to be mean, this is not a woman's body. We've already crossed that bridge.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Your phone calls coming up shortly. So, we were talking in the break. The ongoing saga of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce continues. It now looks like that Taylor Swift is committed to come to the Meadowlands. Is that correct?
Yeah,
She's
coming to the Chiefs-Jets game this weekend. That's what the report
at MetLife Stadium.
That'll be over early morning.
So that's the going on process we have now. We have to if the Chiefs are playing. Now, if you're a Chief, just on the team, are you digging this extra publicity? Or are you like, well, can we just have our game and not have to get a Taylor Swift update with Travis?
Did you see the clip?
Does it annoy you? Or are you like, hey, let's all have some fun with this?
Did you see the clip I was telling you about in the break where I saw it somewhere yesterday? I guess it's Mahomes that's mic'd up, and he's standing next to Kelce in warm-ups, and he goes, "Did she come? Is she here?" Mm-hmm. And then Kelce turns around and shows where she's sitting.
Right.
And he's looking. He's like, "Wow." And then you hear other people coming up, like some of the trainers and the water boys and people
right, yeah.
And they go, "Is she here? Is she here?" I mean, the whole conversation is about that over on the sideline. And then we saw the reporter ask Mahomes about it after the game.
Yeah, that was funny. So it looks like MetLife. It looks like she's going to be there. But you said something that, of course, this bunch on the View, they're so pleasant anyway, and such a wonderful experience being around them and listening to them. There's nothing annoying about them at all. Have they ever just sat down on the View and said, "Today we all feel great. We're joyful. We're not going to monologue today. We're not angry about anything. We're not ill." But
Sarah Haynes was critical. I understand yesterday I was reading the story of Taylor for doing this, and said she is only doing this to publicize her very overpriced or expensive tickets.
Yeah, she's not having trouble selling.
Yeah, I started to say that the concerts are sold out already. She doesn't need to promote that.
That's a stupid statement.
That's somebody that has no concept of the free market or probably hates it. But I would correct that on both of your points. Not only does Taylor Swift not need Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce does not need Taylor Swift.
No.
Yeah. But if you picked one, he probably benefits more than she does. Mm-hmm. But both of them have
maybe for endorsements and stuff like that. You're right.
Yeah, both of them have pretty strong platforms, and they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
With or without each other. Now, I don't pretend to understand, whether this is true love, and honestly don't care. But I will say this: that kind of talk. That they need each other in order to be, if they want to be a power couple, that's fine. But Taylor Swift's ticket prices were long established before this Travis Kelce story even started.
Right.
And they were all they got.
And they were established on supply and demand because every single time that they flip the on switch, they sell out.
Yep.
Yeah. That there's no need for Travis Kelce to help that out.
No.
Yeah, I would say her argument lacks evidence.
Right. And but you have to wonder, because now, I mean, here we are. We're now getting news stories, and there's people assigned to, is Taylor Swift coming to the next Chiefs game? Right. So it's and of course New York's not a party at all. That won't be a nightmare situation. There's nothing going on there.
Yeah.
And the Jets might even be happy that she's coming to the game, so everybody can quit talking about.
Aaron Rodgers talked about that on Pat McAfee's show. He said, "Now, if she does come to MetLife, we need more Jets fans there. Let's not be cheering for the Chiefs at MetLife because y'all know Taylor's there."
Well, I'm looking at a picture of a Chiefs fan now holding up a sign that says, "I'm a Swiftie."
No.
And it looks like a guy that you work with down at the plant. You know what I mean? But
that's great.
So it is funny to watch that. But back to the Jets, I wish, and I guess this is how we all rub off on each other, I wish I had never known about the Jets. I wish I had never watched Hard Knocks, Because guys,
you invested in it, didn't you?
Guys.
Wow.
The coach and the team, they were so excited.
I know.
Oh, they couldn't believe it.
Their expectations were through the roof. The comments of how different it is to have a future Hall of Fame quarterback and MVP, and watching how he throws and how the offense just moves, and how he's a coach on the field, and he's going to help coach up, Zach, is it Wilson's? That's his name?
Mm-hmm.
And help us with our other quarterbacks. And this period of time, I know won't be long, but it'll be beneficial.
Yep.
And then it is taken away from them in 3 plays. I mean, it just
wow.
They didn't even get to enjoy it.
You talk about not, and the defense is
Didn't get a first down yet.
as all of you have said and said it correctly. The defense that everybody was so excited about, and how the Aaron Rodgers offense will take the pressure off them. Now they're going on the field 3 and out after 3 and out. Now they look mediocre.
They look defeated
because they're all worn out. It just affected everything, and it just
Rick, the amount of hype before the accident,
goodness,
the injury versus the way it looks now, and it is a long season. It's just they jumped off an emotional cliff.
They did.
Yeah, I mean a running jump.
Yeah.
They'd worked their way up the mountain. Even with the pregame, we were talking about it. We got caught up in it watching it. I didn't see the
Guys,
the
it was
Hard
on
Knocks.
9/11.
Yeah.
Oh,
don't
all
forget
of
that.
all of the fireworks,
the field
all
with
of the
the flag.
specials, all of the hypes. He's the last one out with the flag.
Forgot about that.
And 3 plays or 4, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Later,
One
he's
of the
out.
most emotional sports starts that we've seen in a while. The country could rally around this particular moment.
Yeah. All the hype. It was a perfect night.
Do you realize
for them?
You realize how much you realize how much you have to do to make me even care about the Jets?
Please look at that scene.
I know.
I had no idea. Right there, he thought he had a whole season ahead of him.
Yeah. He did mention the Jets defense. I mean, they did hold the Patriots to 15 points. You would think they could outscore that, and he was pretty critical of the offense, saying that the defense is. I mean, they're trying.
They are.
They're
but
trying.
Boy,
to
they got a
hold
lot of pressure
together.
on them now. You would think in this situation, and it upsets me a little bit, that Taylor Swift would have actually dated Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you know what I mean? Go out with somebody that needs some. I mean, the Jets need this pick me up. The Chiefs don't need this.
No, they coming off a Super Bowl.
Go date somebody on the Jets. Give them something. God love them.
Have you heard Travis Kelce talking about the fact how he was trying to meet her and she wouldn't meet with him because she does not talk to people before or after the concert?
Yeah, we did that
to
story.
save her
Yeah,
voice.
we did that story because he was.
I saw him on the podcast talking about he'd made a friendship bracelet for her.
Right.
And was trying to give it to her.
Talked about that.
But
yeah.
said it had his phone numbers on it.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Yeah, and he was talking about how all that was defeated.
Yeah.
But I just don't know. I guess, I don't know why I care about the disappointment of the Jets, but it was just such a build-up.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just like
Rick, I hate you didn't hear John McEnroe talking about it because he had given a great speech
He was so excited
about how snake-bitten the Jets were,
yeah.
and this was a new day.
He did the interview and
new
everything.
hope. Yeah, Rick, I mean, he went, and then when it happened,
Well, I
and
think he mojo.
and you hear him and his response to it, like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is not real.
He was almost as angry as a call that he thought was definitely
That's
out.
right.
Yes. Chalk flew up.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls coming up next hour. Bubba has a drive-thru experience he's going to share with us. We'll break down the stories of the day. If you're wanting to see Bruce Springsteen on his latest tour, not good news for you. And Greg, I didn't realize that Bad Company, Paul Rogers, has secretly been struggling.
I didn't know it, Rick. You're talking one of the greatest singers ever?
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It has its own DNA. It is not part of the woman's body. It's not like the other organs in her body.
It's not like a gallbladder or an appendix. Or something.
And all I'm saying to you, sir, respectfully, is let's come off all that, and now let's talk about everything factually. And then if factually you think that the person who's carrying the other person has more rights than the person who's being carried, then you can certainly make that argument. But let's not get off on all this other silly stuff and slogans and all these signs and all this. Let's sit down and have a level-headed, humane decision on whether this was a mistake, like the mistakes
honest and upfront.
The mistakes that we've made in the past. That's all this is about. But there's a governor in Alabama that has to sign this for it to go to the next place. and we need to be praying about that, and she needs to be hearing from those of us that want it to go to the next place, because she now has the pen, and she has to sign it for it to go to the next place. The rest of it's done.
Rick, I remember, too, growing up, when we, were learning history, and we learned about World War II, and we looked at Nazi Germany and what they were doing, and we knew there was some idea, but we had no idea till we actually got in there at the end of World War II to the degree of what the Nazis were trying to do to the Jews. And when you see those concentration camps, and you see those stacks of bones, and you see those skulls, and you see those mass graves and the clothes and the metal they pulled from fillings and wedding rings, and it sends chills over your body that anybody who is a human could do that to somebody else on that level. And it's just mind-blowing. And you look at that in a historical context to what we're doing in the United States today, and there's no comparison. When you play the numbers game, we're so much worse than the Nazis were. I don't know how we can live with ourselves.
Well, and what we can say now with the images that we've seen, the doctors and what they've described, the scientists and what they have found, the things that we can clearly see on images, you don't even have to have a biblical worldview. The decisions that we make going forward, we can no longer say that we were not informed. Just like what you talked about. We couldn't say anymore we didn't know what was going on at these camps. Once you know, then you're held to a higher standard.
Rick and Bubba. Go to the Supreme Court and pass. You cannot have an equal protections clause applied if you put exemptions and say that some unborn children don't deserve it because of the circumstances in which they were conceived.
Right.
And I think if this is really if they really go by the law and what we know, as you've stated with our scientific technology, this is a slam dunk. If the Supreme Court decides to not reverse this, it's because of personal bias and not because of the law.
Yeah.
And I'm just grateful that this is pushed to this point, which was started by Project Veritas when they did the video on Planned Parenthood, and then with the governor from Virginia.
And I would say Cuomo, too. Cuomo didn't help any either.
The celebration in New York, was not, because now you've left people who are making tough decisions as human beings, and now they're partying about it like it's no big deal. And I think that turned a lot of people's stomachs, rightfully so. But you're 100% right, JD, and Bubba mentioned that too. I think the problem we may face down the road, but again, we got to get the governor to sign it today. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's handle that first. But Bubba and I were talking in his office before the show. The concern you get when you get now before judges is that they don't go by the letter of the law. They just bring their bias in there and judge on their bias. And I hope that doesn't happen. Christie in Alabama. Christie, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Christie.
I am a Christian. I am so happy this is passing. The one thing I'm on the wall about is I had a news flash yesterday about an 11-year-old little girl who was raped several times by a 26-year-old man, and I believe it was Ohio. How is this going to affect someone like that?
Well, first of all, is she pregnant?
Yes, she's pregnant.
Well,
yes.
When you look at this, and it will. Bubba mentioned one thing. Those kind of discussions will actually happen state by state after the ruling is up or down on personhood. So those things will be discussed. But I will tell you this. I realize when you hear that, and rightfully so, you think of things that are just horrible,
horrendous.
Yeah. However, we know when we look through our history that there are human beings that were the result of evil acts by other people. And that certainly doesn't make somebody a father just because they're able to impregnate somebody. And there have been incredible men whose wives have had this happen to them, and they raised that child as their own because the person, as the caller prior to you said, had no say on how they became a person. And that person was raised, either raised by that family or given up to be adopted by another family. And those human beings, one of them, especially you saying you're a Christian, went on to become one of our most powerful evangelists, James Robinson. Mm-hmm. He was the result of his mother being raped, and his father and mother raised him up as their own. That doesn't mean it wasn't traumatic. It doesn't mean it wasn't difficult, and it doesn't mean that all women and men can do that. But the adoption option is always available. I mean, as difficult as it is, this is a conversation about personhood only right now.
Yeah.
And these other things can be discussed state by state after.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, from the No Name Studio, Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Welcome in. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Phone calls will start the hour. The real Greg Burgess has got them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little family we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Catch that wherever you get podcasts. And tickets on sale to next year's Man Church conferences. Got two this year. We had one last year. They're on sale now at themanchurch.com. Just click right there on the logo and go get yours to either Starkville or Birmingham, or some of you I know are planning on coming to both. But grab them. They're moving fast after yesterday. Nick's in Alabama. Speaking of Alabama, hey, Nick. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you this hour?
I'm good. How are y'all?
We're great.
Good,
We're great.
Yeah, I wanted to go back on that Hard Knocks thing. I watched every episode myself, unfortunately, and this season had me fully convinced that the Jets' offense and defense was going to be so stellar. I drafted Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, and the defense, and I am in last place in my league.
Oh, fantasy football disaster.
Who's your backup quarterback you drafted?
I hope it wasn't Zach.
Brock Purdy. I'm all right a little bit.
That's helping.
Yeah, that is helping.
Who is that?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy for the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay. Is he doing pretty well?
Yeah.
He's playing okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one of my sons plays fantasy football, and he had something the other day that he was like, "Oh, this is unbelievable! I can't believe my kicker may win this week for me."
Yeah, well, Rick, you gotta take injuries into account in fantasy football.
That must have been the Lions. Do you have the Lions kicker?
I don't know. I just like to say it looks like homework to me, so I'm not interested.
Or the Dolphins did score 70.
Okay, well that's true. Let's go to Baker out of Kentucky. Hey, Baker, go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so we had a severe thunderstorm right at midnight last night. Phone went off, so I got up, closed the garage doors, and moving around.
Sure.
And suddenly it dawns on me that I need to say thank you to the owner of the Sweet Van Ride for what was going on in my head the whole time I'm walking around at midnight.
Really?
That's game. I win. Never given birth to your very large son. That's game. I win. So thank you. Thank you for putting that song in my head at midnight.
It's catchy.
You did an earworm.
You know, the people are singing it.
The people are singing it. They're loving it. Matter of fact, Corey in Tennessee has something he's going to say about it. Hey, Corey, welcome.
Welcome back, guys. A long-time listener. Been listening since I rode in the car with my mama as a kid.
Yep.
I enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I'm 36 now.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I was calling to request it this morning.
Oh, Adler to sing the song again?
Yeah, I want to hear it. I want to hear it, man. It got my morning going good.
Okay.
Well,
It's a catchy little tune.
It's snappy.
It's on all of our social media.
Yeah, if you go out there.
So next hour.
Yeah, you can find it. It's there. You can listen to it as many times as you want to. Over and over and over again. And yes, it will be on the Best Of CD. Nobody panic.
Oh,
everybody, whoa.
Nobody
Whoa.
panic.
That is kind. That is kind.
Andrew.
He had the Colts kicker. It just hit me. He has Matt Gay. You know he does.
Probably.
Yes.
Okay.
That's funny.
Andrew, Fort Payne, Alabama. Andrew, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Do you guys think the UAW will get what they're asking? Their demands will be met?
Let's see. 46% raise in pay over 4 years. 32-hour work week. Those were the two big ones I saw. I don't know all the other details. Juan, what do you think?
Well, he just hung up. I guess he just wanted to know.
Okay.
It's all according to how much leverage you have. I mean, what do you do if you're the automakers? If you don't meet their demands, will they all walk? I mean, what will you do?
And if you do, what is the price of a new car going to cost?
That's right. You're in a bind there. That's a tough one.
That's definitely a tough one. Bubba, good news. Travis King's back on U.S. soil. I know you've been following that story. Travis King. Anonymous out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Go right ahead, Anonymous. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. So I have a problem.
Okay.
I have a coworker, and I just don't like her. Okay. I mean, I really don't.
Right.
I don't. And I need your advice because she keeps asking me, are we okay? Are we okay? And I'm like, yeah, we're fine, because I don't want to tell her I don't like her.
Understood.
And it's to the point when I walk down the hall and I see her coming, I have to dodge into another classroom.
Right.
And now the other classroom thinks I like him because I'm in there. And I'm like, no, I'm just trying to run over him. So part of me wants to know what Greg would say.
No, you don't.
The other part says, I know. The other part says I need Speedy. And I'm sorry, but Rick, you and Bubba are a wild card.
I know, we are.
Can I ask a question? Why do you not like
Thank you,
her?
Bubba.
This is important. We have to know this. We have to know.
Yeah, and you can be vague.
Well, she's one of these like me people.
Yeah,
Look at what I did. Look at what I did. You know, like we're sitting in a meeting and we're talking about an idea, and she goes, "Oh yeah. I said that weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. You know, it's fine. Whatever." And I'm just like one of those, you know, low key people. I don't care. I have a year and a half till I can retire, and I'm done.
So.
And
well, if you've only got if you've only got a year and a half, so are you saying you're really what you're describing here is what Brian Regan called a me monster?
Yeah,
me, my, a me monster. Me monsters are tough. You know, if only you were one of the first people to ever walk on the moon.
Yeah, you could upstage.
You could really upstage them. Well,
Gosh.
Bubba, I don't know. This may sound odd coming from me, and maybe it's my age. Can't you just kind of say, hey, we're good, and move on for the next till you're retired? I mean, do you see any? I don't see any need for a confrontation or take the bull by the horns.
Can you do
avoid
that though? Can you go for another year and a half, just kind of letting it slide?
Can I? I got a question.
I
know she didn't want. She didn't ask for my
and
opinion, but I do have a question. Were y'all ever in a good place? Like, was there ever a friendship?
No.
Okay.
No,
then never mind. Then I won't go where I was going.
Does she think you're friends?
No.
Does she think you're friends?
She wants to be my friend.
I got you. Okay.
And I just don't. I don't want to.
Understood.
You know.
Speedy had a question. Yeah, Speedy.
Well, it sounds like to me that you're a nice person, so it's given her the impression that you do like her, and that's probably why she talks to you a lot, which is a good attribute for you, that you have that type of personality. Mm-hmm. I think I would approach it like, I'm not going to allow her to dictate how my day's going. You got to get in your mindset and go, I'm going to have a good day. I'm going to make it through whatever we talk about, get to retirement, but I can't let her impact me so much that she controls my attitude for the whole day. I've got to be, I got to be just, I just got to move on.
Yeah.
I just got to move on and stay focused on, and then try to maybe, find things about her that you can like a little bit and focus on that or something,
I tried.
Because if you say something, but I will say this: if you let it go on and then you blow up, then you're going to look like the mean one. And so
I honestly think you're to a point where you're gonna, if you want to be happy within your day, you're gonna have to address it.
Yeah,
I really do.
You may just have to sit down with her and say, look, you keep asking me if I'm all right, I'm not, and this is why.
Yeah.
Love you, but this drives me crazy.
And here's the thing, Bubba's right. Here it's not. It may not, but here's the deal. If it doesn't go well, then you both get what you want.
Right. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about her anymore.
You don't want to.
I wouldn't dodge it. I really wouldn't.
Yeah.
I just have an adult conversation with her and move on.
Because the question isn't are we friends? The question is are we good?
Yeah.
Now, if she asks you if you're friends or you want to do something, then I think you do have to take the bull by the horns. But if she says are we good, that's such a broad statement.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really upset with you. I'm not mad at you. I'm not out to get you. I just don't really want to spend a lot of time with you. Yeah. So now, if you,
I can tell you're aggravated. This is
sure.
really.
It sounds like to me though you're giving off sometimes the vibe that that it is bothering you, that's why she's asking.
Yeah.
True.
Because she's sensing, hey, she's not. She's getting irritated with me. Are we good?
Yeah.
And then
you wish she could use that same power to sense why you might not be good.
Now I am getting text messages from other ladies saying, no, you need to be straight up with her. Tell her you don't like her. Yeah. But I don't know.
Which really, if Greg,
you can gently do that.
Yeah. If Greg wasn't screening phone calls, that's what he would be telling you. But you're welcome to email Greg. But good luck with that. But I'm like the guys. I mean, she already can sense, and if you want to just say the reason why you keep asking me if we're good is because this about, I just don't really particularly like this. She doesn't seem like the kind of person that's going to receive that very well.
Well, but here's another thing, guys. She's not going to change if she don't know.
You're right.
She's not.
Right.
And you got a year and a half left. And I wouldn't want to. Speedy makes to me the best point. Why would you want to go in there every day regretting? Or not regretting, but just not enjoying your job.
Yeah, and you might want to email, the somewhat conservative person that rotates on The View. Ask them how they got through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
or find another coworker that feels the same way. Go, hey, you got to help me out. Don't you leave me stranded.
Right.
If you see her going into me stuff, you better come save me.
Right.
And not walk past us, Greg. Leave me right.
What do y'all think about the famous, I'm waiting till you do it in such a grotesque way, I'm going to address it right after you said it something.
Maybe so.
Now, see, that right there is what bothers me about you.
Maybe that.
Wait on one of those.
Yeah, it's not going to go well.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
The decision is made. But I just want you to see both sides of it. And I know it's difficult, and I'm not saying it's not. And I know it would be difficult for anybody to have to make that decision, but I do want you to know there has been precedent on that particular situation as well. Let's go to Daniel out of Alabama. Daniel, welcome to the program. How are you?
Doing great. How are you doing this morning?
We're great. Fantastic.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the lady just called in, was talking about, in case of a rape, what would happen in that situation. And, my wife and I, we have an abortion ministry. We stand out in front of the abortion clinic in Montgomery, and it's abortion day every Friday, and they kill anywhere from 15 to 40 babies a week in Montgomery. And we stand out there on abortion day. The women start lining up at about 5 o'clock in the morning. And, there's kind of a running, it's not really a joke, but it's something that we say that, there's two businesses that we see on a regular basis where you can't even get in the parking lot, that it's just the lines stretch around the block and down the street, and that's Chick-fil-A and the abortion clinic.
Well, the thing you got to think about is the sensitivity of the whole thing. The sad part is that we as the church have done such a poor job that there are women that get themselves in this situation, and then they're not really thinking about it yet in a way that you would think about it if you had been redeemed by Jesus. The government ultimately is not going to be able to stop everybody from doing evil things or everybody doing uninformed things. The church should never depend on the government to do their job. However, when you're given a voice like we've been given right now, we all will be held accountable for getting to a situation where something could be done to eradicate most of it. And Bubba and I have talked about that before. In politics, there's give and take. But, boy, the number of lives could be saved with any of this finishing up is incredible. But don't miss, there's a lot of young women that are lining up outside the door of that because somewhere along the way somebody was given life-changing words in the gospel of Jesus Christ, and either these people rejected it or they never really have heard about it. And that part can't be neglected in all this. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we say goodbye to comedy legend Tim Conway.
Well, I have a ban on announcing people who have passed, so thank you for handling that. But
as I told you, I thought he had already passed away back when Don Knotts died.
No, I thought he was still alive. This is one of the few, actually.
What a comedy genius. How funny was Tim Conway?
Well, Bubba, I know.
I mean, not just make you smile. I mean, tears rolling down your face funny.
I'm looking at all the. We missed Doris Day dying at 97 because we wanted to be sure we had all that right. But she just passed away as well. Celebrity deaths, if you knew the program, very dicey for our show.
Yeah, we got a weird relationship.
We either say our people are dead before they are, or we keep remind you about their death years after they pass.
Right.
So
I'm not too sure we shouldn't have a big board in here.
You know what? I think that. You know what? You laugh, but that would actually be helpful. So, but I will say, Bubba, you
we
and
call
I
it death at a glance.
Yeah. Let's see who's not with us anymore.
God's grace and mercy on the two of us and the things we've been allowed to be part of. The fact that you and I can put on our resume and the things we got to do, that we were in an animated series with Tim Conway and Don Knotts. We have to take that and put that pretty high on the list.
Rick, I'm going to tell you, when that was first brought up, Max Lucado, we have the utmost respect for him.
Yep.
But, they're saying, we want you to do this. It's animated. You're going to be cockroaches. That's not exactly the role everybody looks to play.
No.
And to me, I remember them saying, and by the way, the other characters in there are going to be voiced by Don Knotts and Tim Conway. And I said, I am in. That was the end of the discussion for me.
Yeah.
When you say those two, the Apple Dumpling Gang, my gosh. But Tim Conway, to me, will always be on, late night variety TV.
Yeah.
The Carol Burnett show. Rick, he had some scenes on there. Now, The Dentist I think is one of my favorite.
We have that ready to go.
It's one of the all-time favorite in comedy. But he also had several. What was the skit he did with the family? What did they call that? When
Mama's Family.
Mama's Family.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He did one about a circus and an elephant.
Oh, yeah.
And he knew he had them, he would not let them up. And
22 minutes past the hour. Well, Anonymous has really stirred everybody up.
Oh, boy.
How do you deal with an annoying coworker that keeps asking you, are we good, when really you're not, and they do annoy you? Greg, she said she really kind of wanted to hear what you had to say about it, but you were screening phone calls just then. Did you hear that conversation at all?
I just tell them, get the hell away from me. And there we go. Pretty simple. And there it is. I'll do it, y'all.
Well,
hey, trust me.
Do you think being a me monster was the only thing that annoyed her about her coworker? I bet there was other things.
No, because some me monsters, they're so likable you can almost forgive the me monsters. You almost have to be a me monster and be a me monster in an annoying way.
I'm entertained by me monsters.
Yeah,
that's entertaining to see how they can come up with stuff.
I love when Brian Regan. The line that you don't think about the things people say so commonly, and the great comedians always point that stuff out. He goes, I love the first line when you tell your story, and the me monster goes, that ain't nothing. He goes, oh, okay, sorry for my nothing story.
I mean, to take your time up, but that's so true. That ain't nothing. Oh, well.
I didn't mean to bore everybody with my nothing story. So Priscilla would like to weigh in. Priscilla, what do you think about the advice that was given? Greg's didn't take very long, but everybody else kind of unpacked it.
Well, my mother always taught us as children to kill your enemies with kindness.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the one that's trying to be so nice really doesn't like the girl that's annoyed by her and is killing her with kindness to bother her.
That's good.
Well, yeah,
That's
because
good.
because when you should try to be kind to people if there's any way possible, and then sometimes people will put you in a corner where that becomes almost impossible. But the kindness that's going on is probably giving a false sense of hey, we're good, and now she's saying are we good? Are we good? Because for her to care whether she's good with this person, she must somehow think there was a connection or some sort of relationship. Because does anybody care if you're good with people that you don't even care about?
No.
Yeah, we don't have really the full picture.
Right.
We don't. It's dimly lit at this point.
Right. Yeah. Now I will say this person who tried to remain anonymous threw out some facts. And probably has a pretty distinctive voice.
Yeah, probably is not as anonymous as I thought.
So what I'm thinking is it's possible the phone call has done the trick.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that may have been the reason for the call.
Yeah, you know what? It could be. It could be. So anyway, I hope that was helpful in some way, shape, or form.
Joey is out of Valley. Joey wants to talk about Bubba's your topic you've been following, Bubba, Travis King's release. Aha, Travis King.
Aha, Travis King.
Joey, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
How are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
Hey, listen, I just got this from one of my sources, all right? So about a week ago, the People's Republic of China closed on a property in the Midwest. And there was a plane seen landing there yesterday, and out stepped Travis King. And then shortly thereafter, 6 panda bears got on the plane and were out.
It's a prisoner swap. That's fine.
Yeah, so y'all need to do some digging in on that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. Thanks, Joey. So anyway, but Haha's back. Is Aha? Is he going to be okay being back?
Well, I think he's probably going to have to, face some AWOL charges.
Wasn't he
there.
being sent back to be tried for assault charge anyway?
Yeah. He had a lot of legal problems.
Hello, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Birmingham. It actually says Birmingham and Huntsville all together on your phone. But
You
go
never
ahead.
know.
You never know which one you're from. You're on the show. Go right ahead.
Yes, I just want to comment about the lady that called in about the school issue. Her voice just doesn't line up with the age of retirement.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, sometimes people will sound, I don't know if you've ever, we interviewed the person who does the voice for Bart Simpson.
Yeah.
And we're surprised at her
Went
age.
to Bart, huh?
Yeah, she was a lot older than I thought she was. Yeah.
Speedy sounds.
Not always that, but do you have any advice for the situation? What do you think's going on here, sir?
I don't know. I think Greg probably gave pretty sound advice.
Yeah,
There you go.
Can I
Good
just, sir? Can I tell you about the rest of your life? Be very careful with adopting that mantra that Greg gives pretty sound advice.
Yeah.
I mean that's be careful where you go with
And
that.
you might want to clean it up from how he said
Well, I
it.
guarantee you this: she wasn't hear from her the next day.
No, you're right about
She
that.
made it
Greg.
clear.
But let me tell you, mission accomplished.
But you may get called into the principal's office.
You're the old Spanish archer.
To Flat Rock, Alabama.
The old Spanish archer.
You can ask her where she goes to church. That might shut her up. She
There
probably
you
doesn't
go.
have an answer. Hey, where you go to
Now
church?
you're assuming that.
Yeah.
Flat Rock. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, that was you, not me.
Flat Rock, Alabama. Go ahead.
Roll the window.
Okay, never mind. Brian in Memphis, Tennessee. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about the UAW auto strike.
Sure.
I'm part of that industry, not on the strike side, but I work for a company that supplies the dealerships and the independent repair centers and governments and fleets. So, for instance, there's a lot of stuff right now we can't get, and it's something as simple as oil filters for your vehicle.
Yeah.
In the OE brands that we carry, the original equipment brands.
Yeah.
So, and also today, that $8 oil filter is going to turn into a $15 oil filter after this strike.
Yeah, Bubba made that point,
and
and we tried to make that point yesterday. Anytime cost of doing business goes up, it's passed on to the consumer every time.
Yeah, and the $100,000 SUV is going to be $115,000, like you said, and the other thing is these domestic or what we don't call the big three in the United States, all they're doing is driving consumers to the foreign brands like Honda, Toyota, Kia, Hyundai, because they're pricing themselves out of the market.
Right, and that was one thing that concerned me too. You're exactly right. The American car maker has done a really masterful job of overcoming what had been going on for the longest. And I was one of those too. I wouldn't buy an American-made car because I didn't think they were as good as the foreign cars. But we kind of overcame we kind of overcame that.
Yeah, I thought we caught up
and caught up and got great automobiles. And to your point, Brian, could this take us back in the opposite direction again, where people go, well, look, the American car's too expensive. I'm going to go over here and
well, the American car goes up, and then the guy who has to deliver groceries goes, wow, to replace the vehicle I had is now more, then he has to go up. And, it just does a chain reaction down the line. And then all of a sudden, the guys who got the raise, it really didn't help them out.
I know.
But all of us have lost money because of it.
You talking about the law of diminishing return?
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I love that show because they did it live, and even though they did rehearsals, a lot of times they got to ad-libbing. And let me tell you, nobody was better than this guy right here.
I'm telling you.
I think Harvey, if I'm not mistaken, Harvey Korman said he wet his pants in this thing from laughing so hard.
There's so many legendary Tim Conway moments, and of course we were kids, and we went to see the Disney movies that he and Don Knotts did together, Apple Dumpling Gang, and all that. That was
I could
also,
do without the little short golfer, but yeah.
I'm the same way. I told Speedy the same thing. I never found that to be funny. Yeah, but
what about when he did the old man? That ran. He was like the guy at the restaurant.
Bubba, look,
let's hear that. Give us the audio.
Look, right here.
The Skype there, Rick.
Their audio is running that Adler's got. This is Bubba and I's cockroaches with Tim Conway.
We're trying to get everything ready for Christmas.
There he
Don't
is.
you two have something to do?
Something to do? We don't have time for Christmas. Right, Ziggy?
We're very busy. Busy as a cricket or a millipede or a dung beetle.
Yeah, whatever. All very busy creatures, and we're no exception.
There we are, Bubba, with Tim Conway.
I called you Ziggy, so I was Iggy, right?
We're gathering up food for the winter.
I don't know who we are.
But you're just carrying clipboards.
Clipboards are very important. With clipboards come responsibility.
That's right.
Our main job is to supervise him.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I can't either.
All right, so there we are with Tim Conway.
Are you okay?
God bless us, one and all.
That character's played by Speedy.
It's Christmas. Why work so hard? You should be singing Christmas carols, going to parties, decorating your house. It's all part of the fun.
Bah, humbugger. Who needs all that? Christmas just gets in the way.
Oh, Rick, wow.
Yeah, wow,
We're
Rick.
not very good people, are we?
No.
Cockroaches, right?
Yeah, there it is.
Food hoarding cockroaches, by the way.
Please.
So anyway, so Don Knotts was one of the little caterpillars in Tim Conway's you heard talking there.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, there it was. It was documented that we were actually interacting with Tim Conway right then.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
So here's the dentist. If you say we got the dentist queued up.
Yeah, and this is my channel here, and I've gone in. It's about a 9-minute bit. I've gone about 5.5 in when he's trying to figure out what to do about pulling a tooth.
Pull your tooth out. Boy, this is going to hurt. Doctor, if it's going to hurt, please give me something to kill the pain. Yeah. Okay, well, got some Novocaine right here. Just hold on that, Mel. Let's see how this works here. Okay, Novocaine. Here we are, Novocaine. Take a firm hold of the hypodermic needle. Right.
He sticks himself.
There'll be a little bit of pain, and then numbness will set in.
His hand's dead now.
Almost unbelievable story about a farmer who fought to stay alive.
Tough as nails.
Yeah. I mean,
courtesy of KETV ABC News.
Unloading corn and into a bin. We were moving corn and taking from one place to the other. And
63-year-old Kurt Kaiser has been a grain farmer for more than 40 years, but it was one simple mistake that could have cost his life.
if I could have got by that first load, unloading, I think I'd have thought of it or seen it. But I was in that routine like I always used to do. And I didn't think of it.
He says he stepped out of his truck, turned around the corner,
I stepped in the hopper in that little hole. It just sucked my leg in, and I was trying to pull it out, and it kept pulling.
and there was no one around to help.
When it first happened, I can remember telling myself, this ain't good. This is not good at all.
Kaiser couldn't find a cell phone to call anyone, his desperation growing.
I
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get more phone calls before the day is done. Things you need to know. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study Archive now available. We finished the Revelation chapter 20, the Great White Throne Judgment. Yeah, it's getting intense in their study of the Revelation. But anyway, you can catch that wherever you get our archives, either audio only on our podcast, or you can get it on our YouTube channel. Also, the tickets on sale for the Man Church Conferences 2024 in Starkville and in Birmingham went on sale yesterday. You can get those, and they're moving quickly at themanchurch.com. Now, Bubby, you said you had a story for us today. What happened?
Well, I had kind of a strange but funny encounter at the drive-thru last night. We've been at the farm. It's that time of year, a lot going on at the farm.
Hey, there ain't no need to put anything in there till we get some rain. It's as dry. It's as dry out there as a mummy's pocket.
It is, by the way. And but I'm dirty. I mean, sweaty. I'm coming back, so I hit a drive-through at a well-known chicken sandwich place.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh no.
And I'm in the line going around, and I'm coming on the home stretch, Rick. I'm almost about to get there. We're just 3 or 4 cars back, and there's a young lady in front of me, and she leans out the window and says, "Hey, are you Bubba?"
Right.
And I said, "Yes, I am. Thank you for asking, and thank you for listening. How in the world did you recognize me?" Because I may have even had sunglasses on at that point. I don't remember a hat. Mm-hmm. She goes, "Oh, I'm a big fan. I've listened my whole life, and we love the show. Thank you for what you do." And I said, "Oh, you're so sweet to say that, and very nice." And
y'all hollering here?
Yeah, we're hollering window to window. Okay. Now, I'm in a diesel running, too, okay? So we're kind of at the turn, so, we got a little bit of an angle there.
And it actually has diesel in it. So
it has diesel, so it's humming like a kitty.
Right, yeah.
Perhaps you could get that to the drive-thru, actually.
Well, you have to be careful.
Yes,
you have to pay attention.
Yes, you do.
So you'll roll a tire over something if you're not careful.
Yeah, I've done that many times.
But we're communicating, and she says, I've got my daughter here in the back, and she looks very young, and I said, "You look too young to be a mom." She goes, "Oh, I'm expecting again."
Oh, there you go.
What?
Yeah, I said, "Well, congratulations, that's awesome." So we have this little conversation. We're pulling up. I go, she is so nice to say that. I think I'm gonna buy her dinner. But I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how I'm going to do it because I'm behind her in line.
If you just joined us, Bubba is in a drive-through. Yeah. Okay, he has not propositioned somebody's wife to go to dinner.
Sometimes we buy dinner for people.
Right. Yeah. I just wanted if you missed the first part, you don't know the situation. Right.
But you're behind her, not in front of her, so that's going to be tough.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, how can I do this? And I think, well, I'm just going to call the restaurant.
Oh my
God. I can do that.
Oh my goodness!
So I start looking for the number, and we're moving up as this is happening. And so I go, "There's not enough time.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to.
Not going to happen." Yeah.
So as the guy who is giving her meal sticks his head out the window,
you don't.
What?
Tell me you didn't do this.
I yell up there. I said, "Hey, I want to buy her meal."
Oh, right.
And I'm holding my credit card out.
Oh, my God.
Well, he looks at me, and she looks back. And there's confusion. I said, "No, her card is no good. Her card is no good. I got it.
She's overdrawn.
I've got it right here." So they're conversing, and I can't tell what's happening. And then she turns around and yells at me and says, "No, you're not going to buy my meal. I'm buying your meal."
Now here we are. We're hung up.
This is Speedy's dream.
Flipped it back.
How about you?
And I'm like,
well played, Bubba.
I go, you are too sweet to do this.
Speedy's
this is
too kind.
Y'all. And I can't cut her off at the pass because she's already at the window.
Right.
So I said, "Well, thank you very much." I said, "You just bought a meal for somebody behind me." Okay.
Now
so I'm going to pass it on. I'm going to pass it on.
Pass it on.
So I get up to the window and I said, "Did she really buy my meal?" He said, "Yes, sir, she did." I said, "I want to buy the car behind her." And so then they have to have a brief conversation about who that is.
And they kind of wish y'all just buy you stuff and go.
They're so sick of it.
I got to ask a question. Did you see what size car was behind you? Was it a minivan?
No,
or
but
I
take you back.
I thought that for a minute. I said, "Man, I hope that's not like the softball team back there in Eden."
I take you back to the day you were the big man with the military.
I know. Yeah, I'll never.
The hope
never
of
live that one down.
He didn't know the platoon was eating.
That was the most expensive meal Rick and Bubba ever bought.
Oh, my goodness.
Kept coming in.
And we'll relive that if we need to. But so I pay for their meal. I drive off, and I thought, well, that was so nice of them to do that. And I only wish I'd have bought 2 cars back now. So, but I just thought that was a kind of cool encounter in the drive-thru.
Right. Y'all get, if you're honest with yourself, if you hate it when somebody does you that way because now you feel obligated to buy somebody else.
Have y'all ever?
I just even paid for mine.
Let me tell you,
that's never happened to me.
I was about to say, let me take somebody that could work their way through it. Right here.
Yeah. It's never happened. I've never had it done.
So, Leah,
like
thank
that
you
to
for
me.
dinner last night. That was very nice of you.
Yeah, there's been great moments, and you, it really is. I've had times where I've been at restaurants and had no idea that anything was going on, and all of a sudden the server will come over and say, "Hey, yours is taken care of."
I know, it's a great feeling, isn't it?
It's
Hey,
so
so
nice.
nice.
Yeah,
I did buy my mom and dad's lunch for their anniversary.
Buddy,
those are your
that's
parents.
your
Yeah,
mother
that's
and
different.
dad.
That's
And it was
different.
their anniversary.
There's a comedy
That's
bit.
real noble of you.
right.
It was stakeout delivery too.
Your mom's a cancer survivor, and your dad's legally blind.
Right.
Okay.
Attaboy.
And they're your parents.
Yeah. Well, I just want to let y'all know.
There's a comedy bit out
Great.
there that is hilarious where a guy, he waits on somebody that is an individual behind him, and he orders and he pays for that guy. But then he races around and orders a bunch of food.
So that guy's
because that guy's now sitting there thinking, I need to pay for this guy.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
hilarious.
That's good.
It's funny.
Let's all just buy our own.
Great.
But you know, I left going, hey, that was kind of fun.
It was.
We need to
Yeah.
buy
And
somebody's
then
meal
somebody
behind
gets
you
caught
more.
up in it that really don't want to pay, but they feel like they have to now because somebody started all this crap.
Yeah. And now I want to know what you ordered.
What I ordered? Mm-hmm. Oh, just a number one with no pickles.
Number one, no pickle.
No pickles.
Are you an anti-pickle guy all the way around? Never pickle.
I don't like.
Not even
pickles
eat a
on
pickle.
Anything, anytime, anywhere.
I've evolved. I used to not like pickles on a burger, but now I do.
But I love cucumbers. I just don't like pickles.
Yeah.
Love pickles.
Oh, I tear.
I pushed back on pickles
Wish
for
I had one right now.
for 50 years, and lately I've started eating pickles.
Isn't it funny how your taste buds
Kind
do
of like them
change a little bit?
on hamburger.
Well, and I'll tell you what changed it is I don't like them on hamburgers, but I was making a sandwich, and I think it was Wingo, and he's like, "You don't put pickles on that?" And I said, "I put pickles on that." And he was like, put two of those whatever, little butter pickle. Whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Put that on there. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it.
Would you get a Wickles pickle?
Yeah, something like that. And I ate it, and I was like, "Wow, that's really good." That really did. That brought a little something. to the
But you know,
sandwich.
I just thought
that brought a little something to the sandwich.
I thought that was so nice of her to do that, and with one child and one on the way, she's going to spend a lot of money in diapers. You know, she don't need to be doing that.
Well, you also take a big chance.
She probably got her power turned off when she went home.
When you look at
that, money to pay for it.
When you looked at, we're probably going to go into the Eating Hall of Fame too. That's a big chance right there.
Well,
Did y'all know y'all changed how I order food through the drive-thru? And y'all don't even know it, but it's been, I don't know. You remember we went up to Nashville for a Christmas special, and we went to a country star's
I'll
mansion.
never forget that.
Buddy Killing.
I'll never forget that.
You remember how
All
long
night.
that was?
All night.
That was the famous. It won't take long. I know. I don't fall for that anymore.
Yeah, 80 hand. All that.
Yeah. Going there, coming back, I forget. We went through the drive-thru, and I made a special order.
Oh boy.
And y'all wouldn't let me live that down for the rest of the trip.
Well, it was 4 in the morning. We were trying to get home.
But so now I'd never order anything special. It's just like,
Good.
put everything on it.
Yeah,
and I don't order chicken at a hamburger place or because I'm a hold the line up.
Yeah.
It's all because of that trip.
Who in the world would have thought you two block Jacks by ordering the tuna melt?
Rick, he did it to us. We were leaving from Airwave Studios, by the way, going to Nashville to play. And we were out there in that big RV, and he was holding us up because he had ordered chicken at a hamburger place.
I don't
have to cook it.
I don't do that anymore.
I mean, it was like
order
a
what's on
10-minute
the
wait.
sign.
Yeah.
We were late because of it.
Yeah.
Okay, now you making stuff up.
Hey, we were taught that by
We were running.
Yeah.
We were taught that by our pawpaw. If it's got a catfish on the sign, order catfish.
Yeah.
That's
If
right.
it's got a hamburger on the sign, order a hamburger. Don't go into places got a chicken on the sign and order. Try to see if you can get a steak.
Yeah, but it
Don't
used to
order
be like
tacos at a pizza place.
It'd be like hold the tomatoes or no pickles. Well, I don't do that anymore.
You know, nowadays most restaurants are geared for that, but in the old days, the only one that you could have it your way was Burger King. Everybody else, if you did a special order, you're pulling over and you're going to sit there a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've gotten a little more open to that now.
Yeah,
but
now
it
most
still
of-
shouldn't be done.
No. Of course, now they make you pull over just so they can make that clock in there that's judging them.
Right.
They make everybody pull up. Everybody.
I had to pull up at another place the other day. Nobody was behind me.
That's right. What it is.
Does that get
they
them
have
off the
so
clock?
long they have to do them and it resets.
It's like how
somebody tried to explain that.
It's like the airlines how they cheat of leaving on time.
Yes.
They'll cheat you in a second.
Yes.
They come up with all kinds of ways to say they left on time. And there's one way I look at the clock.
Yeah.
If I was supposed to be rolling down this runway at 1:40 and I'm rolling down at 2:40, y'all weren't on time. I don't care how y'all do it.
So the bottom line to all that, thank you, Leo. You were
Yeah,
very,
that's very
kind.
kind.
How about
And thank you for listening.
And I'm sure the person behind you was happy.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I just felt good, you know. It makes you feel good about everything.
That's good.
You know, I like a good, warm, heartwarming story, you know.
That's a good win.
I think it's funny watching y'all shout from your cars.
Yeah, I know.
No, you, I'm fine.
I've got it. I've got it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I thought, how long am I going to stay conscious here? You know, because I didn't know what to expect. And then I felt it jerk me again. I thought, well, I was going in, they're going to grab me and pull me in further.
And he was left with just one option.
Then I had my pocket knife in my pocket. I thought, well, the only way I'm getting out of here is cut it off. So I just started sawing on it.
He amputated his own leg.
When I was cutting it, the nerve endings, I could feel them just ping every time when I'd start sawing around that pipe. And all at once it went and let me go. So I got the heck out of there.
He then army crawled 150 feet across the farm to the nearest phone to call for help.
I stayed conscious all the way to the hospital. I remember being unloaded up here and on life flight.
This is really challenging his balance.
Now Kaiser's healing up, going through therapy at Madonna Rehabilitation Center in Lincoln.
He pretty much told me his goal was, I need to get home and get back to what I was doing before, and his main goal is farming.
The front wheels don't turn, the back wheels do.
Despite what happened, Kaiser's occupational therapist Danny Willie says his attitude has been extremely positive.
I ain't too bad.
Pretty nonchalant about everything that actually happened, like it was no big deal.
It is what it is. Make the best of it is all you can do. I mean, it could have always been worse.
He was released from the rehabilitation center on Friday. He'll continue healing until he can get a prosthetic leg, but he wants others to learn from his mistake.
I paid the price here of being in a hurry and not paying attention, basically.
In Lincoln, Nia Gonzalez, KETV News Watch 7.
How about that? That breath of fresh air.
Well, like I said, he made a mistake. He took ownership of it. It cost him, but I think he's got the right attitude to move forward. That's Rick. I just can't imagine having to saw your own leg off. But Greg, and I think you mentioned it earlier. If the worm gear in that thing already had his leg, he was already in excruciating pain. Yeah. So
cutting your leg off. Yeah. What was left of it.
So he said he stepped out of the back of the truck and just forgot where it was.
I guess
stepped off
in it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have the full visual of what he's talking about, other than he must have been in the top of one of these elevators, and they used some kind of worm or screw gear to bring the feed down. So, but anyway, it got him.
When he started talking about the nerve endings, that's when it. Ugh.
He may have been referring to tendons, talking about it snapping, but same.
There it is.
We all got
there it is again.
The visual of that. That was bad.
Wow, that.
Yeah.
That makes Adler spraying his ankle. Yeah. Nothing.
Yeah.
Remember him?
And that's bad. It's a bad deal. But I think he's got the right attitude. And now with some of this technology, you get those blades. I mean, they're great replacements. It looks like. I mean, people can run races with those things now. It's incredible technology.
I don't want to land here. I'm just going to talk about it in general. But a pocket knife and a leg.
Yeah, I know.
Had to be a sharp one.
A leg doesn't go away easy. I mean, you cut a finger off, you got to go through the bone and all that, but at least a leg.
I guess it was some maimed up. He probably just had this, what was
or
right.
you say just cutting stuff loose.
Yeah. I think it was about to twist it off anyway.
It's amazing he didn't bleed to death.
I think probably.
But now, Rick, think about a farmer's pocket knife is not what we think about something you cut an apple with.
Right,
okay, they got like a deer knife in there.
Well, I'm with you. Here's a breath of fresh air. It's on me. I'm not going to sit here.
Got the little saw at the back of it.
I'm not going to sit here and whine about it. I'm going to make the best of the situation. It could have been worse. I'm going to do whatever needs to be done to get back to it, and it is exactly what it is. And I'm not trying to be a victim. I'm just saying I did what I needed to do. There really weren't any other choices, and now I'm going to make the best of my life of what's left with it.
He got comfortable and careless, like you're saying. It's just something he does.
Well, that's
every
when
day.
things always. That's when things always happen. Is when people usually get hurt when they think they've mastered something and they don't follow the steps of safety anymore. And it could happen to any of us. Yeah. So we were messing around. Our friend Garoshi's going to give us an update on a really, really sad but powerful story coming up he's been part of. So we saw he walked by as we were dancing to the Jacksons, and didn't give big boy as much as I'd hope.
Yeah, I thought he'd tap him on the forehead or something.
Scott the Rock Gorosky, I mean,
The Rock?
I was going to see if you were going to move around to the Jacksons rolling through over there. I mean, I had it. Yeah, so that's.
I think you're gonna have to get him over there to get a shot.
Yeah, we'll see where can he get him right there. I mean, to see Gorosky and to hear Gorosky's, it's almost too much if you can do both.
Scott, how are you, sir?
Doing great, Bubba. How about you?
10 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba, teaming up with Rick and Bubba again. Scooter searching for his groove. So right now, the MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off, Greg.
That's right.
My slippers are $39.98, $100 savings, Speedy.
Oh, come on.
You won't even need a listener to buy these for
Give
you.
them to your parents.
Yeah, give them to your parents. Big-hearted Speedy. Also, Giza bed sheets starting at $29.98. Kitchen towels are 25% off. My sandals are $19.50. May get some for the guy that takes stall number 1. Dog beds and pet blankets, $19.99 for dog lovers everywhere. And men's and women's sleepwear, 80% off. We call that a Speedy deal. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Enjoy all the savings. Don't forget those cough buttons. They're available. All the savings you receive on these great products. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
So sorry. I apologize. Okay. Speedy is doing this thing that, you know how he is about when people are not paying attention to what he's saying.
He claims nobody hears
and
him.
he'll claim nobody hears him, but he started doing this new thing where when he realizes that somebody is not, he starts throwing things out that do not, like bizarre. Very bizarre. And where he went just then, I got tears in my eyes. I nearly choked on a grape.
It did confirm, though, that no one was listening.
No, you're right.
But y'all were.
Yeah.
You couldn't. You were already coming out.
Yeah, that was it.
God, it was funny.
That's just a little test I'm doing.
Yeah,
because I don't want to.
About this? It tells a lot.
We have to give a lot of energy, and I don't want to waste it.
No,
you know?
please don't. Yeah, yeah. I've noticed that
I'm talking to Big Boy in here.
Yeah, I noticed that, and and some people just have this. Greg, we had friends like this. Keith Bonner was one.
Oh, Rick.
Speedy's got a little bit of that. Sometimes your timing of when you're going to say something needs a little work. It's usually when people are distracted or right in the middle of something or trying to go to the bathroom, and it's just like
actually some of it's just on the end of a conversation,
right? Yeah, or maybe we're done with the conversation. Not interested.
I guess so.
Yeah. So
and sometimes it can be the tone of your voice.
You could be that. I think sometimes that tone's not loud enough. It kind of gets caught in there.
Out in the
it's not on purpose. It's,
The break time, there's a lot going on in a short amount.
And there's
of
no
time.
way I can be in a conversation when I'm actually trying to bring the show back.
No.
That's not what this is.
Yeah, or get set up to get started.
Well, when this started, it was a legitimate.
Right.
3 people are listening, and all of a sudden it dropped to 2.
Yeah, sometimes.
and then the comments started, and that's when.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
And you know a lot of this kind of stuff with everybody. With me, you know this because you've trained people on how to talk to Rick.
Yeah.
A lot of mine is simply my flaw, 100%.
Yeah.
I honestly, I just desperately need for people to get right to the point. Yeah. If the story,
I couldn't be any more right to the point.
You couldn't. I'll tell you this.
I couldn't hear you, so I probably.
I'll tell you this.
I started talking like Tarzan.
Right. What you said made it very clear who was listening and who wasn't, and that's what on me.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's funny.
It was just funny. It was funny.
Yeah, no, I've
if
seen
you didn't react to that. You were not listening.
Right, that's good. Bruce Springsteen. We played
the boss.
We played some of his music. He has canceled all
overrated.
All remaining, Greg at rickandbubba.com, canceled all remaining 2023 concert dates. They keep trying to reassure everybody
that he's recovering steadily from peptic ulcer disease. But they're saying that the doctor has advised him that he should continue the treatment and cancel everything for the rest of the year. Do y'all believe that they're telling us everything? Is Bruce in more trouble?
It's possible.
I think, how old's Bruce? 70-something?
Yeah, he's not
maybe,
young.
and he's in great shape for 70-something, but maybe Bruce needs to hang it up. I mean, come on, guys.
Well,
well, I'm wrong. I guess look at the Stones. But
No.
most people, of course, they made to deal with the devil.
Right, that's different.
Most people can't do, especially the level he plays 3 hours a night and stuff like that.
And he sings hard.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
It's
he
kind of like
does.
what y'all.
It ain't James Taylor.
It's kind of what y'all told me about. Yeah, you're right. That was the point I was going to make. Like how people can play certain, activities and like things like golf and tennis a long period of time. Well, you can be an older age and do those, but if your specialty was football, or it was MMA, you probably can't do it as long. And to Bubba's point, which is a perfect analogy and example, James Taylor's type of concert, he can probably do it longer.
Oh yeah,
than Bruce
And still
Springsteen's
does.
kind of concert.
Yeah, Bruce brings it. He plays hard and plays long.
Right.
Long time.
Bad Company frontman
Too long.
Paul Rogers said that he secretly suffered 13 strokes.
Wow.
In recent years, one of the best rock singers, in our opinion, which I don't know how much that's worth.
He's excellent.
Paul Rogers says
And can
that
still sing, by the way.
he said that these strokes were so bad that he couldn't even speak. He said he couldn't do anything.
I think one of the best voices ever.
Yeah. He said, you prepare it in your mind, and I'd want to say it, but he said it wouldn't come out.
Wow.
And he
Sound
said
like
he
Fetterman.
suffered 11 minor strokes and 2 major strokes. He said that one of them actually nearly took his life. He, too, is 73 now. And he said he had a procedure to remove plaque buildup from narrowed or blocked arteries.
Oh, yeah.
So, and he said they made a decision in his neck.
Oh, he had it in the neck.
Yeah, where his vocal cords are located. So
got it rotor-rooted, huh?
Yep. He said it was a kind of a daunting feeling. He said they made it very clear that I may not come out of the procedure alive. And they said, but if it works, you're going to have a better quality of life. And he said, well, okay. There we go.
Give it a shot.
So how do they do that now? I know they were they had a thing going for a while. They were having some luck with called a blue laser, where they would go in and almost shoot it like Star Wars, just kind of burn it and suck it out.
I don't really know, but it sounds like
It's amazing that they can do that.
He said it's an interesting feeling because really, since they put you out, and any of you have had surgery, you know how that feels. He said, and you don't know anything. He said, and so I opened my eyes and I thought, okay, I guess I made it.
Well, I'm back.
And okay,
I'm back.
I think that I made it. So,
well, if you do have surgery when you wake up, the first thing you think, hey, am I here? You hear the noise around you.
It's an odd feeling,
and
we've all been there. And I remember the first time because I went through most of my life never even being in a hospital. And the first time that it happens, and it's a weird feeling when you're gone, you don't know what happened, and also you start hearing Mr. Burgess, and you're saying, "Oh my goodness, it's over."
Last thing I remember was counting backwards.
Yeah, and boy, that count backwards, you don't go very long.
No.
I mean,
do you ever think I'm counting back further than I need to, and then all of a sudden you're waking up?
I know.
Didn't somebody tell us? I know we've been told this. I just can't remember. What is the significance of that? Of counting
How they
back?
came up with that, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
What it does, it gets your brain in some kind of mode.
Yeah. Why are we doing that?
Gives you something to focus on, I guess.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, but it seems like it was answered before because we've asked that before.
yeah.
But here's the problem.
We just
Apparently,
don't
we
remember
didn't do it right because when they told us why they do it, we can't remember what they told us.
Right. Yeah. So obviously we had a little damage.
So whatever they were trying to protect us from, we didn't make it.
It's probably so easy to count the right way. You're not even thinking about it while you do it. You're focusing on keeping your balance. But when you have to do something you're not used to doing, it takes your mind off of that. And
like when you get rid of hiccups by drinking from the upside down from a cup.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You concentrate so it won't come out your nose.
Every
You
time
stop.
we bring this up, you
Works.
go to that upside down
It's
cup
the best thing. I've nothing. Holding your breath never worked for me.
Right.
But you let me take a cup and drink upside
Mustard
down.
will cure it.
Oh. Upside down, it'll go away every time.
All right, we'll come back. If you're leaving us, have a good day. And don't forget another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is available, and tickets are on sale for the Man Church conferences coming up in 2024 at themanchurch.com. We still have a lot to cover, and we'll hit some of that when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great. Welcome back.
All right. So you, first of all, one of the things on a much lighter note is we
have his nose on.
We all live in the same plaza. MG&A. MG&A has offices right here in the plaza with us.
The Earthquake Center. San Andreas.
And every time we see each other, we'll say, "How's that construction treating you?"
My goodness.
Hey, look, let me tell you what happened yesterday. And you forget about it.
Scott, I have one question. How many holes does any one place need?
Wow.
I mean, I'm not kidding you. When they were over by our place, we had pictures coming off the wall. I mean, we do construction every day, and I thought, these guys are tearing the building's coming down.
Yeah, it's a lot they've had to do.
I couldn't wait they got over here by you guys, though.
Well, let me tell you what you forget about. And they do try to work with us as best they can, but nobody knew that when this place was built that if you drill on the other side of the plaza,
you feel it on this side.
It's like it's in your room.
Yeah. Listen, when the guy at Planet Fitness drops to 45, it shakes the whole place. the whole plaza moves.
So we're all one plaza.
That's right.
But anyway, so I forgot. So yesterday I had to come back to the office, and this is not on them because they think we're not doing anything anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
But I forget about it, and I had a crew coming in that said, "Hey, can we just shoot in your studio since y'all have the lighting and all that? We'll just shoot in your studio." Oh, absolutely. So they get over here and they work, and Adler gets them set up. They get their cameras. They got Mike sitting right here, and I'm sitting here to do the video for them and all this stuff. All of a sudden, and they said, "What in the world was that?" I said, "That'll be with us for this whole shoot." and so I started trying to tell them. I said, "If we'll just keep talking, it may not be in your video, but if we pause it all in the background, you're going to hear you."
Or it sounds like you're at a dentist's office.
Yeah,
it drilling those
but
two
it's got
the high speed and the low.
Yeah,
it's like a dentist is drilling on like the Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah,
it's like there's a giant that's got a molar
it
issue.
never ends.
Yeah. But anyway, so but we wanted to get an update because we all remember the horrific story in small town Texas of the evil shooter that came in and shot up this small church, and we talked about it on the show, and then you doing what your company does for a living, which you do all kinds of construction. A lot of it is involving churches and building churches, or adding on or reconstructing or remodeling, and you guys ended up getting the contract to try to get this body of believers back in some sort of building. So tell us kind of the process of what's been happening. Remind everybody the story in case they may not remember what happened, and then what you guys have been through. And I think we have kind of an update today.
Yeah, so on November 5th of 2017, an active shooter went into a very small rural church in South Texas, just south of San Antonio. And there were 50 people in the service. And of those 50, 48 were hit. 26 were killed. I think 11 or 12 of those were children under the age of 16 or under. Just an incredible. I think it's the largest religious mass shooting ever. And the neighbor across the street, which was an NRA instructor, is actually the guy that prevented him from killing everybody.
Right.
Because he had a situation where he was in complete body armor, covered from head to toe, so he was protected, and I think he put down 400 or 500 rounds. You can imagine a small country church with a wood frame church. So started on the outside, shot through the outside, got everybody under, taking cover, and then came inside, and just a horrific scene. Of course, we saw it and even talked about it, and then in January, 60 days after that, I got a call from the North American Mission Board in Alpharetta, who we do some work with, and a good friend of mine is the president of that organization. He called and said, "Hey, would you guys be interested in helping us rebuild a church?" I said, "Absolutely." So we got involved very early, and it's interesting now looking back how fresh that event was. I was out there in January of 18, which is, again, 60, 90 days after it was over. And I guess I just can say I've never seen anything like it before in my life. Just to see that much evil in one area, and the devastation that it took on a very small town and a very poor community. I think Sullivan Springs is located in the second poorest county in Texas. Texas got a lot of counties.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, and this is a no red light, literally a no red light town. So the message there is that if it can happen in Sutherland Springs, Texas, it can happen anywhere. And so we immediately began working on design of a new worship center and education space for them, and worked through that process. And I'll say this: we're opening the facility on Sunday. This
Sunday.
This is it, the 19th. You know, every church we've ever worked with, we've literally worked with hundreds. They always tell you that it's not about the buildings. That's what everybody says, you know, and that's theologically correct. This church really lives that out. The buildings have really been irrelevant to them. It's all about the people, you know, and the people have stepped up in a big way. We've had over 60 companies donate services. We've had over $1.5 million donated in services or products. The North American Mission Board's picked up the rest of the tab. The majority of everybody out there is working for free, and it costs the church nothing. And the new
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us on a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Thank you for being with us. And somebody say, singing, para, para. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us, and let us do what we do.
Let us do what we do, and of course, it's politician time. Oh, here come them politicians. Release the politicians. They represent the current state of your country. Because they can't be there without people putting them there. And they take it away. Bubba, the Republicans without Trump debate again last night. Donald Trump says there's no need to be there because he's already won. So the others got together, and of course, you know, Christie, he is, buddy, he has just got a burr under his saddle, which of course it must be a big burr for him to feel it. But he has got a burr under his saddle concerning Donald Trump, and he just can't let it go. So right out of the gate in the debate, he's got a new nickname, which for the one who hands out many nicknames, now a nickname for Donald Trump for continuing to duck these debates. And here is Christie right here.
In Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right. Oh,
Yeah, great.
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
He gave that look on his
Anybody
face.
think
Thought I
that?
had something.
Does anybody think that name's gonna stick?
Thought he delivered it, didn't he?
It's a pretty good one, but again, he's picked the wrong person. Yeah.
If he had something to drink, he'd take a sip.
You know, when somebody tries to make fun of kid mouth, I'm thinking,
Donald Duck.
How about that?
So, of course, we looked at Christie's numbers, and, of course, they didn't move at all. So now...
It looks like he's lost a few pounds, though.
Yeah, well, good for him. All right, so chaos ensues. We don't even... That's all this one is. It's just... it's one of those things where it sounds like us and we get excited and talk over each other. And they're all at the same time trying to attack Ramaswamy.
Yeah, and then Tim and
nice
Tim Scott
hair.
are the two that's really...
Nice hair, Ramaswamy.
Hey, all right, so here we go.
But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when it, no, that's years ago.
2023.
Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me.
No.
To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these
you
are
were
good
respectful
people,
last debate.
but I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did
the
not think it
honor
was
of
midnight
Ronald
in
Reagan's
America.
library. If I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot sit and violate Reagan's 11th commandment.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their record.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
Whoa.
Did y'all see Pence trying to weigh in, but he's too quiet. He was already going,
Yeah, right.
I got something.
I got something to say.
But it is hard to listen to something when everybody's talking on top of each other.
It is.
You know,
Sure.
these guys who run audio for these things just cut off whoever's time it
Right,
is.
yeah.
That's, I mean,
When
it's
did
not that hard.
When Ramaswamy go with the Filipino Elvis look?
Yeah, I don't know. You're right, Greg. For a minute, I thought has he got the new gig on the latest Obama movie?
What was Richie Valens?
Or the lead singer of Journey.
Richie Valens is in here.
Jimmy Neutron.
So yeah, right.
Okay.
All right, so all good ones. So what's C2C? Who's Doug Burgum?
Doug Burgum is from was it North Dakota or one of the Dakotas?
Is he in this?
Yeah, it's
he
this
is.
guy, right?
Who is this person?
Why is he on stage?
He
What
was
in the
within
world?
60 seconds. He was able to break down why Joe Biden's green agenda is not working and the UAW strike.
Okay.
I don't know who this person is.
So whoever he is,
Never heard this name.
Sounds like he did a good job. So here we go.
Work is missing the point. The reason why people are striking in Detroit is because Joe Biden's interference with capital markets and with free markets. The subsidies, we're subsidizing the automakers and we're subsidizing the cars and a particular kind of car, not every car. We're subsidizing electric vehicles. And when you decide that we're going to take all of your taxpayer monies, take $1 billion, subsidize a certain type of vehicle, and the batteries come from China. China controls 85% of the rare earth minerals. They're called rare earth because they're measured in parts per million. China is moving 100,000 pounds of earth in Indonesia, in Africa. They're literally destroying the planet so that they can make a battery that's in a car subsidized here. That's why they're striking, because they need 2/3 less workers to build an electric car. Joe Biden, this strike is at Joe Biden's feet.
Well said.
Yeah.
I don't know who you are, but well said.
North Dakota governor.
Not sure about them eyebrows, but I like what he said.
There's no need for that.
He does make a good point. We are literally strip
I'm voting
mining
for him.
and destroying the earth so we can build electric cars to save the earth.
There you go.
That's how dumb the green movement is.
This is actually probably the top person that we should have running our country. Instead of these other clowns.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
I mean,
he has no chance.
and he has
because
no
of it.
chance.
Yeah. DeSantis, Adler's got a couple of DeSantises from last night, and they said some people said he came across pretty good last night, right?
Yeah, this is him talking about others talk about it. I've done it.
Here's the thing that I just find interesting.
Ron, let me finish
All
this
these
first.
guys have said
Here's the
things,
fact.
and I appreciate a lot of the things they're saying.
Nikki
I'm
Haley.
the only one up here who's gotten in the big fights and has delivered big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when it gets hot in there, when they're shooting arrows at you, are you going to stand up for parents' rights, keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership. I've done it while others have talked about it.
Boom.
That was one of his bigger moments.
Yeah, that's good. That is good.
He needed it.
Another DeSantis moment that is getting a lot of attention is because the Joe Biden actually tweeted, couldn't agree more to what DeSantis says here, and he's kind of talking about Trump, and that's the reason why Joe Biden said couldn't agree more here. So he's kind of using DeSantis' words against him in this clip here.
And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now.
So Joe Biden is now saying, oh, yeah, see, the inflation's not my fault. Well,
okay.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Well, there you go. There's the debate from last night, kind of the highlights of that. And when it's all said and done, Donald Trump's still way ahead of everybody.
Not much has changed. Probably his lead will go up even more.
Right. We'll come back. Bubba has researched a question that we've asked. Have you got the answer?
I have the answer.
All right, we'll talk about that when we come back. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He will be up and going. We have a grand opening this Sunday, so it's going to be a big Sunday, and just excited about it and excited about the people that helped from everywhere, from Birmingham to out of the 60 people that helped us. You know, obviously we called people that work with us, designers and architects and whatnot, to help, but probably 90% of the people I'd never heard of from all over the country that just called in and did things from just, they had a bell that the church was given a bell in the early 1900s, and a bell company called and said, can we refurbish the bell and move it? And I'm like, yeah, man, that sounds great. You know?
Right. So it's been amazing, because I know you came on and we did the call out saying, hey, if you can help with this, help. And
now it's come full circle.
And now it's come full circle, and we're going to have a service there this Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
What are some of the things God making sure that you were part, because you could have picked anybody, making sure you were part of this? What are some things you take away from it?
Well, the big thing is just how much evil's in this world. I mean, it's every time I go out there, I meet a person or a mother or the pastor, and I'll have a conversation. He'll say something, and it just dawns on me how horrific this was. The first time I ever went out there, we went into the worship center, which they cleaned up and painted and made a memorial out of. So they've put the chairs back where the people were sitting that were killed. It's very powerful. And I mean, the church literally is much bigger than this room. And as we're standing there, this is just weeks after it happened, and this guy, the pastor, was not there. He and his wife were on a trip, but his daughter was there. His daughter was killed. And the stories of the members talking about him coming to the hospital the day after and spending all this time, and they had 26 funerals to deal with. Imagine that. Just imagine 26 funerals.
Wow.
And we were sitting in a meeting, and he said to me, he goes, Scott, the one thing that God's placed in my heart is, he goes, I know all 26 of these people knew the Lord. He said, there were people in that room that didn't, and they're alive, but the ones that did were gone. They lost every Sunday school teacher. They lost every church leader. They talked about ringing that bell, and one of the saddest comments I heard when I was out there was the guy said, well, we have this bell. We want to relocate it because the kids ring it before we go to church. And one of the guys said, we don't have any more kids.
Mm.
And another guy said, well, you know what? We will in the future.
That's right.
And they do. The church now is running 200.
Wow. So we had like 50 before.
50. And they're at 200 now. And there are as many stories about how people didn't get there. They were on their way that had literally flat tires. Kids got sick that morning. Lots of events that stopped a lot of other people from being a part of that.
So this Sunday, all of you that's heard this, the first service in the brand new facility, a church that Satan tried to destroy with 50 people, will have a service Sunday with a little over 200.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more than that Sunday.
Yeah, well, that's right. Now Sunday, you're right. It'll be packed out Sunday.
That's right.
Thanks for the update, Scott. And thanks for all of you all across the country that were part of rebuilding that church and the great example of resilience in Christ all those people are. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Couple of things. Eddie Van Adler's mom is here, has dropped by, and has brought some family and friend with her, and it was kind of an uncomfortable thing because I could tell that he's nervous that his mother's here.
Right.
I'm sure his dad is nervous that his mother is here without him being here.
Right.
Because microphones are everywhere, and Linda can be unpredictable. But he did his free metal thing in the break with his mom here.
Oh,
did you notice I had to leave the room?
Yeah, and so he was actually playing guitar. At one moment, I know there's other people here. It was just kind of, I felt like he was wanting her approval.
Yeah, I was watching her face, Rick, and I couldn't help but think she's thinking all, the history of the Adler family, generations of, music and, classically trained and, expertise, and it's all boiled down to free metal in the break.
Right. This is what he's using his gifts for.
And that's free metal.
Yeah, so.
I thought, unless she just faking it, I thought she gave pretty good approval.
Well, she's a mother.
She did. I know, but I thought she's very proud of her.
She did.
Little man.
I just shredded some metal for the golden tickets. It was awesome. It was musical. It was epic. She said she liked it, and then she told me she told me I was handsome too, guys.
She did.
So y'all can just cram it.
How about that?
She also screamed it was free a couple of times.
It was free metal.
She said, "I love you. I'm proud of you, and Mama thinks you're handsome." And I said, "Thanks, Mom. Thanks for always building me up. These mean guys can shut up."
No.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Things going on that you need to know about. 2 man churches tonight. If you'd like to plug into the men's discipleship strategy in Jasper, Alabama, Northside Baptist Church tonight with Andy Blanks. Also, Winfield First Baptist Church, Winfield, Alabama, with Tony Cooper tonight. So there's 2 options for you. Looking ahead, Speedy, of course, will be back at UAB as they host South Florida at Protective Stadium on October the 7th. Greg will be running, which has become huge on the show, in the Venetia's Foundation crap run in Piedmont, Alabama. And boy, the hype that is building for that. Greg is he's actually saying, and Bubba, and I heard him talking about it, he thinks he can run a 5-minute mile.
Greg is the new Carl Lewis.
He is. So those you can find those 2 things at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And of course, we just talked about politics. We're cutting Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. That is going to be talking about, it's called Crime Incorporated is the book, Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. And, there's already been some pretty provocative books that have been written by Vince Everett Ellison. This is his latest. It's going to be available on October the 3rd. And we're going to talk to him as he's going to unpack some things we talked about, but he's got a lot of great details about that and how the Democratic Party he's always doing investigative reporting on them, but this one is about how they operate almost like the mob. And we've talked about that, and now with all this Biden stuff going on, good gracious. But Bubba, big question that, and it's not about us, and but we had a guy that told us if he won, I don't remember which one it was, one of these jackpot things, that he was going to give us millions of dollars out of what he won. And we keep asking the question every time we get an update on the latest jackpot, is that still in play?
Yeah, he heard that conversation.
He did, okay.
And he emailed and said it is good from now on. On any lottery I win, I'm going to share a small portion of that with the members of the show.
Small portion.
Well, it's the same number.
Yeah, I want to say it was $5 million each.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's big portion to the good time game. That's a small portion to you two.
No. What I'm saying is small portion of the overall what he would be winning. Yeah. Which would be like the Powerball is now back up to $925 million.
Somebody go.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's right. You can't whistle, Helms. I'm sorry.
Not very good.
Is he saying $5 million a piece?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Right. On the show.
Do a lot of damage.
And then there was $1 million for a couple of the interns.
Yeah, we have that down. Yeah, I think it was a.
Speedy, I know you kept the list. You've got it on the refrigerator. What was that? Let's just go over it again. Yeah. Just in case.
Speedy's got it on right there with the magnet.
It shouldn't be your retirement plan, but it was a nice offer.
Yeah.
So, now why are these interns still getting money? They're not even here anymore.
Yeah. I think
the
it
one
was
that
at the
answered
time,
the phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is he still in play?
It was.
He said the deal was still like it was.
Okay.
Whatever it was.
All right.
So
I hadn't forgotten our deal, and the original numbers are
are still good, and I'm trying to find his like first email address or email he sent us, and here it is. Here, I think. Here we go.
Is this 5 million net? Or
I've
gross?
attached. I've attached the numbers. It says. Let's see here. We got $5 million to each of y'all included on this email.
All right.
Okay.
And it's the
Make sure I'm
staff.
included on the email.
It is.
Okay.
You're there.
$2.5 million to the Bronner Burgess Foundation.
All right. Good.
$1 million to Cam Solo for screening me. This was the original.
Okay.
$250,000 to all other summer interns, and
Wow.
10 times all Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge totals until y'all stop doing it.
Good night.
Rick, our nephew who was interning,
He
would
gets
like this to
money.
happen, yeah.
He gets money.
Yeah, he does.
There it is.
250.
So the estimated payout for Wednesday night would have been $925 million.
Mm-hmm.
I can't whistle.
There
So-
were
Yeah,
there
that's
were
good.
5 people who won $1 million each.
So
3 in Florida, 1 in Oregon.
So when does my $5 million does it come to me gross and then I have the burden?
Probably.
Rick, I think
or
so.
is it taxed
I think
and then I get it?
I don't think you can give anybody a gift tax free. Does that make
Right.
sense? Because if you pay their
15,000.
tax, that's more of a gift you owe tax on.
I think you can give up to 15,000.
Yeah, there's a number.
Okay. By the way, I finally got my federal tax back.
Oh, good.
It happened yesterday. Of course, I turned it in
You
April.
talked about it enough. They finally heard it.
Well, I'm glad.
That's
they
what I'm saying.
they owe me the money.
You talked about it, and you got it.
Be glad you got it for the
No,
shutdown.
no, like we said before, if you owe them, they're not going to
Okay.
give you just whenever you feel like
How about this? They overtaxed me, kept my money. I got no interest on it, and they took their time giving it back to me. Bottom line.
it. That's it.
That's the bottom line. So, and it also meant I misjudged and paid too much tax.
Pearson immediately, I'll take $250K.
Well,
He
he's got
just
it.
said.
He's got it. I mean, he's on the list. He was a summer intern. So $250K if he wins.
Here it comes.
So I mean, I hate to bring that up every time we do a Powerball update,
Right,
just to see if that's still in play. Because
But I mean,
it's
I
not
thought it was
about us. I don't want to be a me monster and somebody call anonymously and ask how they can get me to leave them alone. But but it's not about
Look, it was a
us.
generous offer,
was.
and I appreciate him following up and saying it's still in play.
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah.
I
I
hadn't
wouldn't-
forgotten y'all, and I'm still playing the original numbers again.
Okay. All right.
And the deal is still on.
Okay. So there we go. Also in the news today, we have an AI update. It seems like every day, and I'll show Bubba this story in the break. Meet the world's first AI massage robot.
Yeah, y'all seen this? Huh?
Have you seen?
I don't
this
really
thing?
like massages, but with a robot, man.
It doesn't have fingers. It looks like it has just
Yeah, but it
like a little ball.
That
or-
thing could still come down there, and if it hits the southern border and keeps rolling, you could have problems.
Now, Deshaun Watson said,
Or-
"What does it look like?"
Okay.
What's she look like?
There it is, right there.
So, Greg, it's just that.
It looks very mechanical.
And I
think the Browns have said this is the only massages he can get.
Right. The Browns have bought this for Deshaun Watson.
That'll get a knot out.
Right. Greg, also, they've told Mr. Kraft he might want to do that. Right. So anyway, I don't do. I mean, I guess it could go bad. If a machine, hey now.
Look, they do surgery with robots now.
Right.
Surely.
Do I even know you?
I found an informational video about it if you guys want it.
Oh,
Here.
boy.
It's got some information.
What is it saying?
Japanese. Well, y'all have to translate it.
Should I turn this down?
Yeah, I think it's
don't know what
fine.
they're saying.
Oh,
Sounds
look at
good.
that. Look at that.
Oh, look at it go.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
Look at that thing.
I mean, it's got
Watch it.
got some moves.
Okay,
Okay. Oh, okay.
Watch
robot
out there.
rubbing me, robot rubbing me.
Yeah.
I'm
Then
down.
again, I was afraid, what if it goes crazy and
I know, and it could hurt you, but I would say for a massage, I think I'd rather it be a machine than a person.
I do
that
too.
right there
Yeah, that looks legit.
Takes away some
Could
of
you
the
get up
discomfort.
if it said, I'm not finished?
Stay down.
I hope I can slide out from under that.
I know, because
That's
if
a
it
pretty
presses
powerful arm.
down, if it
What if
presses
all of a
down-
sudden it begins to push down and it goes into your skin?
Somebody help
It corkscrews you.
You hope that's not the case.
So it can happen.
No, you're right. When you hand yourself over to robots, there's just something about that. I mean,
happen.
You hope they're not that strong.
Yeah, but think about it. Is it any more dangerous than going to the county fair and getting on a ride?
No,
we
it
trust
is not.
ourselves to them guys.
All right, I found one in English. Here we go. If you guys want it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
I can't even see now.
Manipulative massage automation. It's a robot designed to give a therapeutic form of massage called Twina.
Some people call it Chinese massage, but it's actually a very comprehensive approach.
Okay.
Watch out.
Watch out. Called what?
Chinese approach. Watch
Maybe
out.
it was the angle of the camera.
Watch out.
I'll screen these more.
We'll take your phone calls next at 866. We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. You're running the show, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we tear him down. She's screaming, shut up at us. Leave my baby alone.
Thank you, Mom.
Leave my baby alone.
You're my only friend.
She looked proud.
She was proud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does your dad know she's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad did say, just keep her in the golden ticket seats, please.
So, Linda, we now give you the microphone.
Yes, sir.
And tell us who you have with you today.
I have my mommy.
Yeah, I see her. There she
She's
is.
super cute.
Yes.
I have my cousin Joni.
Hey, Joni.
Family royalty.
Yes.
She can do math.
Very
That's
good.
why she's the only one.
Right. That's good.
And Phyllis. They're from Pennsylvania.
Hey,
Just
Phyllis.
today to see you guys.
That's good.
They're shocked.
Were you excited that your son played free metal for them?
You know, I didn't know he could do that.
Really? He's never shredded?
I don't go to his gigs, so it's a different crowd than I'm used to.
You don't need to be in the mosh
Sweetie, that
pit.
was so good.
Yeah.
I like that one change up, you know, that chord change, and he kind of brought it up there high and then went.
Thanks, Mom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mom.
And I understand that you didn't want to come to the Nick in Birmingham at 2 a.m. for my gig. I get it. I get that.
I'm sure it was good.
Sure, it was good.
It wasn't.
How many people were there?
The bartenders. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all.
I'm sure it's good. But he's very talented, Mom.
Very.
And he's doing a good job here. And he does play drums at the church some now, so you get to see him then.
He's a good drummer.
He is a very good. What did you think that's his best instrument?
You know, he took piano for like 10 years.
Wow.
But I didn't know he couldn't read music.
Oh.
Like the whole time he was completely faking it. I was so upset when you told me that.
I'm sorry, Mother. I'm
What did
so
I
sorry.
say? I think I said you're dead to me.
An actor that can't read
I
music.
gave him piano for 10 years and he couldn't read music?
That's quite an
You faked it
investment.
for
That's
10
quite an
years?
investment in his musical career.
It really
Oh
is.
my God.
I could read some of it, just as long as there wasn't any sharps or flats.
Oh, now y'all are talking down to us.
White, white keys only. Does that make sense?
go.
You got the black keys and the white keys on.
So did you
It's not a
convince?
race thing.
Did
right?
you did you convince her that you knew how to read music?
Well, I mean, there was a short time which I could.
Yeah, I got it.
And then I figured out I could kind of get along. You know, if it was a more complicated piece, just memorize it, and then you don't have to read it. You know.
I don't think I've ever seen you play piano or keyboards.
You know, I had one, but then my mom made me get rid of it because
you couldn't read music.
Because I couldn't read music, and she found out that I got it out of a dumpster, so she made me get rid of that keyboard.
There's a reason it was in a dumpster.
Yeah.
Well, because she knew when she found out you couldn't read music, them getting
Can
you
you,
one was
can you
done.
read if it's just whole notes?
Whole notes I can read, yeah. Tabs, guitar tabs. You guys know how it goes.
Sure, right, guys? Yeah.
That was his dumpster phase.
That was my dumpster diving phase.
He used to get everything out of the dumpster. A bike,
I got a good bike, by the way.
keyboard, some furniture.
That was a good coffee table.
A kitchen table.
Wow.
And a
So you were dumpster
baseball
diving.
mitt.
A baseball mitt? He got a glove out of the.
I think so.
Yeah.
Linda, did you ever say, son, we don't dumpster dive?
Well, this was just.
Was when he was dead to me.
Yeah, that's just during those that time period.
We have reconciled.
For those that are interested and wanting to know, this wasn't just an ordinary dumpster. This was a dumpster at a storage place.
So they have good
Gold
stuff
mine.
there, huh?
Gold mine.
Did you live there too?
It's just some of the times. Just one semester. Just one semester.
Well, look. One semester. But look, now he's married. He's got a job.
He's almost normal.
I know.
Almost.
He's almost there.
Yeah.
That day you
Thanks,
asked
Mom.
that he would be normal was one of my favorite days.
Yeah. It was not Michael Adler's favorite day.
No, it wasn't.
It was. Well, your mom has been so supportive.
She was being funny.
Yeah, I was getting injured skateboarding a ton with my dog at the time, and
Sure.
she just wanted me to sit indoors and watch football.
Yeah, that's all it was.
And then she did say, "I wish you would drink beer," and that was,
But
that
was
wasn't
kind of-
as good. That wasn't as good.
That was kind of the funny part of watch football and drink beer like other guys.
Like normal
Like
people.
normal people, yeah.
And get off the skateboard.
Right,
and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
It was just a joke.
Yeah.
But
Just
it was
a joke.
funny.
We joke.
It's a joke.
It's
But
just
it
a
sure
joke.
was funny.
And there's
And
non-alcoholic.
that's what a joke's supposed to be funny. It
That's
made
right.
me laugh.
It was very funny. And she gets a lot of her humor from Grandma Jerry, her mom, sitting right next to her, who is just so wonderful and precious and amazing. We love her so much. She spends part of the year here in Alabama, and she's about to head back home to Pennsylvania, but we'll miss her. But we love having you here, Grammars. Love you. I love you. I'm sorry these rednecks are being so mean to everybody. I love you so much, Grandma.
Did you see Rick and Bubba's show, and you can join us. Lines are available. Speedy on the phones, and we'll chat with you and find out what's on your mind, America. Come on in here. As you are lining up, cbdistillery.com is on the Rick and Bubba show now. Maybe you're like a lot of folks out there. The times that we're living in, you find yourself, look, I just need to calm down. I don't know what I'm so anxious about. I'm losing focus. I'm having a hard time concentrating. Well, CBD users say that 81% of them say that there's products there that help them with stress and anxiety. Maybe you're looking to sleep better. You know, the foundation of our health starts with a good night's sleep. 90% of CBD users say they enjoy improved sleep. Which, as you see, is even a bigger number. If you go to cbdistillery.com, you'll see a full range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions. All sorts of things are there, and they're 100% clean, no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. They're even recommended by Dr. Kevin Frey, a leading Mayo Clinic-trained internist and a preventative health specialist. So if you'd like to find out more, we get you 20% off with the code BUBBA at cbdistillery.com. That's cbdistillery.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We'll get started with Wendy. Wendy's out of Huntsville, listening to 100.3 The River. Wendy, go right ahead.
Hi. All right, so the lady who called in and said like 3 or 4 times that she doesn't like her coworker.
Right.
I just have a few things to say for her, and that is, first of all, if you're about to retire, then you might want to grow up a little bit. I mean, the lady, when she called and said, when her friend or her whatever coworker says, "Are we good?" She's saying, "I see that you don't like me. I see that there's something going on between us, but we have to work together, and I want to get along." And so that's one thing that lady's saying to her. It's not, "Hey, you want to go out this weekend and be best friends with me?" No, she's saying, "I see that there's something wrong. Let's get this cleared out of the way so that we can get along and do our job."
Ma'am, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you that lady?
We were all thinking it.
No, but I knew that that's the way it would come across. I'm really nervous being on the radio right now, so I'm a little shaky.
You're doing great.
I'm nervous.
You're doing a good job, Wendy. You're just
in my life, though, I'm a very assertive person, and as you can probably tell.
Yes, you are.
And there's a lot of people that have told me that I'm intimidating when they first meet me, but then we get along, we go, out, we do things. But only one person in my life has ever said, "I just don't like you," And so I guess that kind of rubbed me the wrong way when she said that, because that means there's nothing I can do to make you like me, and that's not my job.
Correct.
My job in this world is not to make everyone like me.
Well, so would you
But
want
it is to get along.
Would you want to be told by this other woman that she just doesn't like you, or not?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Yeah,
There's nothing. Am I supposed to change who I am and how I act and everything about myself just so that you will like me? No, I've got plenty of friends that do like me.
Right.
What I need is for us to get along and to do our jobs and to get over it. I mean, seriously, we're adults. This is not kindergarten.
Yeah, no doubt. But now I will say this on the other end. We also can't be people that cannot be held accountable, and we're so delusional about ourselves, we don't see ourselves as we really are. And when someone points out a flaw that maybe needs to be addressed, I don't want to have this attitude that I'm flawless and there's nothing about me I never need to change. I don't want to have that attitude either.
Correct.
Right.
Absolutely, yes. But the lady didn't do anything to her. She just doesn't like how she is. And that, that doesn't necessarily make it a flaw. When you ask her, what does she not like about the lady? She says, oh, she mentions that I said that too before in a meeting.
Well, she
who
said
cares?
she
Get
said
over
she's
it.
always a me monster, though. That's a me, my, and maybe that's something the woman could work on. We all have things we can work on.
Well, it might be a problem that the lady has, that no one ever does give her the credit for something that she has said. That's something that I noticed a commenter on the YouTube said, that there might be a reason behind this lady's defensive attitude during meetings or whatever, to say, oh, well, I mentioned that before, but no one listened to me.
Ma'am, have
so
you ever
maybe-
done any acting?
I do. Yeah.
Is this Janice, Chandler Bingham's a girlfriend from Friends?
No, I'm not familiar with that. I did watch Friends, but it was a long time ago. I don't remember.
You sound a lot like her.
But what I'm going to say, Wendy, I hear everything you say, and I agree, but I will say one thing. I don't know if you ever heard us do the comedy bit, and it's one that my wife laughs at too, is when you say you don't like someone, and then they say, well, that's just the way they are. I go, I know, that's why I don't like them. I mean, if they weren't,
And that's right.
if
she has every right not to like her, absolutely. But that's why she called. That's why she called and asked. She barely asked for Greg's opinion because she knows what Greg's opinion is going to be. But she asked for Speedy's opinion because she knows Speedy can get along with anybody. And even when Speedy's really ticked off that somebody deletes all his folders, he's like, I'm going to kick him in the throat or whatever, and he still gets along with him.
Right. Well, thank you, Wendy.
He fakes it a lot.
Yeah. Now, sometimes he might sit, be seated and silent on the way to the SEC championship game. But
he'd get mad.
But
That was a long ride.
But he did get past it. But you know what I mean. The famous. That's just the way they are. That's not an excuse for everybody to go.
If they would change, I would like them.
Well, if that's just the way you are, I guess I'm supposed to like you. No, I made that clear. I know that's the way you are. That's why I don't like you. Yeah, it's always that they. Wow, that's just the way I am.
That's just the way he is.
Well, yeah, I know that's why I don't like.
He's pretty much a jerk.
Yeah, but I understand your point too, Wendy. We continue 866.
And Wendy had
go me eyes. Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead. A lot of Anonymous today.
We're scared.
Yeah, I just got a problem. I'm a little embarrassed. I don't have a problem with my wife buying Bubba his meal. My only problem is when we was laying in bed last night and I reached over and kissed her, she said, "Oh, Bubba."
That's good.
Y'all always carry stuff. Ridiculous.
That was a caller. We didn't do that.
I know. I'm talking to him.
Yeah. Mike in Indiana. Hey, Mike. This might be Mike Pence. Mike, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you guys were talking about The View earlier, and I think it was Rick that said, those. I can't picture those girls too giggly or happy. And I actually have they did a segment on a new show on, I think it's HBO Max, the streaming thing, where what they do is they line up. My understanding is they line up all these naked men, and there's one woman that comes in and she judges, and they will do close-ups, and then she will break down these men on their looks, obviously, and they'll turn them around, frontal view, rear view, the whole thing, and they're breaking them down. And my first thought was, let that be a panel of guys doing a woman, they'll have 10 women dressed or set up there naked and judging them by their looks. And
I'm not sure that ties to The View, but it would definitely be a double standard. And of course, you got to watch these.
They were talking about.
Yeah, you got to watch these Asian shows.
Yeah, Sonny Hostin was talking about how she's a fan of that show.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Well, I did not know that. That was an important part left out of that
He
narrative.
left that part out.
Yeah, so they were actually talking about that, and she said she was a fan of the show.
I believe so. Is that right, Bubba?
They were having a discussion about it. I don't know what she said about it, but I did see the story where they were discussing it.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
From what I understand, Sonny Hostin says.
And maybe, sir, she likes it because she thinks men finally deserve to be treated the way women get treated. It could be that angle too. We continue.
I almost guarantee you that was in the commentary
somewhere. Let's go to Deer King in Alabama. Hello, Deer King.
Hey, Dad.
Hey.
Long-time listener, lifetime listener. Met y'all boys in White Plains years ago.
Thank you, sir.
That sounds about right.
Thank you,
But here's my dress code. Never wear overalls in a Colorado court system. They will look down on you in a heartbeat.
Well, that is a nice point.
Colorado.
Thank you. We can,
Everybody make
do it.
note of that.
Don't
let me
do
write
it.
that down.
Experience.
Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead. Talking about drive-thrus, and we lost you. Let's go to Ken in Alabama. Ken, go ahead.
Well, y'all were talking about pickleball yesterday, and I'm an old pickleball player. And you
Most of them are.
mentioned one of the finer points of pickleball.
What is it?
And it is.
Well, do you know what they call the lady that stands out in the middle of the pickleball court?
You better get
Yeah, get to
No,
that,
we
bud,
don't.
What is it?
They call it a net.
A net. I get it.
A net.
Oh, my gosh.
That's bad.
Oof.
Oh, my gosh.
Long time. Long way home.
Oh. Look, I can't even control my facial expression.
Either.
That is such a bad joke.
My stomach hurts.
Oh,
Mine
my
does
that's
too.
one of the worst
I've heard
jokes.
bad jokes.
That's his,
And he had a good phone, too.
Is that the worst joke we've ever heard?
It's in the top three.
I mean,
Since I've been with the show,
oh
for
my
sure.
goodness. Ed in Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Ed, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm afraid that I'm listening to you guys way too much.
No, that
I listen
never.
to the big show. I listen to you guys in the morning. I listen to podcasts throughout the day. And then last night, I'm dreaming about the entire Rick and Bubba crew on stage performing with Bob Seger.
No, you make us the Silver Bullet Band. There's nothing wrong with that dream. I've actually had that same dream. I mean, Bubba, there's never a diagnosis of you're listening to Rick and Bubba too much.
No, I don't think so.
Never.
That's impossible.
That's impossible. We'll be back.
It's like saying I like to breathe too much.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm looking at the guard's head and I'm waiting on it to move and I'm going to explode. Got to go. So we have much to talk about. Of course, the big story, because we left it with you yesterday, and boy, it is exploding all across the country. And that is that the governor of Alabama, our home state, did sign the bill yesterday. So it is done. And now all the different oppositions to that, and it'll find its way all the way to the Supreme Court, and our country will get that opportunity to take this question and put it before us and make a decision, like we've said a number of times, that we've had to do in our past. We've had to correct a lot of things we had wrong in our past.
Yep.
The thing that ought to really concern you is when you think about the way this bill was done, which was brilliant and right, is the Dred Scott ruling. Y'all realize it was confirmed several times before it was ever turned over.
Yeah, I think it was actually ruled in 1858 and was finally redone after the Civil War with the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments to the Constitution.
Yeah, meaning there were times this came before people that could have overturned it, and they kept confirming it.
Right.
Yeah, we do not think African Americans are persons. And then we really started coming around and said, well, how about 3/5 a person? How about we'll go 3/5?
Yeah.
Not a full person, but 3/5. So see, we've had immoral things concerning people and what we determine to be a person or not, and we've corrected it. And so hopefully this will be another one of those opportunities where we as a country correct an immoral ruling of the past and get it right. So we'll see. We'll get that opportunity, And I'll tell you another thing that some of you out there, especially, and I'm talking to mainly people of faith, because they're. That may be the center of why you feel the way you do. Other people just feel the way they do because they can see that innocent people probably shouldn't be killed.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're not talking about capital punishment. I know this always starts that. The key is innocent people. When people are put to death because of their behavior and the things they did to other people.
And the taking of another life.
Yeah, that's a whole different game. That we're talking about innocent people, just like we said to
to African Americans, hey, we're denying you the rights of being a person. We won't acknowledge your personhood. In this case, we're trying to say, do we have the right to deny someone personhood at all? Mm-hmm. They don't even get a chance to be alive. So anyway, we'll that's going to be. But I'll tell you some other things you're going to look at, and we've talked about it here at the office. When this thing gets to the Supreme Court, you're going to get a really good look if some of these Supreme Court justices were all they were billed to be.
Yep. You'll find out what they're made of on that one. Rick, also, I think it's important. There's a lot of other states. I think I saw yesterday one number said 18 currently have passed some kind of heartbeat law, or they have ramped up their restrictions on this procedure. And I saw last night where Missouri had made some moves overnight. So I think it's going to embolden some other legislators to move forward on this. So I think our state did a very, very good job on that.
No doubt, and it's interesting because I think what you said, and we've said it before, and I really kind of hope that some of the people in our country don't learn this lesson.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you why we are here is because you overplayed your hand.
Yeah.
Those of
you're right.
Those of you that wanted Roe v. Wade, if you had kept this in the first trimester,
yes,
and you had kept this kind of like in an area where people say, now, we're talking about a person here or not? When you started doubling down and going to second trimesters, third trimesters, partial birth, you overplayed your hand, and you overplayed it so much because a lot of times those of us, Rick Burgess included, we'll just go along with our lives,
right,
and we're not dealing with things we should deal with because we haven't been made to really look at it and hear the truth of it. But see, y'all forced everybody, even on their laziest day, to look at images and see things and hear things that go, my gosh, what in the world?
Yeah.
So Babylon Bee, of course, using humor even on the most important decisions like this, and I'm laughing very hard. First of all, experts warn murders will still occur in back alleys if murder is deemed illegal.
Yes.
That's funny. The other one, bunch of backward hicks in Alabama, among first to ban the most barbaric practice known to man. So anyway. Yep, backwards Alabama. You know, I'll tell you one thing. When you look at items like this, I wonder who's backwards. Yeah. So we'll see where that goes. But I know in some of the phone segments you may want to talk about it. But really, the update is the governor, and we applaud her, did the right thing. Still here, baby. 9 minutes to the top. Thank you for being with us for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show today. And we thank you so much for spending time with us. And you never have to miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show. Archives are available every day, both on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. So get all the Rick and Bubba Show on your own time or any parts you may be missing, whatever the case may be. All right, so you guys were mentioning the Atlanta Braves in the break.
What?
And
what?
Record-breaking season, are you saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
Records laying
they're
everywhere.
on fire. They're
Records
on fire.
laying everywhere.
Which, as Greg said, for Braves fans everywhere, that means they'll be put out soon in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Hey.
We'd like to see at least a little bit of a dip before we started.
They clinched back in May, and you're just like, okay.
And they've been the best team in baseball the entire season.
Which is usually
the kiss of death.
It's the setup for disappointment.
Yeah.
Rick, Ronald Acuna Jr. has set a record that, for baseball to be around as long as it has, for him to set this record is really kind of cool. He's the first player in Major League Baseball history to hit 40 home runs and steal 70 bases.
How about that?
That's pretty productive, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yep. You talking about the 40-70 club?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's the only member of it, Rick.
Yeah.
The one and only.
Creating your own club.
How about that?
Founding member.
Mm-hmm. So
yes.
And they apparently have been playing good according to all of you all year long.
Well, they have won 102 games, I believe.
Wow.
And they clinched a month ago, it seemed like.
Wow.
Yeah, and they clinched number one in the National League playoffs, number one seed. So that means they have home field advantage at Truist Park. So that's big.
Of course, Greg, what does that mean?
Well,
We're all thinking it, guys.
They'll be done.
Well, let's not
They'll
talk
be
about
done
it.
quick.
Let's not talk about it.
Sure. So
let's just move on as far as talking.
And then somebody that barely gets in and win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Also, video 9, Adler, from Major League Baseball. This is something you don't see every day. A fan being escorted out of the stadium for throwing a baseball at the pitcher.
Pretty good shot too.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's not every day you see a baseball come out at the pitcher from the stands.
Got him. Look at him.
He certainly will with Kirby.
Look.
Whoa, where did that ball come from? The ball came back from the crowd at the pitcher.
So why
had to be a good arm because they had to throw it over the net.
I know it.
It's hard to say that. How do you not see that coming?
And you can see the fan getting escorted out. Everybody's like, "What in the world was that?" But yeah, Kirby just got a little shocked, a little hit there. Right, it looks like it hit him in the kind of stomach there. It could have been a little bit worse. But
is this game being played in Houston?
Look, and we'll take you right out of here.
Yeah, is he?
I wonder who told on him.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's probably hard to throw a baseball like that without people around you seeing it.
Somebody's going to see that.
How are you going to get away with that?
You know somebody turned to
Is there a possibility he didn't even mean to hit him? He was just throwing it back out.
Sure.
Because I mean, you got to be a pretty good aim if you really hit it.
Why?
Because when he's walking out, he's going like,
"What's the purpose of throwing it back out?"
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know that. I know they throw home runs.
Well, I would
back
be
and
doing
all
that too
but-
if I got called. I mean, like I didn't.
What?
I don't think that's the case, but
I thought he needed another one.
Right. So and then Adler, do you want Zuckerberg talking about his love for jiu-jitsu?
Oh yeah,
I'd like to see Adler roll with Zuckerberg.
I would.
Adler was trying to give me an update on his Brazilian jiu-jitsu prowess yesterday, and he's kind of found himself in a weird place. He's
bruised up.
Yeah. How do you explain what you were trying to explain to me yesterday?
Yeah, I'm in a tough spot. Morale is low right now.
Right.
Before I was back at jiu-jitsu, I was working out hard, the hardest I've ever been. I'm the strongest I've ever been.
Steroids.
Before getting back to jiu-jitsu, I was doing tons of steroids. I was doing everything.
Right.
The stuff they give
Roid
to cows.
rage,
The stuff they give to
Reese's
cows.
monkey
I
DNA.
want it. Yes.
That explains his anger, doesn't
Yes,
it?
yes. Babies, anything. I'm just okay. All right, you took it too far.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're on a nice little roll there.
Now I've gotten back into jiu-jitsu. I'm lifting less, so I'm getting less strong. And when I first started back at jiu-jitsu, I didn't have any injuries. I didn't have my neck didn't hurt, my fingers didn't hurt,
yeah,
my
people
knees
weren't
didn't
pulling
hurt.
on your neck.
And so I was kind of owning it. And there was a little bit of ego there. I wanted to feel like I still had it going on. So I was kind of whooping some what. But
what happened?
Yeah, that little tail end.
But now, as I'm back in jiu-jitsu, I've got a few ouchies here and there. And I'm also trying
Hey,
to.
by the way, stop you. I know you have small children now, but don't
What did
ever
I
refer.
say?
You called your
Ouchies.
injury an ouchie.
What? Okay.
You have a boo boo.
Hey, remind me in the break. I got to go potty. Anyway.
Okay.
So now I'm back at jiu-jitsu, and I'm actually trying to get better at jiu-jitsu by using technique and using my brain and not just muscling out and just bench pressing
That's
people
where
off
you're
of
messing
you.
up.
And so I'm actually losing more. I'm actually getting my butt kicked a little bit more. I'm getting pushed around a little bit because I'm trying to use technique.
Go back to the old way.
And flow and go.
You're almost doing a reset.
And and I'm also lifting less because I'm going to jiu-jitsu
Right.
now. So I actually feel like I'm weaker and worse at jiu-jitsu than I was 6 months
Keep
ago.
on. They're going to take some of the stripes off.
You're
It's a
never going to
horrible
beat
place.
Zuckerberg at this pace.
You talk about the stripes. I know I'm a 3-stripe white belt, not trying to brag, but
Right.
I feel like I should be almost a 2-stripe white belt because some of these 2 stripes are giving me a really hard time.
Right. Not trying to bring attention to
There's this
yourself.
one guy in the class. He looks like Tim Tebow.
Right.
I'm like, what is Tim Tebow? Your brother? Y'all do the same workout regimen?
He throws
My
you around.
goodness,
Yeah.
yes.
What does he say, Greg? I'm gonna roll with you. I'm gonna be the best roller.
I'm going to roll up more than anybody run their life from this point forward.
All right, but here's
You
Zuckerberg
always
talking
have to work
about
that
it.
into.
Here's Zuckerberg talking about his potential fight with Elon Musk.
In a match with Elon, and he uses the heel hook move. How do you defend against it?
Well, I don't think that fight's gonna happen. But look, I mean, I love the stuff. I like competing. I like doing it with friends. It's like an important part of my daily workout. But and I like competing too. I started doing jiu-jitsu competitions earlier this year. I want to do an MMA competition or do kind of a formal fight sometime in the next year. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm probably gonna do it with someone who takes the sport really seriously and does it competitively or is a professional. So I'm training hard and looking forward to it. But no, to your question about a heel hook, that's a relatively high-level jiu-jitsu move. So
Is it?
I think the person would have to be pretty serious and experienced in order to be even attempting that.
Yes, there you go.
Is he right about that?
He is,
I think
yes.
the first person he needs to go do battle with is whoever cuts his hair.
I know.
Rick,
Hey,
all I
Mark
can
Davis?
think of with all that money,
You know?
with all that money, you can't find a barber.
That's who you should be mad at.
Yes.
The only worst haircut's Mark Davis, and that's the standard. I mean,
That is horrible.
Mark Davis. I don't even have a comment on.
I know
that.
it. I don't know what happened.
That one is beyond comprehension.
Well, it's like I'm ugly, so I'm gonna get an ugly haircut.
Yeah.
I'm gonna double down.
Yeah.
You know, at least
you
get a good haircut.
You think I'm ugly? I'll
You
show
ain't
you.
seen nothing.
Yeah.
You ain't seen nothing
Wait
yet.
till I add this haircut to it.
Speaking of weird looking things, here's how you do the heel hook right here, guys.
Is that it?
Yeah, right there.
I just don't.
That ain't very hard.
That doesn't look the same way as
And
boxing.
and then you rip it's actually their knee that you rip apart. So.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Yes.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us today. Wheel of Meat could happen at any time. You know, I'm thinking. They actually put together something last night, told this group of friends that have literally known each other, most of them since K4. They've gone through school together. Bring your cap and gown tonight. We've got a great point. Instead of us running around frantically Sunday afternoon after the graduation in the mob, let's put this group together and let's get a picture of them in their cap and gown right here. And with no mob, with no crazy, go have a dinner.
It's like wedding pictures ahead of the event.
I got to get up and give them a little challenge and all of that. So it was great. So, but if you're, because let's face it, when you go to your kid's graduation, whether it be college or high school, you never know who's going to be the commencement speaker. And sometimes they're really good, and sometimes you wonder who in the world booked this, and I don't even know what this person's point is. And let's be honest, most of them are not memorable. I mean, can you remember the guy who was at your commencement? Or who spoke? Anybody?
I cannot.
I can.
Wow.
I don't even know if we had one.
That's sad.
I got no idea.
I wish I did know.
Right.
I would like to know who it was.
Yeah. So, but so what we're going to do today, and we don't know when Louie Holtz did this one.
It could be 20 years ago, Rick. I don't know, but it sure was good. Though, I thought.
It's a good one. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to make sure that your kids get a good commencement speech.
There you go.
So this is from Louie Holtz, and to me, it's a breath of fresh air, no doubt about that. So if you are right now, picture yourself sitting, your kids graduating, and we have found a way through technology for Louie Holtz to be your commencement speaker. Here we go.
I am indeed humbled and honored to be awarded a doctor's degree from such an outstanding university. I have a strong faith in God, and I don't know how people live without it. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know this. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I know. I was born in Fallsby, West Virginia. And I went by where I was born last night, about 10:30. I was born in a cellar at home, delivered by Dr. McGraw. We had one bedroom for my sister, myself, and my parents. We had a half bath and a kitchen. 7.5 years we lived in that place. There was no welfare. There was no food stamps. There was no safety net. But I always had plenty to eat. Because every time I asked for seconds, my dad would say, no, you had plenty. But the reason I was born with a silver spoon, my dad had only gone to the 3rd grade. That's all the education he had. But why was I born with a silver spoon in my mouth? Because I was taught by my parents that life's a matter of making choices, wherever you are, good or bad, because of choices you make. See, there's a rule of life that said you're either growing or you're dying. The tree's either growing or it's dying. So's grass, so's a marriage, so's a business, so's a person. Doesn't have a thing to do with age. My birthday candles cost more than a cake. But it has everything to do. Am I trying to get better? Am I trying to prove we got on top and say, this is pretty good. Let's maintain it. Let's not take any risk. We finished 2nd in the country at Notre Dame. Everybody called me an idiot. Guy finishes last in medical school. They call him doctor. That doesn't seem fair. When I left Notre Dame, I never thought I'd coach again. Where'd you go from Notre Dame? According to my mother, you go directly to heaven, you sit by the Pope. You don't coach anymore. And then I went to live in a town where the average age was deceased. And what I found out, I wasn't tired of coaching. You have to have something to hope for, something to dream. And even though you've done great things so far, what's going to happen now? I want to give you a simple plan. This is not something I talk about, it's something I believe, and it works. And I wish that I'd learned it when I was 21. There's only 3 rules you have to follow. Law number 1, do what's right. Do what's right and avoid what's wrong. If you have any doubt, get out the Bible. There's never a right time to do the wrong thing. And there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. Rule number 2. Do everything to the best of your ability with time allotted. Everybody can be the best you're capable of being. And I want to tell you, if you want to fail, you have the right to fail. That's what's great about this country. You do not have the right to cause other people to fail. Don't blame anybody else, but if you get an education, you're willing to work and overcome problems and difficulties, in this great country, you can amount to something. But just genuinely caring about people, because everybody you're going to meet the rest of your life needs a smile, needs a kind word, needs an encouragement. Because see, when you do the right thing, people are always going to be able to trust you. Trust, commitment, love. Because those are the 3 rules I had for my children, my team. My greatest accomplishment is not coaching, not TV, not speaking. The greatest accomplishment is my family. And I'm very proud of it. You can't take your money to heaven, but I'll tell you something. You can sure take your children to heaven with you. I leave you with this very last thought. Very last thought. Want to be happy for an hour? Eat a steak. Want to be happy for a day? Play golf. Want to be happy for a week? Go on a cruise. Want to be happy for a lifetime? Put your faith in Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
6 minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world. We're ready for another hour. Get the Rick and Bubba Show in all sorts of ways. Find out how to do that at rickandbubba.com, live and or archives. So, Bubba, as we start the hour, a couple of things, getting some questions, want to answer these involving, yesterday we announced that 2 dates next year for the Man Church conferences. We gave you the lineups. You can find those by going to themanchurch.com. You'll see it there, top of the page. Click on that. It'll show you the lineups, how to get tickets. A couple of things, questions I'm getting. Is Birmingham sold out? The answer to that is no. I'm not sure how some of you are seeing that it is sold out. What could be is you may be asking for a group that is larger than they can sit together now. That's possible, and they're kicking it back, going, we can't put that many people together now because so many tickets did sell already in the last 24 hours. But it's not sold out. Also, the other question is, I'm being limited to how many I can buy online. We covered that yesterday. If you're limited to how many you can buy online, and each ticket service has a different limit, call the ticket office and get somebody on the phone, and you can buy as many as you want. But again, as tickets are selling, and they are brisk right now, putting everybody together in larger groups is going to be more and more difficult as time goes. But there are still tickets available to both, but they both are selling quickly. How old, other question, do you think's the limit on taking your son? I personally, I know each kid is different, so it's hard to do a blanket statement on that. I don't think I would take a kid that was younger than 10. I'd probably draw the line at 10. We're talking about, them being able to sit still and listen to teachers talk for 30 to 45 minutes per session, and you got to know whether that kid can sit and do that. And you're talking about multiple sessions. This is a conference format. You got to know the kid, but I would be surprised that a kid younger than 10, it's designed for adult men, no question about that. And it's cool to bring your son to hear the things that are being taught. But I'd probably shy away from younger than 10.
And 10 to me is still kind of borderline. I'd like to see 12. But you may have a really mature 10-year-old that can do it. But those were the questions that I just recently got. So try to answer those as best we can, and you can always email me too, and I'm happy to help you. So those are both on sale right now, and you can see the lineup of who's speaking at each one. It's a different lineup in Starkville than it is Birmingham. Some of us are the same. But there's a couple of different sessions that have different people. So find that at themanchurch.com. Just click on that logo and you get all the information you want. But right now, tickets still are available to both. And there's kind of your questions answered. Bubba, you're looking at the border. The border.
Hey, the border.
Hey, the border.
Have you seen them piling over the border?
Oh, my goodness. The open border, and then at the same time, you've got Democrats saying that they all want to wear masks now, and please give us the latest shot. But yet you've got a border wide open. Those seem mutually exclusive. Hannity, he's got the big debate coming up between Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
But Hannity has interviewed Gavin Newsom, and I give Gavin Newsom credit for being willing to be interviewed by Hannity. And here's Hannity trying to talk to him about how serious this border situation is. Here we go.
Is this border secure? I believe Ronald Reagan was right in 1986 when he supported comprehensive immigration. Yeah, well, he also said it was the worst decision he ever made. Yeah, but I believe that he did the right thing for the right reasons because he recognized it's not just a border issue. That the entire system needs to be reformed. We haven't reformed since 86. You're not answering my question. We need to reform the asylum system. I want to know. I believe in strong borders. You just said Joe's successful. I think Joe Biden has been an unbelievably successful president. Is this border secure? The border, we all agree we have a border challenge. We all agree we need to reform the asylum system. We agree in strong borders. So Democrats he's not successful in securing the border. I think the Republican Party is complicit in this as well. You cannot do things. I mean, it's just factual. The border was secure under Donald Trump. It's wildly overstated, but I get your fundamental point. Clearly, the challenges are more acute today. And by the way, I don't need to be educated on this. I have the largest land port in the Western Hemisphere here in the state of California.
What does he mean it's being wildly overstated?
Well,
was it secure? And what new challenges do we have?
It was secure under Trump because Trump shut all of it down.
Right.
Because of COVID.
Right.
Not one person could come across.
Right.
And that's why it was shut down. And he's saying, well, you're fundamentally right, but it's different challenges we have now.
But we could just shut it down.
But when you build a wall, you do shut it all down.
Right.
And where the wall is, you ain't got a problem with it.
Right. So,
did you see him coming in boats? And was it California? It looked like an invasion. It really did.
Sure.
Multiple
we
boats
have been invaded by millions of people in the last 2 years. I mean, China couldn't put together a standing army that could deliver this many people.
Guess who's on board with building the wall?
Here comes the money.
Elon Musk. He's on board with the wall. Hey.
I think that's Helms laughing every time I hear that.
I think it's you laughing. I do every time. So Elon Musk says he supports a border wall and that migrants must at least have a shred of evidence to receive asylum. There's logic.
Yeah, well, you can't just come into the country. We do offer asylum for political people who are being persecuted politically and all, but right now, man, it's just, come one, come all.
Right.
The midnight ball.
Yeah, so they referred to him, Bubba, as the owner of Tesla, SpaceX, and X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yes, that is correct.
Have y'all transitioned to that yet? Are people still saying to you, hey, did you see what so-and-so put on Twitter yesterday?
Yeah.
Are people?
It's going to be hard to break
more
the
Twitter
habit.
than I do X.
Yeah. Are people transitioning to, hey, did you see that post I put on X?
Some people are saying that, and then they'll usually remind you, it used to be Twitter or something. So it's transitioning.
So he says, if you were paid attention last night, this is Elon Musk, he said, and this is Kevin McCarthy, and this is what he is agreeing with. He jumped in on that conversation when Kevin McCarthy was talking about 11,000 people came across the border just yesterday, 50,000 in the last 5 days. And so Elon Musk is saying we have to do something. We can't just let this go on. And asylum is certainly fine, but don't we have to require at least a shred of evidence? The borders are being overwhelmed by unprecedented numbers, and you know why? Because they've been told to come, and they'll be let in.
Yeah, the word is, come on, you can get across. They'll give you a bus ticket. They'll give you money. They'll let you vote, everything else. Just come on.
Wow.
And you've seen the trains coming.
Yeah. Also in the news involving the current administration, the U.S. Department of Justice ordered FBI and IRS investigators involved in the Hunter Biden probe to remove any reference to President Biden in a search warrant related to the Foreign Agents Registration Act probe.
Wow, you mean there's political tampering in a criminal investigation? I can't believe that.
So new documents have been, we got a whistleblower saying we were told we could not mention any reference of President Biden trying to get together the paperwork to go get Hunter Biden.
Which means Merrick Garland perjured himself last week when he testified.
Yes, it does, Bubba. It absolutely.
That's always good for the top cop.
Yeah, that's that makes us sleep tight at night right there.
It does,
Love that. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll go phone calls next. America Speaks. Helmsy Gooch goes to the phone. Mr. Pickleball himself.
You want me to answer the phones or not?
Sure, absolutely. Oh, my goodness. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
So there it is. Louie Holtz. That was from 2015, but I tell you what, it
it's
works.
A good one.
Britney Spears update. Sends shockwaves through entertainment. Britney Spears may never perform again.
I don't know how I'll make
Stop.
it.
Look,
you serious?
This thing has got so weird, Rick. I mean, I can't decide what's happening here. Is Britney being held against her will at a secret CIA dark house? Is she under mental evaluation? I'm seeing people wear Free Britney T-shirts.
Right, I'm seeing this in here.
I think the most shocking part of it was when I saw K-Fed making a statement that he's uncomfortable with Britney having more time around the kids until he's satisfied she's doing better.
Now I want you to think about when K-Fed says,
he said
I'll tell you what, I may be the most stable parent our kids have.
He said this with a Coolio hairdo.
Right.
Okay? And I'm thinking, well, there you go.
All right, here's what Larry Rudolph...
He's the responsible parent.
You're talking about the voice of reason?
Yeah. Guys, let's find out the state of Britney Spears. Let's go to the very focused and clear-headed K-Fed. Nice dreads, K-Fed. Then what do you have to say? All right, let's talk about this. Larry Rudolph is trying to come out, Bubba, even what you're talking about.
Now, he's her manager.
He's the manager. So everybody, listen up.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, he says, let me clarify on Free Britney. And he does acknowledge the Free Britney movement.
Right. I've seen the T-shirt.
He says Britney is the one the focus is on her getting better. I guess mentally is what he's talking about. She is driving this. This runs contrary to the belief put forward by the Free Britney movement that she's effectively imprisoned against her will. He said, I know how much the fans love her and they support her, and I love that. That is incorrect.
Right.
She is not being held against her own will. She knows that she needs some help. And then he takes that on. And one of the lines, and he says, I believe it's time to let Britney be a civilian for a while. She's been entertaining and given so much. We need to give her time. He says, as the person who guides her career and based on the information that I and all the professionals who work with her are being told, and we're only being told on a need-to-know basis, from what I've gathered, this is Larry Rudolph, her manager, it's clear to me she should not be going back to the Vegas residency, not in the near future, and possibly, in my opinion, never again. He says this is not a healthy situation.
All right, so to complicate this and to stir the pot on all of this, we have a judge in California who has ordered an investigation of everybody who manages Britney Spears' personal life, financial affairs, and medical treatment. Now, according to this story, Britney, who is 37, has been under a conservatorship.
Watch out.
Since 2008. So basically, it means that her dad and attorney Andrew Wallet handles all of her financial issues.
And this was because she suffered a very public breakdown in 2008.
Right. Remember when she shaved her head?
Oh,
yeah.
And this latest deal is because she supposedly got depressed over his health.
Exactly.
Her dad's health.
Yes.
Remember, she canceled a show because her dad had a ruptured colon.
Correct.
And then she told her fans she was just taking care of her dad, which also would run contrary that she's afraid of her dad. Why is she so concerned about him if he's such an evil person.
Right.
So that's why the manager says, look, I understand the Free Britney stuff and the fans, and I appreciate your passion, but that is not the situation. Another quote from him, he says, this is not about her career anymore. It's about life. We need to be concerned about her well-being. This is not about we should not be concerned about when she can perform again.
Yeah, well, we all were kind of hoping Britney had got it together when she was on, what was she on, American Idol, where she was judging for a while, when Simon was there before he left.
Golly, that was a long time
That was
ago.
the X Factor. That's what it was.
Was that X Factor?
Yeah,
All right,
a long time
it's
ago.
one of the many Sing For Us shows.
Yes.
And, we were kind of hoping she got it together,
Well, and all indications were when she set up this residency.
This Vegas thing made a lot of money.
She'd kind of got back on her feet.
Made a lot of money.
But according to the manager, no, she's getting help and she needs help, according to him.
Because at his point, when she makes a lot of money, other people make a lot of money, and these people are probably trying to force her to go out there.
Well, she's 37 years old. She's been through a lot already. And let's face it, singers do not have and any kind of celebrity don't have great histories with being able to have longevity. I mean, they were none bigger than Michael Jackson and Prince, and neither one of them made it out of their 50s.
Right.
So, I certainly see where her parents would be worried for her life at this point. It's not about performing.
Well, believe it or not, this is the first phone troll of the day. We've had some phone segments, but our first time to go to the troll. The troll's just designed to kind of, let's get it rolling. That way you're in line. You're not in line very long. 866 We Be Big. Easier to get in. All 10 lines are available. 30 seconds will be the minimum, the maximum on the call. You can go less than that, but the max is 30 seconds. No meaningless shout-outs, so no shameless plugs. No baby predictions or anything like that. Those all get the instant buzzer, designed for you to make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. And also, it kind of gives you kind of a cool feeling knowing that the line in front of you, if you're not the first caller standing by, will be moving briskly. So dial us up right now. Helmsley's got the phones at 866 We Be Big. And there's room for you right now. Jack in Clanton, Alabama. Jack, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
I just want to know y'all's take. What do y'all think the likelihood of the cartel buying out Joe Biden?
Like in what way?
That to keep the border open.
No, I really don't buy that. I mean, they may be buying off individuals, and of course, if they're buying off Joe Biden right now, he doesn't know it. No. But
he's got enough people paying him.
Yeah,
family.
I think the Democratic Party and their idea for an open border is pretty straightforward. They see illegals as a voting bloc that they can build and manipulate like they are masters of doing. To give them more power and more states making elections lopsided in their favor.
And
that makes more sense to me.
And it's a double whammy in a good way in their thought process, because if they flood Texas and they make Texas a blue state, Republicans never win another national election.
Right.
Ever.
And that makes more sense versus the Mexican cartels paying me to open it up.
Well, look, politics make strange bedfellows.
No, they
so
do.
They all have a common interest there.
Yeah, they do.
The losers are the people of Texas and the country.
Well, what they are missing out on is, I think the Democratic Party is maybe starting to discover that they're crazier than they are fine, because they're bringing in people and they think, well, that'll win them over to us forever. Then these people get here and realize how bad they make the economy and how bad they make the country, and they're like, you know what? You're not more fine than you are crazy. I appreciate you letting me in, but I can't keep voting for you. This is not the kind of life I wanted to come to.
Yeah,
right. So the Latino vote is starting to kind of fade a little bit.
It is, and what's scary is that when these immigrants get to the border, most of them have different color wristbands on, and the color represents how much they owe the cartel for getting through, and they have to fulfill that debt even while in America. And so members of the cartel goes around finding and tracking these people and wanting their payment for letting them through. It's like they owe them, and it could be through crime. It could be, you name it. It could be through whatever they say. And these people are forever in debt until they pay it off. And if they don't, then they go back, they kill their family, everybody they're related to in Mexico, and that's how they get them.
All right, no Buck and Clay today.
No, I'm being
Right,
serious,
yeah, right.
but nobody's talking about
No, what I'm saying is, but he asked me about Biden. But
Yeah.
but I know that goes on. But I don't think Biden's being bought by.
No,
the
no,
cartel.
not Biden's not.
Yeah.
But you just the cartel was mentioned, and that's
No
who's
question.
controlling
The
it.
cartel's bad news and been bad news.
They're always doing business.
We continue. Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Salutations, gentlemen. And you were showing that Chinese-style massage robot earlier. Did they give it a name? Maybe like Fang Fang? Just curious.
That's funny.
That's good.
Let's go to Frank in Pell City. Frankie, go ahead. How you doing? 30 seconds.
Doing well, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I was calling just about the fellow that called in about the pickleball. He said, "Well, I'm an old pickleball player." I believe that's the title of a new song.
Oh,
just his tone of voice. Not, well, I'm an old pickleball player.
You're right.
It hadn't been around that long.
Ricky, Northeast Alabama. Ricky, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, yeah, I'm really trying to figure something out here. Here lately, every time I pull up at a drive-thru window to get some food, nobody else will be behind me, and they still want me to pull up, and they want to bring my food out. Do they just want to see daylight or what?
No,
we covered that.
We covered that.
Yeah.
We'll tell you why they do that. Go ahead, guys.
Greg, you're the expert.
I think
in
they
this.
have a clock running on how long each order should take, and if you don't make it, if they pull you up, I guess it resets.
Yeah, they're just playing games on looking like they were.
That's
more,
what I was.
They were
told.
more
I don't
efficient
know.
than they are.
I'm not claiming to be an expert, but that's what
But
I was
you-
told.
but yeah,
Because it
I
doesn't
mean,
make sense.
if-
Because I've been there were 5 of us, all of us pulled up.
Yeah, if you're in line and you order something, it's going to take a minute, and nobody's behind you, but they still ask you to pull up.
Yeah.
Why would they do that unless it does reset something that the company internally is keeping up?
That's correct.
with?
Yeah. Yeah. Corey in Mississippi. Corey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, just wanted to see if y'all saw where Vivek Ramaswamy, that guy that's probably going to be Trump's running mate, as a Christian, said something concerning. He said that he's Hindu and that he worships the same God as Christians do.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, there's a lot of people that think that, but that doesn't make it true. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, we know that's not true. But you'll hear this sometimes. They'll say, "Well, all religions it's the same God," but we know that's not biblically accurate.
Well,
so I'm not surprised that he said that, but I don't know that he really believes that. But it certainly isn't true.
Yeah, that is incorrect.
And sometimes
because our God said it was incorrect,
right? And sometimes I see the God that Trump worships, and I'm not sure that's the one of the Bible either. Dave, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. Hey, a while back on a Monday, I came in mid-segment on a puppy update for Greg, and I heard Bubba utter the phrase, "Betty likes to fight for the bone." What could you add to that? Does it clarify that? Is that a Barney Math Part 2 or actually discuing something else?
I don't remember the comment. I don't even follow it.
I don't remember that either. Well, you talking? I think you might have been talking one of the dogs, right?
I don't really remember.
Yeah,
talking about that
yeah.
at all. Really,
I don't either.
I don't either.
Let's go to Clanton.
Sorry.
Logan, standing by. Logan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, man. So just to clarify on the timer and how it works for the fast food. It's about 5-6 years ago they removed it from the fast food window to where you could see the timer, because that timer represented how long it would take on your order, and if they didn't complete it when that time ended, then they would have to require to give you your food for free. And about 6 years ago they took it out of the windows, and a lot of companies, fast food chains, have taken a timer out of the window where the customer can see it themselves.
But why are they making you pull it up if they can't see it?
Yeah, I think, though, that may be true, sir, but I think the pull-up thing is because it counts that they moved that car in a certain amount of time, and it makes their efficiency record look better than it is.
Yeah, I don't know
There's
that
no other
for sure,
logic.
but
There's
it
no other
just,
logic behind
it. Just
it.
makes sense that there's
The
something
place,
like that.
and I ain't gonna call out who it is, and where I live, they'll pull you up every time. But I will give them this: you don't wait long.
Yeah,
they get on out there.
Yeah.
But they do pull you up. Just about every car.
Andalusia 1077, Brad, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, Brad. Go ahead.
Hey, I can't figure this one out. Maybe you guys can help. What happens if
there's a federal deadline to be on the ballot to be president when you vote.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if after that deadline, Biden drops out for whatever reason? Does Kamala become just the running back there? Because Democrats.
Sir, we're not across the room. I mean, there's no need to shout at us. I don't know why we're shouting.
Each state has their own rules on some of that stuff. So listen, we're liable to see 2 or 3 different constitutional crises in this one.
Couldn't they vote somebody into like the Democratic floor at the convention?
They can, but what if it's after that? Wow. What if you've chosen your running?
Yeah.
Who's running in that slot and the vice president, and we've had those issues brought up before. Like, what if you win but you die before you're inaugurated?
Yeah. Right.
Well, then the VP goes in. See.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It can get complicated.
Guys, we can't. Let's just drop all political parties. We can't send Biden into a second term. It's crazy. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
I know.
And everybody knows it, Republican and Democrat. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
But, man, that's crazy, isn't it?
Well, so hopefully and prayerfully she will get her act together as a human being. I mean, who cares whether you like her as an entertainer or not? You certainly care about her.
She's done enough entertaining. She didn't have
Well, that's what the manager's saying.
Yeah.
Enough's enough.
Yeah, I mean, because she was performing when she was so young, and her being 37, they're saying she has been working and performing longer than most in a full career.
Yeah, that's what you have to look. It's almost like how you have to look, and I'm not making this connection to animals and humans, but it's almost the way people talk about dog years. Well, because of the way
you got entertainer years.
You got entertainer years. I don't care if she's 37. If to your point, Speedy, if you've been performing since you were 11, that's still a very long time.
Yeah,
so
been in the spotlight.
Right. So
it can grind on you.
We're kind of running out of time, but another young pop star, Selena Gomez, the 3rd most followed person on Instagram with 150 million followers, has actually come out and said what my son said. He said, I feel like that we're a generation with all this social media that we're guinea pigs, and when y'all discover how damaging this has been to us, you'll make adjustments on the next group because we really don't know what all this is going to turn out to be. And Selena Gomez says, not trying to be ungrateful, but she says, I believe that social media has been terrible for young people, and the things that I hear and see talking to the fans, it's certainly a great advancement on technology. But just like with everything, now people have the ability to come after you from all over the world. You don't know who they are, where they're coming from. They can say anything, and then people start thinking that their identity is based on how well they're doing on social media, and they see all these people creating all these fake lives. And she said, I really believe it's going to be damaging to people more than it's going to be helpful. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I don't know what this qualifies as. It's not wacky
this
world.
This is what I call a dang good idea.
All right, Bubba, we'll just put it under the category dang good idea. Now we're questioning the execution. Maybe you can help me with that.
Well, Rick, it's this is a dream come true for those of us that find ourselves stuck in traffic. Of course, we have nothing like L.A. traffic that we have to deal with. But Burger King is now making plans to deliver Whoppers to people in L.A. who are stuck in traffic.
You know what?
Monetizing traffic. I like it.
I like it, and also like it because let's.
Now, how do they get it to them while you're in
That's-
traffic?
Well,
That's Greg. That's what I need to know.
The devil may be in the details,
Drones.
my friend.
It says here they're going to use a motorcycle.
Yeah,
Motorcycle?
they successfully tested this concept in Mexico City. Burger King will now begin delivering food to drivers caught in traffic in L.A. in what they have dubbed the Traffic Jam Whopper.
Huh.
Now, according to reports, the direct-to-car service will use motorcyclists to deliver food to those stuck in traffic jams using real-time data to pinpoint Burger King fans on the road. Drivers are welcome to order from a Burger King app when they are within a specified delivery zone or roughly 1.9 miles from the closest Burger King restaurant.
Look at this. It's showing how it happens. There's the guy on the motorcycle with the Burger King box on the back. He's zeroed in on the car. Boom.
I like it.
Within 15 minutes.
Guys,
now they said to ensure safety, the app orders can be made using voice commands, so people are not staring at their screen. Orders in the test were limited to a Whopper combo meal, including fries and a choice of bottled Pepsi or water. Once the order is placed, Burger King motorcyclists will deliver using Google Map technology via the app to pinpoint the driver's exact location.
I like it.
It said deliveries in their test of this prior to going online here in L.A., they said deliveries typically happen within 15 minutes.
Guys, I'm in traffic. I'm stuck. I'm looking down. It says estimated time of me sitting in this traffic is 59 minutes. And all of a sudden, somebody says, how would you like to have a little Whopper while you're killing that time, Rick? You know what? I'm in.
You know, I wish the riders on the motorcycles were dressed like the Burger King. That's the only thing. With that face that was happy, and
that's
those big
perfect.
shoes and the cape blowing in the breeze.
That would be perfect.
I don't know with the motorcycle cutting in and out of traffic how that's going to go.
Look, somebody's going to get hit. We know that. But you know what? That person will be a hero.
You get free burgers.
The person will be a hero because he was trying. He was injured trying to help people. Mm-hmm. To me, that's a.
Well, the only problem are do they break any laws when you're going in between traffic like that on a motorcycle?
That's what I was wondering.
Can you do that?
I mean, I don't think you can by law
Adler,
do
can you
that.
do it?
Can
Well,
you?
they're doing a whole video.
I know they're doing a video about it, and they're advertising.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show and Cook's Pest Control been together for years. Years and years and years. And they're doing a phenomenal job, and they'll do a great job for you, just like they do for us. Go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com for a free evaluation. They'll come out and they'll take a look at the property, whether it be your business or whether it be your home or some property. And they'll say, here's what we think are the issues. Here's how we would treat it. And you decide if you want to use them or not. But we can save you a lot of trouble. Go ahead and use them. They're the best in the business, and put them to work for you. Their termite protection with Centricon, second to no one. And then you can sing just like we do. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, if you are a TV watcher, a couple of things before you tonight. First of all, will you watch a bunch of old people trying to date each other?
The Golden Bachelor. Doesn't that kick off tonight?
Bachelor.
Old Goldie.
You know,
brought to you by.
There's a certain curiosity factor of how this is going to go down. I got to admit, it is a little interesting, but there's a lot going on tonight. You know, we have Thompson High School is playing on national TV.
Yeah,
which Greg's son coaches.
Yeah, if you hear us talking about that a lot, Greg's boy, my nephew, coaching. On a great staff. They've got a great program there. Thompson on ESPN tonight?
ESPN 2.
ESPN 2, tonight.
Yeah, Jack State plays at Sam Houston State tonight. This is part of the new Conference USA TV deal, which we're going to get some Tuesday and Thursday night games.
Watch it now. Right. A Tuesday. Nothing says football like a Tuesday.
Well, I'll tell you
what that
thing.
is, junior high. I remember we used to play on Mondays and Tuesdays and weird play.
I hope you played the Tuesday before. And not the Saturday before.
Yeah,
that'd be a tough one.
That'd be real tough.
That's a tough turnaround.
Then you got Green Bay and Detroit playing tonight, too, in the NFL.
Yeah, Green Bay and
a lot of stuff to watch tonight.
Yeah. That's...
Do what?
He said he wanted to know who Green Bay was playing.
Yeah. Was it Detroit?
Yes, that's what I said, the Lions.
Yeah.
Detroit. You know, they're pretty good this year for a change.
Yeah.
3 games in.
Better than the Vikings.
Yeah, well,
come on. Why did you do
They're going to get on a run.
Because he was about to. I just took it from
the Vikings are about to make a run.
Right.
Here they come.
And win a game.
Right. That's right. Bubba, don't be so down.
The highlight of the weekend, the Vikings and the Panthers both 0-3 playing each other. Somebody's going to get out of the cellar.
Yeah. It'll probably be you. Come right out of that cellar. So,
yeah, right.
Do you think, I mean, I'm just going to state the obvious here, and I don't mean to be so brutal, but I'm just going to state the obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Most people that watch The Bachelor, they watch it because they get caught up in the ridiculous notion that these people are really falling in love.
Rick.
But
there's been a couple of marriages come out of it.
But but let's face it though, if they were a coach, we'd fire. I mean,
their record
is not very good. And but
fired
the
host a few times.
Right.
Yeah, did that.
The only person with a lower success rate right now appears to be Joe Biden.
There you go.
But
and then there's people that watch it really to kind of get kind of a little jolly with it. You know what I mean? You've got people in hot tubs, and you've got people, that'll dress with very little on. People taking outdoor showers. So when you
the various train wrecks of the whole thing.
When you have senior citizens, is that just going to have the same? Can they build an audience with this intrigue?
I don't know, because the promos, they're like the limos pulling up, and one of them goes, "He's a hunk."
That's good.
I'm like, oh no.
And they eat a lot.
Yeah.
And when they have in mixers, when everybody, they're going to have to shut it down about 8.
Oh yeah.
That mixer can't go past 10.
Yeah, they're going to do that mixer, and everybody's like, "What is it? Still daylight?"
Why do you think ABC decided to do this? Do you think this is a demographic they needed to
Somebody
hit,
pitched
or
an idea.
Do you think they're trying to keep the whole franchise from getting stale? Or
well, I hate to bring up the obvious, and Greg brought it up. They fired another host because he had the audacity to actually say, "Are we really going to kick this person off our show over something in college involving a sorority?
Yeah.
Are we serious? You
2
think
years ago nobody would
You
care
think
about
this
it.
makes her a racist? Are you kidding me?" And he actually stood up for that. If that kind of racial sensitivity. When you start dealing with old people, they come from a different era. They come from a different era. You're gonna go look at all their stuff. I mean, it's
and your buddy Jesse's hosting.
Yeah,
I saw it in the promo.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Get your look right there. Get your look.
I already knew that.
Now, I think the one in the middle said, "He's a hunk."
And
they got out and they had like some champagne, and then she was like, "Ugh," and there was lipstick on the champagne bottle.
Right. Now I bet they are hard drinkers though. I bet they could drink them young people on the table.
Oh yeah, they get a shot of Geritol. They on the move.
The bachelor, let me tell you what this bachelor will have. He's gonna have scotch.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, smoking a cigar.
Yeah, scotch.
What's that guy's name again? That Rick Matt? What is
Jesse Palmer?
Jesse Palmer. That's right.
Did I leave the L out?
No, I didn't hear you say. I was screening stuff.
You know Rick's friend?
I think
he texted me and asked me if I was going to watch tonight, and I said,
Speedy, just say the lines whenever they make.
No, I could have said Palmer and not really brought the L in. I don't know.
They'll have some makeout scenes on this show too. That's
what I'm talking about, Greg.
Speedy, why don't you tell us about that in your voice? I think it's going to have a age-appropriate audience, and then there's going to be some weirdos that watch it too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That gets back to Rick's jolly comment.
I think
there may be the jolly crowd, but there's also the train wreck crowd, and that would be where I would fall into, just how odd and peculiar it all will be.
I'll tell you who's going to give it a shot, and that's one Lisa.
Is she?
Yeah,
she'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
I think it's when she says he's a hunk. Okay, never mind.
Bubba, I think you are correct on that audience. I think they're going to be disappointed because these are older, wiser people. I think they're too level-headed.
Yeah, there won't be a lot of fights.
You would think, Rick. You would think. You would hope. Let me put it that way.
Y'all want to watch this promo?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No, guys. Yes,
sir.
No.
They're not eating, Rick.
No.
Roll the tape.
They eat a lot in this show.
I'm going to meet the woman of my dreams very shortly.
This is his voice.
It's never too late. This is the opportunity of a lifetime.
To be in love again.
Wow. Let the journey begin.
Oh, not just for a sound.
He does
I didn't know
you got to
that.
admit, the train wreck factor is
Let
already in
the
play.
journey begun.
I tell you, he's hot.
Well, thank you.
I'll tell you that they're diverse. I even seen that Indian woman walk through.
There we go.
Did you see her?
We saw her, Greg. We all saw her.
But there's a diverse bunch.
What are you doing?
That's good.
It's a diverse bunch.
It's what makes us strong, Greg.
Well, Greg, if you're going to go, I hate to say it, you better get diverse if you're going to do one people this old, because white people don't age well. I mean, it's the other ethnicities. They age quite better.
They really do.
You're right.
And I think they'll move quick, Rick, because I think at this age they know they're running out of time, so they can't go and plan on dating 2 years and worry about meeting the family.
Can you
I
imagine?
mean, they'll do 6 weeks. They'll be ready to go here.
When they do the home visit, who they going to go to? It ain't going to be their parents.
Everybody's going to be
the
dead.
kids.
Everybody. Well, go back to this, Greg. Think about the crew. I think you asked why they're doing this. I think they're doing it for the crew. The crew's been complaining about long hours, have to stay up all night shooting stuff.
You think the union has got something to do with it?
Now you know what they're going to do. They go, guys, we're done. It's 4:45.
Right.
We got
but can they get up early though? Because
they're going to get up. You're right about that. I forgot about that.
We forget we're closer to some of these contestants than we would be. Number of 60-year-olds. mid 60s. Now, they climb as high as 75.
There's a 75.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and get out there. That will not make the first cut.
No.
There, look, there she is. Did you see her,
Greg?
She might be a belly dancer.
Sweet Greg. All right, I'm gonna just play this promo. Greg, please stop talking. Please stop talking, Greg.
Talk.
So happy to be here. All these beautiful women. I know. He's gonna have a hard time.
It's going to be quite interesting. It's so inspiring to be around women that have been through life and want to experience more.
All righty.
The one you're talking about
these
is
women have had more work done on them than Camp House.
Do you think they'll be more catty or less, being a little older?
I think less.
Yeah.
You
think they'll be wiser or
I think
hide it better?
Of course, if their husbands have passed on, those will be wise. If they're people who've run through husbands, they're going to be a handful.
Yeah.
You know.
We got an
I
educator.
hope I don't get talking trash.
We got an retired interior decorator.
What do you mean talking?
You know how they all
Greg,
talk trash.
Can't you picture you're the producer? No. We're not going to do the dates at Cracker Barrel. No, we are not.
I know it's a country
Did somebody
store.
just say Paw Paw Patch? No, we're not doing that. We're going to go to the nice restaurants. And one of them goes, Morrison's.
We're not going to go hang out at the mall.
No,
walk.
no, we're not going to do that.
One with good teeth. Look at that.
The out-of-town dates will all be in Gatlinburg.
Right.
Absolutely, little taffy.
It's
In the Dixie Stampede.
Greg, you just stop.
That's
Please
a 75-year-old in there.
75, but she don't look 75.
No, not at all.
She'll never see round two.
No.
Y'all want to hear what they toast to right here?
Okay.
Cheers to another good decade of really good love.
I can tell that one's going to get on my nerves.
I wouldn't let my money roll on another decade.
Hey.
Long time.
That's 10 more years.
Y'all.
That's a big
It's going to
number.
be hard to watch all of this at the same time, even with the multi-views,
Yeah, I
don't see this in play tonight.
I just don't think the final rose is going to go like that thing.
Honestly, and I'm not exaggerating in the least, I watched Thompson versus Clay Chauvel by far.
Oh, yeah. That's my number one.
Yeah, don't care about pro football, and I can't quite watch that.
Gamecocks are first for me, but Thompson will be on the split screen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So none of you are watching this.
I'll probably have to catch some of it with Betty.
Rick and Bubba.
And that's what I would do too, but is that legal?
Well, see, I've always, when I saw... Go ahead.
In a lot of big cities, lane splitting is legal.
Okay.
All
right.
Thank
Good
you,
info.
Adler.
Talking about lanes.
Now, the only other problem I see is now we're going to have other companies doing the same thing. So now we're going to have even more motorcycles splitting lanes.
You're right.
And more traffic jams.
But you know what? That's good for the consumer.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought they might drop it in with drones.
That's what I thought. Yeah, dropping the sunroof.
That's coming.
And you know what
like that flying Ginzu we had last week?
Picture this.
That military weapon. Why couldn't we just drop it through the sunroof?
Sunroof to drop it right in. But listen to this. God forbid it would ever happen. God forbid. Okay? One of our heroes delivering whoppers to traffic gets taken out.
Rick.
No. It's going to happen. Think about how you could comfort the family. Your son was a hero. He gave his life trying to get whoppers to people who were stuck in traffic.
Good night.
And maybe like we see tributes a lot of times on roads.
We do.
Like there's a picture of him on his motorcycle with the whopper thing behind it, memorials, put them out there, where it happened. And these people are held as the heroes of fast food like they are. And so you start thinking, there's somebody listening right now that didn't know what their call in life was, and they just heard it.
Well, and we're acting as if this hasn't happened yet. I guarantee you somebody's already been hit in Mexico or wherever they were trying it.
Oh, they tried it in Mexico?
Yeah,
no
didn't
doubt.
you say that?
That's where it started.
I'll tell you one thing.
I guarantee because their traffic situation is a little crazy.
I'm
anyway.
concerned about the fries being soggy.
Greg, it's 15 minutes.
That could be. They put in that bag.
I've
15 minutes.
Oh, that'll stay warm. It'll work.
I can't even drive from Jacksonville to my
It's
house
legitimate.
and they not be soggy. They are.
That's legit. That's why you eat them.
10 minutes max.
Well, then don't get fries.
Thanks.
I hate that though. They don't survive.
Hey, thanks, Eeyore. We had a happy moment going.
Wings are kind of the same.
You know
way.
what? I'd rather be sitting in traffic with somewhat soggy fries than no fries at all.
Does it help?
Then don't order the fries. Just eat the Whopper.
Does it help any that they're in a hot box, like in the
probably
back?
makes it worse.
Stay in
Oh, that makes them soggy.
Oh,
Sometimes that steam gets on them fries, makes them soggy.
Maybe they don't cook them all the way and they let them finish cooking when they're in the hot box.
That's not
that'll be good.
Maybe.
No,
Greg,
at the time it may work out perfect.
I'm not a hot box expert. I don't know.
Y'all, this is going to turn into something. What if you're like running errands and you need to go get something at a store and don't think of food? They just drop it to you.
I love it.
Huh?
Because I'm going to tell you something. For me, I certainly know what the Bible tells us about hell. And you can certainly see that it's like really bad. Okay? But I just think stuck in traffic is going to be part of what people have to endure when they go to hell.
Yeah.
How about when you're sitting in traffic? It's one of the worst things ever.
It is.
I mean, it is the most miserable.
When you're on the
frustrating-
interstate and you see those taillights and everybody's piled up. I jumped on the shoulder the other day and it was further to the exit than I really wanted it to be, but I had to do it. I said, I will not sit here.
No.
I skimmed looking, and once I got it started, I had like we were drafting going down through there.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Speedy, to your point,
you're that guy.
I started it.
I'm going to be in traffic today.
Made it.
And I've got to stop. I know y'all going to laugh. I've got to stop and get socks. Like I know I've got to have some more
I
socks.
think I got a dusty old
So
pair.
what I'm thinking in Speedy's idea, how awesome would it be, is if I could just get on an app at a sporting goods store and say, hey, here's my car.
As I'm coming by.
No, just have a drone drop it right through the sunroof.
Here's your socks.
I don't have to get off.
Drones
I don't have to waste any time.
This one will.
I just stay right there. I like this idea, Speedy.
I do too.
You want white or black?
Sunroof delivery.
Sorry about the fries, soggy.
All right.
Hey, I gotta have some socks.
Gloria says she can help. Now Adler says, Gloria, that lane splitting is allowed in some cities. What can you add to that?
Just you'll be sitting on the interstate and it'll be going down. There'll be a motorcycle going down the middle of the lane.
Yeah, but is it legal or not?
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
Yes, it is legal. It is legal.
Okay, that's the use.
I can't imagine that being legal. You know, it just doesn't seem like.
Well, then I should be able to get on the shoulder and pass it.
Amen.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, here's the thing, and you see this with bicyclists all the time. They have fought to have the right to be on the road and be treated like a car, but they don't act like a car.
Yeah.
They'll go through a red light when it's red and nobody's coming.
Yeah.
They'll lane split on you, and that gets very hazardous when you're trying to make turns. I don't know if you've seen that. Lane splitters in a right-hand turn or left-hand turn doesn't usually work very well.
Well, I've said this before. My rules for bikers, because I would be trying to save them, I would not allow any biking on any road that does not have a bike lane.
Yeah.
If there's no shoulder and there's no bike lane and you're forced into traffic on these little two-lane roads, that's so dangerous. So.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bubba, you and I were talking about in the break. Do you hear the term autoimmune disease more now than you ever have in your whole life?
Yeah, I think so. I do.
It's a catchphrase.
Yeah,
is it now just a new phrase?
Well, I think there's probably more diseases that encompass that than what we used to have because they didn't have the technology to really know about it as much.
Well, autoimmune disease sufferers, they say one thing that may play a critical role in controlling the inflammation that I guess is part of this is ginger. Boys, where are y'all on ginger? Do y'all like things? You like gingerbread? You like ginger cookies? You like ginger? Where are you on the spice of ginger?
It's on my plate a lot of times when I eat sushi, but I never eat it.
I'm scared of the ginger.
It's great. It's good for cooking. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. A lot of Asian dishes. Yeah, it's really good.
There you go again.
I'm actually a fan of ginger.
How do you eat it?
Well, I hate to say it. I love a good ginger cookie.
You love gingerbread cookies?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like ginger ale. I drink that. Ale. I love to drink ginger ale.
My grandma makes great.
My stomach when I'm nauseous. It makes it feel better.
Oh yeah. My grandma makes great ginger snaps. Again,
I love a
cookies.
ginger snap.
Yeah.
I love a ginger snap.
Lemon ginger chicken. I'll make that a lot.
Yeah, that's
all right. I'll shut up.
Yeah. Will you ever put ginger like in your coffee or something like that?
I don't do that. No.
I've seen some people.
I've never seen that.
How do they say it
redheaded
helps?
people.
How do they say it helps?
Inflammation. It helps. It's a critical role, and it helps your body's inflammatory response. Even helps treat people with COVID. They're saying, and they said it gives it gives you your immune system a little boost,
and it says that it also helps with the problems with clotting that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
It says that ginger consumption by healthy people, it's a type of white blood cell. It helps the white blood cell fight infections and heal injuries.
Right.
So there you go. Not that kind of ginger.
No, not Ed Sheeran. Not Ed Sheeran.
Oh,
Right
sorry.
here. I'm right here.
Right. And, we forget because he's bald, but we realize we work with the ginger.
Yes.
So I'm going to start sitting closer to you so you can help my immune system.
It says here the list gets a little longer. It helps you not put gas and diesel. It's
right there we go.
See.
right there.
Yep.
Well, I better get a big old plan of it then.
Better snort you a line of that.
Yeah, knew this was coming from one of our female listeners. Don't be talking about old folks. Y'all old folks. And I said, well, I know that, but nobody wants to see us make out with their wives. I promise you.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody says they can't do it. Just nobody wants to watch.
Nobody wants us to be. Nobody wants to watch that.
No.
To the phones we go. Leroy is out of Morgan County. Leroy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing all right, guys. On your drive-thru.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everything's tied to money and performance.
Of course it is.
Your managers, sort of like the methods that y'all use on advertising. You get cars in and out quicker. That looks good. That's good advertisement. Word of mouth. What the bean counters don't understand is when you pull forward and sit there for 10 minutes, it's a negative. But what happens when you pull away from the drive-thru, pull away from the drive-thru, timer automatically starts timing how long you're from the drive loop to the window, and when you leave the window, another loop or a sensor senses that you pull away.
Of course.
That is tied into the manager's bonuses at the end of the year. Corporate says, okay, we don't want cars to be in line more than a minute and a half or 3 minutes, whatever their goal is. And so they send it out to the franchisee owners, and then they're on their managers because, they watch everything down to the number of straws and trash bags.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Look. Oh, no, we've been there. Yeah, and that's kind of what we'd said earlier, and I'm getting multiple emails. They say everything we say is right. It's all about looking like you're doing a better job than you're actually doing on getting people through the drive-thru with their order.
So once it clears that sense relieving, it shows you gone.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I mean, you're just playing a game here. You're still not solving the real issue of getting them what they need and out of there.
Yeah.
Here's a crazy idea. If you're a hamburger place and it's drive time, have hamburgers ready to go.
Right. Well,
that really helps.
And I think a lot of it's what everybody else is suffering. They have nobody to work.
No, you're right.
They're shorthanded.
But the old job pool out there right now, buddy, it is it is. If you will just get after it right now, you will be a superstar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bubba and I learned that lesson on the tight margins of fast food.
It's incredible.
And restaurants in general.
I appreciate anybody that can stay in business.
I don't know how you do it. The margins are so tight. I mean, they're so very tight. The funny one that I love to tell, and it was a good idea because, see, we were marketing people. We weren't restaurant people, and then we were trying to work with restaurant people as we were the marketing people. And we love the idea of ketchup and mustard. We don't like packs, so we wanted the squeeze bottles with the Rick and Bubba logo on it. Well, that was great until everybody stole all of them. I don't even think they made it through a week, did they?
No.
I mean, people,
didn't think about that.
Yeah, people stole them and left with them as souvenirs. And we're like, well, there they all went. So before you knew it, they're kind of like, y'all may not like packs, but there's a reason why people do packs, and y'all about to find out.
Yeah, the margins are so close on that.
God.
I had never seen a business where you could have people lined up out the door and buy too much ketchup and lose money.
Right, right.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's that's why they'll get a little skimpy at the drive-thru sometimes on giving you sauces and stuff because all that matters.
I mean, it's so close, all of it.
Anonymous, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yes, I used to work in a drive-thru at a fast food place, and it is all about making the managers look good and making the store look good.
You know, I thought I recognized your voice. I thought I recognized your voice. I remember hearing it on the speaker.
Yes, they where I worked at, it was 45 seconds you had to have them gone, and if you didn't, then they made you go outside and stand over the little thing with a piece of metal and reset the thing every time. So yes, it is all about making everyone look good.
Yeah, that's the whole world we live in now. We celebrate mediocrity. Instead of just being excellent, we try to find a way to appear excellent.
Yeah. to beat the system.
And I mean, go to great extent to beat the system. Where if we just worked that hard to get people out to start with, it wouldn't be an issue.
No, I was told that, and it was 100% right by everybody that I ever had to deal with that were strength and conditioning people. They were like, Burgess, if you would just work out with the same diligence as you put into trying to get out of workouts, it would really serve you in the long run. This appearing to do a workout, if you just do it, it actually would be better.
It'd be wonderful.
Yeah. So but that's a human problem as old as time.
Yeah.
But still, Chick-fil-A does it better than anybody as far as getting you through the line.
Yeah.
And depending on how many's out there, they either have people outside helping or they won't. But when I go there, I've never waited. They blow you right through.
No, they do, and I think that they must do a pretty good job of drawing quality people. Because even I have noticed that they have more low quality people than they've ever had before, but they still don't have near the low quality people that you find everywhere else. They still have more good than bad by far.
Yeah, you kind of wish they would do taxes, don't you?
So you wonder, did they take
Could
up all the best people?
contract that out for them?
Yeah.
They had them working to get people through to get vaccinations. Remember, several cities.
That was fun.
A lot of it has to do with the simplification of their menu.
Yeah, it is. That's
and
so
people
true.
don't give that enough to.
Yeah, sometimes I'll see them add some items. I'm like, watch it, Chick-fil-A.
Yeah,
Don't get
Easy.
overcomplicated.
Easy.
Keep it simple. I don't know how much more simple you can get than fried chicken breast and a bun.
The big decision is pickle or no pickle.
That's a pretty. Thanks for being with us. We sure do enjoy our time together. If our day's wrapped up, we hope you have a good one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.